This one? Mm-hmm. There we go. Good to go.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Episode 110.
Yeah.
We're coming in live already with Cove of Dead American. So he's going to hang out for a little bit and go through the rundown that we do with us and chat it up. And then we'll get to know what you've been up to for a little bit.
Just a little bit. It's only been, 8 years.
It doesn't feel like it. Like, time always just flies and you're like, fuck, it's been 8 years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Oh, man. What am I doing? Oh, I'm trying to pull up the Twitch thing. All right, well.
So Pokemon cards.
Fuck
man.
Yeah. How many more you got? Is that the only one you had there?
Got the crab crawler over here.
Crab crawler?
Yeah, dude. Or crab brawler, dude.
I don't even know that one. There's so many.
Dude.
Is crab brawler?
Yeah, crab brawler.
That's pretty metal.
That's pretty badass.
Yeah,
Fuck yeah.
Ridiculous. This studio is full of so many memories and so many little toys everywhere. Love it.
You just look around and you're like, oh shit, that's where I left that.
Seriously though, it's like there's so much stuff here that I'm like, oh man, I feel like did I bring that over? Is that mine?
We need
There's this furby that's staring at me right now.
Yeah, we don't have enough toys in here.
You have a furby?
Yeah, dude.
What?
Ugh. He's wearing a little Happy New Year hat right now.
Oh shit.
I just saw this video like the other day of this guy that takes old Furbies and stuff and like takes them apart and like attaches them to like these keyboards and makes music with them.
No way.
I can't remember.
That's awesome. I need to look that up.
What was it called? Man, there was a name for it. What he does it with like all kinds of different things. Makes like old. I don't know if he uses old synths to make some of it, or it sounds like old synth machines and stuff. The stuff that he's doing, I cannot remember what it was called. Huh. He was like this crazy British guy. He was out of his damn mind. But it was the coolest thing ever.
I'm kind of excited to check this thing out because this thing scares the hell out of me, and then it just like closes its eyes and like opens them back up. You're like, what the heck? I don't know about you.
Yeah, it's like it just like blinks like
Yeah, you're like thinking about something, it just blinks at you. You're like, oh man.
Is that like one of the original ones from the?
I don't know. I wonder how old.
Because I remember they brought them back, and I don't think they did very well. So I think kids were like, I don't know what these are.
I don't know. There's some creepy kid toys out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. This might be like, I mean, does it say 1990?
Nice. There you go.
1998 or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably about right.
I don't know, this thing's weird, and it's like no batteries, and yet
It's still talking
it
to you?
still does weird stuff.
Oh my god.
That's not right.
It's like my Xbox. It'll just turn itself on even though I have that turned off. Like the automatic updates, it'll just turn on.
How crazy is that though? That
Yeah.
it'll just, you walk into the room and it's just on.
Yeah, like it's really creepy in the middle of the night because it'll be like 3 a.m. It'll go doo doo doo, and you're like, oh my god, what is this?
It's going to kill you.
Yeah, and somebody was like, well, maybe your neighbors, when they sync their controller, it connects to yours. And I was like, yeah, that could be. And then I took it over to my girlfriend's and plugged it in, and I was just sitting there one day, and it did it again. So I'm like, this thing's self-aware.
That's trippy.
Yeah. I don't know. It could
That's
be
trippy.
like, it could be something
It scares
electrical.
me. Technology scares me.
Yeah.
I live with an iPhone. That's it. I don't need nothing else.
Draw the line after that.
Yeah, screw everything else. That's all you need.
Yeah. Yeah. You can take over the world with an iPhone. Probably not.
I don't know. I still think they're...
I hope not.
You're right.
I'm still pretty sure that they listen to you all the time. And
Oh,
like,
yeah, for
you get
sure.
those ads on your phone, like after you talk about something, and then there's an ad on your phone about it, and you're
Yeah.
like, the fuck is this?
I've heard even people like just picking something up, like going to a store and like picking something up, and then within like a week having that happen, where they weren't necessarily talking about it. They just went and like held it in their hand.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I never
I
really...
don't know if it's coincidence or if it's like self-aware. Like the thing is just like you're holding your phone out, like wherever you're at. It's just super self-aware of like everything that you're seeing.
I never really believed it. But my buddy said it
I don't
always
think like
happened
that,
on
man.
his phone.
That's when machines take over the world.
Yeah.
Skynet, man.
My buddy was saying it always happened on his phone. I never believed him. And then one night we were talking about hot tubs for some reason. Like we were just talking about he should buy a hot tub. And he picks his phone up and opens Facebook, and there's ads for hot tubs. And he's showing me, he's like, look. I'm like, the fuck, dude? He's like, I didn't Google anything about hot tubs. Like, that's creepy.
That's awesome.
It's always weird after you're looking at something on Amazon, and then you go on Facebook, and there's like an ad for something you were just looking at on Amazon.
Yeah. That trips me out, man.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be right. Something's not right with that.
Targeted advertising.
Yeah, I don't like it.
They're like, you were just looking at this, but you should look at it again.
And again. And again.
You know what pisses
Everywhere
me
you
off
go,
about-
I'm going to show this to you.
Yeah. You walk outside, and
Thanks,
it's like,
Google.
What makes me mad about Amazon is you'll buy something on Amazon, and then they'll send me an email of the item I just bought, asking me if I'm interested in buying this item. I'm like, I just fucking bought one. Why would I buy another one? This doesn't make any sense.
it's like, come on.
Don't you know I just bought it?
Yeah. Oh.
Is that where you got your Roomba? vacuum?
I don't know where she bought it from. I think she got it on eBay.
I saw online these guys took 2 Roombas and they put them on a table, and then they
Make them fight.
No, they taped like solo cups to them and played beer pong.
Oh yeah.
So they're just like constantly moving.
Seems like an expensive.
Yeah. But when it gets to the edge of the table, it just stops and turns and goes the other way.
See, mine's not probably the better ones. Mine will get to the edge of the stairs, and sometimes it'll just stop and turn off. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
Turn around. Yeah, vacuums.
Or it gets stuck under the couch.
It's just like
It, like
Yeah,
wedges
my
under the couch.
mom's get stuck under her couch all the time. Like I think we were just talking about that. What was it, yesterday or the day before? She's like, I wish this thing had GPS so it could just remember. these are the
Right.
bad spots. Don't go here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is where I get stuck.
No
Technology, man.
Yeah.
They're gonna the vacuums are gonna take over.
I keep telling my fiance that because they make the vacuum and then they make a mop version of it for like floors. And so eventually there's just going to be robots in your house just doing everything. Like I'm going to get the mop, I'm going to have the vacuum, I'm going to find one to do something else. There's going to be freaking robots throughout the whole house just doing everything.
Yeah,
Does that just like further like how just lazy we are? We don't even want to like vacuum. We don't even want to walk around the house and just do this.
When we bought,
get the arm workout for the day, asshole.
When we bought it, I literally walked around watching it vacuum, and I was like, "What the fuck am I doing?" Like the whole point is to let it go and to do something else. And I'm like watching it, like this is the coolest thing ever. I'm just walking around with it, watching it vacuum.
Have you named it yet?
Oh yeah, its name's Julio.
Tight.
Julio.
Yeah.
My parents have had two, and they named I forget what the second one is, the one that it is now, but for the first one, I think this one's like, no, that's the old dog, but the first one was Steve. You just Steve's out. Steve with a SCH or like an SHT, like all right.
Nice.
Steve.
Ridiculous.
Or with a PH, and it's like thieving.
Yes.
Shit. Anyways.
Ridiculous. This is a music podcast, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
now it's a vacuum podcast.
It could be. I mean, I don't live that far away. I can go get it.
Be like, see? I'm just following around with the camera.
So good.
Oh shit. Well, I don't even think our topics are as fun as talking about the vacuum.
Well, I'm sure we can make them as fun because I've been out of the game for 8 years and I probably don't know half of or don't remember or just I took a huge hard left turn.
Yeah.
Even though that's right, but hard left turn.
Well, we can kind of
Stop
travel.
listening to music, so I'm all ears for this.
We'll start with a
I
history
didn't know
lesson
all
for
time.
you.
The last one I was checking you guys out. I didn't know all time low is what was it? Taking a break. I thought that was so funny. I'm like, they're taking a break. Like you guys nailed it on the head. Like is it like a boyfriend girlfriend thing taking a break? Like what?
What are you taking
This
a break
is silly.
from?
Just tell us what you're doing.
Yeah.
Anyways,
We'll start with our history lesson for you.
Okay.
January 18th, 1981, Wendy O. Williams of the Plasmatics was arrested on stage at Milwaukee and was charged with the offense of simulating sex with a sledgehammer. Williams later.
Okay.
She filed a multi-million-dollar civil suit against the Milwaukee police, claiming they sexually assaulted and beat her during the arrest, but a jury rejected her claims. Jeez.
Weird that it would happen out in Milwaukee like that.
Yeah, right.
Out of all the places.
What was her name? What was her name again?
Wendy Williams
Wendy Williams.
of the Plasmatics. Doesn't sound familiar to me.
Mm-mm.
No, it doesn't sound familiar to me either, but I'm curious to see this. I wish there was video back then, like people had iPhones. Like, that'd be awesome to see,
Could you imagine if people had iPhones like that back in those days where people are just doing drugs on stage and
Dude, seriously.
people are like,
But
check
was it
this
like
out.
what's her name? Not Hillary Duff. Who's
Miley
Hannah
Cyrus.
Montana? What's her name?
Miley Cyrus.
Was it like Miley Cyrus, like
She's
like swinging on like that
She's-
thing, type of like stroking the sledgehammer, or was she like?
I don't know. Miley Cyrus does that shit on stage, and she hasn't been arrested.
Times change.
Weird. Weird. And this is in 81. I don't know. Weird.
Huh.
Yeah, back then they're like, you can't do that. Nowadays they're like, that's hot.
Ridiculous. Oh, that sucks. That sucks.
Yeah.
Let me film that.
I'm not sure if I'm saying this right. Someone on Twitch commented, I think the name's Tissy
K 90.
K?
I don't
Tissy
know.
K90 said, I wish you guys knew the situation I was in at the moment.
I don't.
Well,
Do we want to know?
do we?
I don't know.
Can you elaborate?
Right.
Yeah, I need. That's very ambiguous. I need more details.
Yeah. So on January 18th, 1989, at just 38 years old, Stevie Wonder became the youngest living person to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. At a ceremony held in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York, other inductees included the Rolling Stones, the Temptations, Otis Redding, and Dion DiMucci.
Nice.
That's a pretty good class.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's pretty tight. I didn't know Stevie Wonder is 34 years older than I am. That's mind blowing.
Yeah, he's getting up there.
Crazy. Have you ever seen him live?
No. I bet it's
If
pretty
you
sweet.
ever get the chance to, if he's anywhere near you, go see him.
Yeah.
I don't think he's fully blind either, because he's
I've heard that.
some of the stuff, dude. Some of the stuff he says while he's on stage, he cracks the best blind jokes. Like, I was in San Francisco on my birthday. He sang "Happy Birthday" to me. It was the coolest thing
Nice.
ever. I don't know if he sings "Happy Birthday" every single time he plays, but it felt like it was for me that night. But he like brought out, like, his daughter is one of his backup singers, and literally, like, the first thing he says about her is like, you know, she's the prettiest thing I've ever seen. And the whole crowd went like from like cheering to like silent to being like, ugh. And then he started laughing, and then everybody started laughing, and he did that like 5 or 6 times throughout this set. Like, so crazy. He cracked so many good blind jokes on himself, but I don't think he's fully blind.
I've heard that. Like, I've read different things about him, and people are like, "Is he really that blind?" Like,
I think he's severely blind, but I think he's got like a little bit of eyesight.
yeah.
But that guy is phenomenal, man.
Is he still?
He's
out,
so good.
Like,
If you ever get the chance, go see him. He's so good.
is he still out doing shows and stuff?
I think so.
I don't know. I never really.
It
hear.
would be awesome to see him live.
Yeah.
I would imagine he does them like pretty like randomly,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, it was super cool to see him. Big festival.
He'd do Superstition.
Say that again.
Did he do Superstition?
Oh hell yeah, he did, dude. He did everything. Like,
Damn.
I can't honestly, like, not in the headspace to name some songs right now, but it was like Weezer. Like, I went and saw Weezer, and I'm like, or I didn't go to see Weezer. Weezer was at the show that I was going to, and I ended up staying for them because they were the headliner. And I was like, how do I know every single one of your songs? Like, I don't know the names of these songs, but I'm literally singing them all with you. I've heard them that many times. They're just ingrained in you.
So many hits.
Yeah, dude, there's too many. There's so many songs. We played for like 2 hours. It was ridiculous.
Holy
Jeez.
crap.
The best band I've ever seen. Like, he has songs where he starts the song himself on keys, and he just like fell in love with the notes that he was playing and started the song. And everybody in the band knew that he was like a half step off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was playing the song a half step off.
Mhm.
Before they kicked in, they realized it all went in perfectly. He stops the song like halfway through the verse and is like, wait a second, I'm in the wrong key. The bass player hits the right note that he's supposed to be in, and they go literally within like a matter of 3 seconds back into the song where he was at in the right key, killing it, flawless. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen. The best band. Yeah,
That's crazy.
most flawless performance of all time.
You're probably like, wait, did that just happen?
It literally like I stopped, and there was one guy, Eddie was with me, and Eddie's a musician and a bass player himself, and I just looked over at him, and he looked at me, and we were like, did we just witness that together? Like, did that really just happen? Are they that freaking good? Like, holy shit, man, we suck. Like, I quit music, you know, like that. I'll never be that talented.
It's crazy how some musicians can just like, I don't know. It's just like, it's a whole nother level of knowing music. Like, you can just jump into anything and do it. Like, I think like the biggest thing, like watching like orchestras or something, that you can just throw sheet music in front of them and they can just play it flawlessly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like,
people like that are crazy.
Yeah.
Those guys are like mathematicians to
Yeah.
me, you know. And then there's like people who just feel things out, and they're like, oh
yeah,
I know where that note is. And I know what key you're in, but I couldn't tell you what it's called.
Right.
But I'll play it flawlessly with you. Like, that would be my type of playing, but I'm not a player, so probably why, you know, I just never learned it. Like, yeah, I'm a singer. I just gotta feel stuff.
We got a comment for you here on Twitch. Sainster said, "Cove, I love you."
There's my little fingers.
How
How gross is that? That's such a gross thing.
It does look pretty weird.
You ever taken a picture of your hand like that?
No.
No.
It's so gross. It looks like a little baby hand.
It does. Holy crap. Just look at it like that.
It's,
You know,
it's really creepy.
Oh, do both.
Yeah, I don't. Let me touch you with my baby hands. I'm sorry. I've actually gone that far as to know, like, you can do that. So Stevie Wonder, all right.
Uh-huh. Okay, next one
You're
is
still killing it, Stevie.
hell yeah.
Even though you're freaking, gosh dang, you're old. I don't want that guy to die.
No.
No, he's like a superhero. He's like, I feel like you get to the status where you see all the problems, but you know you can't solve them all. So you just preach one thing, and that's love. That's love each other.
Yeah.
You know, like I still feel like I'm still in this, like, no, I can't do that. I just got to do this, you know, like kind of mindset, you know.
Right.
But he's so huge that, you know, look at the Beatles and John Lennon and like what happened with them. Even Michael Jackson, like everything towards the end was all about love.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. Well, this next topic's really going to bring you down then.
Oh, no.
January 18th, 2000, Spencer Goodman was executed by lethal injection in Huntsville, Texas. Goodman was convicted
What did he do?
He kidnapped and murdered the wife of ZZ Top manager Bill Ham in 1991.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you do that?
Did he know it was
I don't know.
like, that's who she was?
If there's one thing
That
about
would be
this
creepy
show,
if he did.
there's one thing about this show you'll learn is we'll put a topic in there, but we won't really go.
Going
No,
through
that's all the
Like,
information I got.
okay. All right, let's speculate then. Let's full on speculation. He knew.
He might have.
How does that change the game?
I don't know. But the husband was at the execution, so that's pretty crazy.
Ooh.
I don't know if I could. I don't know, man. I don't know if I could do that.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I'd be like, just call me when it's done.
Now you got me thinking about that. That's dark. That's dark.
Well, I'll lighten the mood a little bit.
Well, they say, hold on, though, because I want to explore this darkness. Don't move on.
Don't move on. Let's elaborate.
Do they go, like, I don't know how it works, but I would imagine that they put you, like, asleep. Like, they make
It's
you're asleep.
lethal injection, so you don't you're not supposed to feel anything. So
I think it's like apparently like just like a gradual slip, and then you're out.
Crazy.
With Texas, though, you figured they would just take him out back and shot him.
That's true.
That's pretty true as well. That's pretty true. I wonder if your brain shuts off like naturally, like when you, I guess, when you die of natural causes. Like, I wonder if your brain shuts off differently than it would like.
I don't know.
This lethal injection.
They could be all wrong, and it might just make you look like you're asleep, but you could just be like
super
excruciating
pain.
Screaming on the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like wanting to scream out. But
Yeah,
you can't move.
You're just screaming with your eyes.
Oh, dude, just being awake. Like that's my worst fear is like not being able to like move any like just. I go to sleep one night, completely normal, and I wake up and I'm completely incapable of like moving any part of my body, my mouth included. Like all I can do is use my eyelids.
I heard this one time. This freaks me out. This is what I've never had a surgery yet. I'm about to.
Yeah.
And this freaks me out because I saw this thing. I don't even know if it was true or not, but it was like they put somebody under for surgery, but like it knocked them out, like where they couldn't move. They were paralyzed, but they could feel everything still.
Oh God.
Ooh.
And they had no way of knowing during the surgery. So like they did the surgery and the person felt everything. Like,
but he just couldn't. Like,
but couldn't do that. Like, yeah, couldn't move, couldn't say nothing.
That's terrible.
Like that's like one of my worst nightmares, I think.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, let's not think that.
No.
let's not, please. Good vibes, dog. Good vibes.
I think about it too much, honestly.
Dude, that is dark. That is dark.
Yeah, it's brutal. Das brutal.
I would be asking questions. Though.
Yeah.
Like, am I gonna feel this? Like,
Yeah.
I just had a dream the other night about it because I'm getting my tonsils taken out, and I had this dream the other day where, like, in my dream I was writing. I wrote like on my forehead, remove tonsils only or something. And I wrote like on my arms, do not remove and stuff. And this weird freaking dream that I had.
Leave attached.
Yeah.
that's awesome.
It was messed up.
Tisik said, all right, I'm from Europe, and my opinion is that no government should be allowed to lawfully kill its citizens. Tisik's from Sweden.
Welcome to America.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Brooke said, I woke up getting my...
Yeah, I am twisted. I will say this. I am twisted with stuff like this because I've never been in that position where, like, somebody that's close to me that I know has, like, done anything that bad.
Right.
Because, I mean, that's pretty bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have a problem saying leave him locked up for the rest of his life.
Right.
But I see where the topic is,
I see. I don't know if I was.
That's got to be.
I don't know.
So painful for the family, his personal family, and so just, I don't know, maybe relieving for.
I don't know if I'd want to be
opposing
locked
side. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I've never been in that position.
I don't know if I'd want to be locked in prison my entire life.
Hell no.
I think if it came down to I had absolutely no chance of getting out or getting lethal injection, maybe I would just take the lethal injection. I don't know. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. That's
maybe leave it as an option.
That's why I don't murder people, I guess.
But still, yeah, you freaking murdered somebody. Like, that's so gnarly.
So, anyways,
Brooke said, I woke up getting my tonsils removed, but I didn't feel anything. Could just see hands and faces.
No.
No. So in lighter news,
it's like some weird alien dream where all you see is their creepy baby hands touching you.
You're like, oh God, so many fingers.
I only got like 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
What do you see?
2 weeks.
See baby hands and shapes.
See baby hands and shapes.
I'm not gonna make it through this surgery.
You got this, Bill. You got this.
You got it.
This. You're fine.
What
I
if
say you actually do though. right on your body, like, please do not remove, just as like a joke going in, so you're like positive thoughts.
I thought about it.
You just look at yourself and how ridiculous everything is.
Just put right on my neck, remove tonsils, and
yes, that's what I'm saying. You gotta throw all that positive energy out there.
What if you wake up and your voice is different? You wake up and you're like,
I thought about that too. That was
you wake up and you sound like Barry White.
Hopefully it doesn't go the other way.
Nah, bro. I think it's gonna go just a feeling of relief.
Yeah.
You're gonna be like, this is kind of sore, but once it's all like said and done, you know.
Yeah, the doctor keeps telling me, he's like, yeah, you really got to take 2 weeks off work. It's gonna be pretty painful. You got to take 2 weeks off work. I'm like, dude, just
I get
chill.
it.
Yeah.
Are you the pain doctor?
From what I hear from the movies and, you know, growing up, I guess you get a lot of ice cream.
Well, apparently it's like 10 times worse as an adult than as a child to get them taken out. Like, it's more painful and everything, a longer recovery and all that.
Ugh.
So, yeah.
I wonder if that's only the case because you're gonna remember it.
I don't know. Yeah. I'm like, Mom, why didn't you have my tonsils taken out when I was a kid? She's like, I don't know. You always snored really loud and stuff. I don't know why the doctor never had to take it out.
That should have been a clear sign.
I mean, I used to be a big snorer, but I still have my tonsils, and I guess I do every now and then.
I get like sleep apnea real bad, and my throat like closes. So
yeah, it comes and goes.
Yeah. So we're trying.
I had a tour manager that had that, and there would be times where we'd walk. You know, you'd walk by his bunk, and he'd like gasp for air.
Yeah.
And like I didn't know it. Like it wasn't something that was like, hey guys, this is what's up.
Right. And
I walked by his bunk, and he did that, and I was like, like straight up, like, it's sad to say, but it's like, can you imagine like being in like a morgue or something like that, and then that happens to the body, like, holy shit, they're coming back. Like, I have one of those like runaway moments, like I just fight or flight, and I was like, oh fuck it, I'm out of here. Later.
I'm out.
I don't want to die today. Lock the door.
I do that, but it also sounds like I'm screaming when I'm snoring. Like it's so loud.
Oh.
It's like you're scared to be asleep
because my throat, I think it starts to close up. So then it like I make like a really loud like screeching noise.
Oh, no.
And then I stop breathing, and then I come back and it starts over again.
Before you do this, though, you have to record. Somebody needs to record.
There's recordings of
like,
it. Yeah,
the sounds.
That's how I found
get
out.
It all like perfect on you, just to mic you up. You know.
There's a couple people that have
Start
recordings.
a metal band.
Yeah.
Start a metal band.
I should get a good recording of it and find a band to throw it in a song somewhere.
Yeah, and call it apnea.
I'll even lend you my sleep sounds, apparently. So this is kind of a funny story. It's not necessarily a funny story to the people that were actually like bore witness to it, but like, so Dead American just played our first show with Lower Definition, and then on like a Friday night, and then on Saturday night and Sunday night we the same weekend we played with Seosin.
Nice. And
with after the first night of Seosin, my roommate is Chad, the guitar player of Dead American, and his girlfriend's parents came into town and decided that, you know, they were going to stay with us and they were going to sleep in his room. Well, apparently that night I had some type of dream where, prompted out of me, I just yelled fuck like 4 times, like bloody murder, thought I was like killing somebody, dying, and her parents are sleeping in the room with like not like paper thin walls, but you know, it's like an apartment,
right?
And they hear me just yelling, don't say anything, and then it comes out the next day that like after they leave that like I had just yelled the F word like 4 or 5 times, like very angrily in my sleep, and I don't remember any of it. So, maybe we can combine forces with this metal. We can have like a dual singers.
I think we're onto something.
Yeah.
I'm like a very violent sleeper, I guess. Like to punch, kick.
Punch and kick. Judo kick.
Oh, terrible. I feel so bad for my little wiener dog. My little wiener dog. She sleeps with me.
Yeah.
I don't know how she does it.
I don't know how. Yeah, I got a little chihuahua. She sleeps in the bed with us, and I don't know how she doesn't get crushed to death.
Yeah, she's so tiny.
Seriously.
She's 10 pounds. She just lays right there. She'll like burrow in between us, and I'll roll over on her, and I'm like, "What?" And she doesn't move. Like she'll let me lay on her. I'm like, "What are you doing? Move!"
Until you get annoyed that you have to do that.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm not annoyed.
No,
I'll be this thorn in your side until you move me.
she won't. As soon
I'm
as
comfortable.
As soon as she gets in the bed, she lays down in the worst spot possible, and then she acts like she's paralyzed. She'll lay there, and you'll try to move her, and she just pushes on the bed, like her legs don't work anymore.
Around.
Yeah,
just
you
like
gotta
a toy.
you gotta
just
scoot
flops
her
around.
across the bed. Weird.
Awesome. So good.
So we got one more.
How did we get there?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know. It just happens. Like there's just tangents, and then it turns into another one, and pretty soon we're like,
fun. That's how.
Yeah. Pretty soon it gets to a point where it just stops, and you're like, where were we? So, in 2011, on this day, the largest collection of Beatles memorabilia went on display in a new museum in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Rodolfo Vasquez, a 53-year-old accountant, turned his mammoth Beatles collection into a museum with more than 8,500 objects, setting a new world record for the largest collection of Beatles memorabilia. Some of the items included, this is where it gets weird, some of the items included a box of condoms bearing the names of John Lennon and Yoko Ono, a brick from the Cavern Club, a chunk of the stage from the Star Club in Hamburg, and certified copies of the band members' birth certificates. Among his favorite items were 64 boxes of chewing gum in the form of Beatles records.
What?
That's freaking.
That's just
weird.
weird.
Yeah.
Like used chewing gum, or
I don't think so. I think
they're boxes are shaped like records.
They're just discs of chewing gum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But even then, like, how do you eat it?
Right.
Like, do you just
like full size?
bite into it and just leave it there? Be like, all right, I'm taking this much today, or
Be like, should we
do you
try to
grab
play it?
Were they like full size records or like little,
know.
like little things that look like records? I wonder.
64 boxes of chewing gum in the form of Beatles records.
That's so weird.
Or maybe it's just a box. Maybe we're just talking out our ass right now. It's just like the box is like got some Beatles thing on it, and then it's just sticks of chewing.
It says in the form of Beatles records, so I don't know.
Yeah. It's
Weird.
But it doesn't say if the boxes were in the form of records or if the gum was in the form of a record.
Yeah.
It's a little vague.
This guy is kind of creepy, though. I mean, he has 8,000
Yeah, that's a lot.
items.
Are you looking up the gum?
Yeah, I'm going to look it up. I got to know.
Yes. But I mean, 8,000? You have 8,000 items. Like, that is like hoarding. You're like hoarding at that point.
And it's kind of funny because he's an accountant, so that like
Yeah.
I wonder if this is it.
I just hope that piece of like wood that he has from the stage is like verified for sure that actually came like from this. Because can you imagine somebody just being like, "Hey, I found this piece of wood. All right, let's sell it."
Yeah, that's part of the stage.
Yeah, it's part of the stage.
Yeah. It's weird though. It just says like a chunk. So like, how big is like? Is it like a corner of the stage? Like, what is it?
So
just a little piece of wood that's made into a plaque.
So it's definitely gum shaped like a record.
That's pretty cool.
But I think it's small.
Oh, they're like really small.
It says miniature albums, so I think they're like, not very big.
Yeah, it looks like what they're like, probably like
a couple inches maybe.
that big.
Yeah.
Yeah. Weird. Why would you keep that?
I don't know.
Yeah. Gross. I'm surprised it hasn't melted yet.
It's kind of like,
Right?
do you remember when they were doing that Family Values tour? It was like always like Limp Bizkit and Korn and
Mm-hmm.
you know, bands like that. Well, I bought like the CD and it was pink and it came with, I don't know why, but it came with like trading cards of the bands.
Weird.
But then it came with gum.
Huh.
I don't know whatever happened to that.
I guess that's tight. Like, they have to be getting paid for that.
Right.
Like, somebody's making money off of that.
Yeah.
Brooke said, "Wait."
Hopefully it was the band.
It was probably Fred Durst's idea.
Yeah. Brooke,
Just the Dursty, the only one. Yo,
Brooke,
so speaking of the Dursty, I was listening to, who was I listening to recently where I was like, this is exactly like Limp Bizkit, but it was like some hip hop, like okay, who's the rap duo? Is it Ray Sremmerd? Is that how you say it?
I don't know how you say it, but I think I know who you're talking about.
Okay, so I was listening. I think it was one of their songs. I was listening to as I was blasting dishes at work. That's what I do. But I was doing it, and I was like, I'm listening to this song, and I'm like, this sounds like Limp Bizkit. Like if you just took their music and made it heavy, like if Wes Borland just got a hold of their beats and threw some heavy distorted guitar over it, like you have Limp Bizkit.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I'll have to go check it out because it's on for some reason it ended in my favorited playlists. And I was like, just thinking to myself, I'm like, this is pretty good. Like, I guess these new kids, like, they got something, you know, that they're like trying to make their own. I don't really get it, but I mean, I do. It's extremely popular. Like, why not continue to run with it? But it sounds like Limp Bizkit, just minus that.
Huh.
It's crazy.
I don't know if I'd like that or not.
I like Limp Bizkit.
Yeah,
I was
mean,
like, all right, this song is sounding tight. And then when I put that together, I was like, huh.
I mean, how can you not like Limp Bizkit?
right. Yeah, I was just listening to Limp Bizkit the other day, actually.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I wasn't the one that turned it on though. It was another guy
Oh,
that I work
Wait,
with.
so how old are you guys?
30.
31.
Okay, so I'm 33, so
So we're
we
close.
can all comfortably say
Yeah.
this was the shit back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You guys still like would remember TRL and that, like
Oh,
the
yeah.
awards, like
Uh-huh.
all that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I wish that was still a thing.
Didn't they try to bring
'Cause
TRL back?
imagine it
Yeah.
right now. Like you would have like Ariana Grande,
Mm-hmm.
and then you'd have like what's the little redhead's name from Britain who I saw?
Ed Sheeran or Ed Sheeran.
Ed
or however
Sheeran.
yeah.
Ed Sheeran. I saw a crazy story about him real quick. I saw him on his first day in America. He played like this like spoken word open mic night type of event where like people could go up and play songs, and it was in LA, and the guy who hosted it was like this comedian spoken word type of gentleman, and he was at LAX. Ed Sheeran's plane landed. He pulled out his guitar at the airport to make some money to like go find a hotel for the night because he just had no plans. He just showed up, was like, I'm gonna figure it out. And the guy saw him, picked him up, brought him to the show, and was like, somebody in this audience is gonna sign you. And sure enough, like that night, boom, somebody found him and was like, you're coming to stay with me.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty crazy. But anyways, you'd have like Ed Sheeran, Ariana Grande, Drake, but then you'd have, who would you have as like the rock band? Like I feel like that would really help rock and roll and heavy music in general. Because remember when Limp Bizkit and Korn, like I didn't really like Korn, but I liked those songs because I was like pushing for them to beat out Backstreet Boys and NSYNC. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like when they took that #1 spot, it was like, yay! You know, like Family Values Tour, what up?
I don't know of any like, I mean, Yeah, I don't know who like would be a rock band on there.
You know what I'm saying? Isn't that kind of weird?
Right.
I don't know.
Like, do you really think Muse or like the Foo Fighters or you know?
I don't think. I mean, I think they should be on there.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they
They
would be on
should
something.
be, but would they?
I don't think
if
so.
there was that, you know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of crazy.
Do you think it would kind of go towards like maybe follow more like the mainstream rock that you hear on radio, like
It'd be Imagine Dragons or
or like Five Finger Death Punch or Disturbed?
Yeah, I would hope
or,
it would go more Five Finger than the Imagine Dragons.
Yeah, you know,
route.
five Finger.
We're gonna steal you. Change your opinions. No, I just think it would be awesome. I don't know. I love those days. I thought those days were so awesome.
They don't.
You had like rappers competing with pop stars, competing with rockers, like
Right.
so cool. Everybody was like trying to vie for this #1 spot. But I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see like that ever happening again, which is sad.
I don't even know what's on them. What is on MTV anymore? I don't even know what they.
I don't know.
I don't know, man. I honestly don't know.
I don't even have cable anymore. So.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't look at
thanks for the
MTV.
follow.
You what?
Say what?
What'd you say? Sorry.
No, I said I have an iPhone, but I don't have MTV.
Oh.
No, it's not. I'm not looking at MTV. It's not even about music. It's about
No.
like, weird,
Yeah.
like MTV made superstars.
Yeah, you stole my baby daddy.
Jersey Shore.
On this
Shit like
week's
that.
16 and Pregnant.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Great.
What was it we were talking one time where like I feel like 16 and Pregnant is just the sequel to My Sweet 16.
Oh, dude. I mean, is it not though? Didn't that show happen first?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So bad. Just like, what is it? Like just turning that into propaganda, like propagating. Is that the word? I don't know. Like
yeah,
just
like,
but propagandizing something. I don't know. I'm speaking words I don't know here. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's all
But,
right.
Like, does it not like feel like that? Like that's terrible. Just to give some 16-year-old an MTV show, like, oh yeah, you got money? All right, here's a show. Just be a little asshole the entire time.
I got pretty sucked into watching Jersey Shore for a while there.
Oh God,
Oh,
dude.
dude.
That'll rot
You know
your
what?
brain.
The situation. Did you see this recently?
No, what?
Okay. So I saw this recently. Look, if you have a computer in front of you, look at his Twitter. Mike the Situation.
Mike the
Okay.
Situation.
I think it's just the Situation is his Twitter handle.
Wasn't one time he's like, yeah, you know, you never know when a situation's gonna arise.
Dude,
And-
yes, this is that guy. But look at his most recent tweet, or it might be the most second most recent tweet. He just went to jail
Oh
and
shit.
posted the best tweet of all time.
Okay, let's see here.
Read it.
I don't know. Let me figure out where I need to start here. The one where his girlfriend's tweeting for him. There's like a 3-tweet post. It says, "Hi everyone,
It's
it's
the
Lauren."
one with the photo. There's a photo.
Oh, the comeback is always greater than the setback. Now take me to jail.
Now take me to jail. Yes. Yes. He literally posted that before he went into jail. That's so awesome.
What?
What did he go to jail for? Do you know?
I think it was tax evasion.
Tax evasion?
Something to that effect. Like, dude,
When you
go
call
take your
yourself
8
the
bucks, man.
situation,
you're gonna come out a hero. Just a legend. MTV's got a show lined up for you.
oh yeah.
He's
It's
coming
gonna
out
be
as a
awesome.
zero.
When you call yourself the situation and you act like a jackass on TV for years, you got to expect to get audited. Like,
Oh yeah.
Come
At
on.
some point it's going to happen. It's like that little 6ix9ine kid. It's like, dude,
Oh my
stop
God.
yeah.
Tekashi
waving
6ix9ine.
around all of your cash.
There was probably
Like,
somebody.
even if it's fake, stop waving around.
He's in
fake
jail,
facts.
isn't he?
Like, people are
Yeah.
watching.
Yeah.
Everybody watches.
Dude, I guarantee you, someone at the IRS was watching TV one day and saw the situation and was like, "I hate this guy."
Yeah, I'm gonna audit
And they're
him.
like, "I wonder if he's paid his fucking taxes."
Turns out
Let
he
me look
hasn't.
into this real quick.
There's got to be people like that work at like the IRS and shit that are like, "I don't like that celebrity. I'm gonna audit them."
That would be terrible, but you probably know it happens. You know it happens. Oh my gosh.
That's why I choose not to make enough money in life to get audited.
Yeah, like they're like, oh, that guy does not make enough money. Pass. Next.
Yeah, I wonder how do you fly under the radar though, without like gaining some type of name and getting to the level of which you speak of.
I think you just gotta be YouTube famous.
That's how you do it.
Do what?
You just sell drugs.
Yeah, there you go. Just deal with cash. You don't have to worry about it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just go back to the old bank account of using the mattress.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
Yes, the mattress is your. That's my savings right there.
Yeah. Been working all my life.
Cut into it 8 years ago, and it's full now. Hope my house doesn't burn down.
Yeah, that's about 4 weeks of work right there.
Have you ever seen the pictures of like when some of like the cartel people have gotten busted and they've like just pulling money out of like everywhere in their houses and shit?
They got it like in their walls.
Yeah.
No, dude. Better yet, have you heard? Who's the guy in New York right now? The big Mexican cartel.
El Chapo?
El Chapo. Yeah, he's going through his trial right now.
Yeah.
He literally paid a prior Mexican president $100 million
Oh my
as a
god.
bribe just to be like, stay out of my business.
Jesus.
And that guy, that president, wanted $250 million, and Chapo negotiated him down to $100 million. But even think about that, like how do you like pay him? You know what I'm saying?
The
Like,
balls to negotiate the president of the country down on your bribe.
dude, yes. Dude, like everything is so crazy in Mexico. Like that's so gnarly. A drug lord gave a Mexican president that much money, and the guy was trying to get more out of him.
Yeah.
But the Mexican drug lord schemed him out of like way more than he wanted. Like, come on, man. It's freaking craziness, man. That's what's living south of our border. Of course, people want to come over.
He's probably like, I want $250 million. He's like, no, I'll give you $100 million. He's probably like, that's fair.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
we'll stay out of your business. Just
Yeah.
wreak havoc on our cities. Just don't do it in these areas.
Yeah. I
Like
figured
where
I was.
live.
He's probably like, I was figured you were just gonna kill me, but $100 million, yeah,
I'll take it.
let's do this.
Just don't kill me.
Yeah.
So crazy, bro. But how do you package that? How do you ship that out?
That's a
so
good
much
question.
Money.
I don't know. I guess
It's
if
like Venmo'd. Like,
Well, if they-
Venmo.
$1 million.
I mean, you're paying it to the president, so he probably just has someone go pick it up. Like, who's going to stop him?
But even like you gotta think though. I would imagine that would like fill this entire room.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like 100, like $100 bills. If that's like the highest you can ship out, like, is that enough? Like, is this room enough? I would imagine it would be way more than that. But I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
I don't know how much
Well, I
$100
mean,
million looks like stacked up.
If Elon Musk can, sell flamethrowers and ship them across the country and internationally, he can do anything.
Yeah.
They told him he couldn't ship those out of the country, so he literally changed the name of the product to not a flamethrower.
Yeah.
But it's actually a flamethrower.
I can't remember what he...
But it's really a flamethrower.
Yeah.
I can't remember what he
That's
packaged
awesome.
it as.
Yeah,
Like,
that was it. It just said not a flamethrower.
right.
That's
This
awesome.
is not a
Just-
flamethrower.
Yeah, what? How many did he make? Like 800 or something like that.
Something, yeah.
And then like they sold out within minutes.
Well, yeah. It's a flamethrower.
And then he's like, we're never gonna make them again.
They're like $500, weren't they?
Yeah, $500.
Yeah.
Is he our generation's Da Vinci?
I don't
Like,
know. He's something.
Just making up, like, you know what? I'm gonna draw it up and I'm gonna make it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that dude-
See it,
yeah,
see if it
exactly.
works.
I watched him on the Joe Rogan thing, and Joe Rogan, I think he asked him, "Are you an alien?" And he goes, "I could be."
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa.
What?
Yeah, he's like, I don't
You
know, I
could
could be.
be?
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa.
You can't give me a more definitive answer, like yes or no.
And then he was like, well, there's a theory that we could just be a simulation. And he's like, yeah, there's a good chance that we're just a simulation. And Joe Rogan, you know, Joe Rogan gets, he's like, what?
Yeah, I would take
And he's
that
like, you want to smoke this
chance as
joint?
well. Yeah, that's, you know what? It's weird because that's the his most popular video of all time.
Yeah.
And like it's one of the only ones that I haven't seen because I've heard too many weird, crazy things about him. And even about that podcast where I'm like, I don't want to hear him talk like this. I do, but I'm just like, I want him like sober enough to be like, and even though I heard he didn't really inhale.
Yeah, I don't think he
didn't inhale.
He just like took a little hit off of it. And
Yeah, because Joe Rogan was talking about how like the combination of tobacco and marijuana is actually really smooth. And he's like, really? I've never tried it. And he's like, you want to try it? And he's like, yeah. So he just like took a puff and blew it out. And he's just like, you know, doing that
Weird.
face. Yeah. People are like, oh,
Weird.
he's
Yeah,
smoking
I don't want to
weed.
see that. I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
and then his stock tank.
You're already that cool, man. Just keep making weird shit.
Yeah.
Keep blowing my mind with those rockets landing.
I know, dude.
Reverse,
Right?
Like
The first time I watched that video, I had to watch it like 30 times. I was like, wait a minute. Wait, is that rocket just landed? I'm like,
Yeah.
play it again.
Yeah,
Wait,
I was like, this is the coolest thing this year.
yeah,
decade.
it's really happening. Like that's really happening.
It doesn't
Yeah.
even look real when you watch it.
No.
Like, it comes in and lands. I'm
It's
like,
just like,
Oh, of course. And I know you went down the rabbit hole of just being like, that's fake.
yeah.
I'm checking out the conspiracy videos to prove that it's fake.
You know, you're laying
I've
in
done that
bed
too.
on YouTube. You're like super deep in YouTube. Drop the phone on your face like 3 or 4 times, you know?
Terrible. Dude, it's like 3:30 in the morning. Like, what am I doing watching these videos?
I gotta be at work in an
And-
hour.
Yeah.
Oh, the rabbit.
And you know what?
hole
I actually don't know
sucks,
what's worse, like dropping the phone on your face or like dropping the phone and catching it, but still making that face.
dude.
We were like,
it got too close.
yeah.
What's worse was if you accidentally turn your camera on while you're
It comes on, you're like, oh.
look at yourself, you disgusting bastard.
You look so creepy.
Yeah,
Just
that's what-
laying there.
That's what the government's seeing.
Oh, gross. Don't say that. That's so weird. How's it, dude? Your mind just goes to the worst place.
Yeah, immediately it's like, oh God.
That's what she sees, huh?
Oh, no.
It's-
Where's that video stored? I need to explode that place.
So we got some headlines here.
Yeah, we do.
I think it was a couple weeks ago we were talking about the guitarist for Cannibal Corpse, Pat O'Brien.
Did we? Oh, yeah.
Yes, dude.
Did you hear about that story?
I heard about it. Refresh.
So he
Oh, yeah. He was the one that.
apparently had like a mental breakdown. He came out and he's like, the aliens are coming, and then like his house is on fire at the same time.
It was full of guns.
Yes.
Yeah, it was full of guns and like
And ammo and
they
shit.
found like skulls in there and everything.
Yes, dude.
Yeah, he went.
Can you imagine being the cops running into that place, not
Yeah.
knowing anything about this dude, but seeing like the Cannibal Corpse house?
Yeah.
Like the dude probably has so many props of just bodies.
Oh, yeah.
around. The craziest, like,
Didn't they? Was that?
I kind of feel bad for him because it's probably like, this is who I am. It's not like there's actual like,
Right.
I'm not doing any of this type of crazy stuff, but yeah, to have like a mental breakdown, your house, he set his house
Yeah.
on fire.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck
Like-
this house.
I heard he ran into the neighbor's house.
Yeah.
And like pushed somebody down, ran into the backyard, and was just like hiding by the fence.
Oh yeah, that's right. They had to like he was hiding behind the bushes, but like it was in between the fence, and I don't know, it was
Yeah,
crazy.
super weird.
Yeah, but the Cannibal Corpse they found a replacement for him, so they didn't say who it was, but
That's heartbreaking, man. My heart
Yeah.
goes out to the guy.
Yeah. Punk rock.
If it's
bowling.
drugs, man.
Drugs.
Get yourself cleaned up.
Yeah.
Dude. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I don't know if it was drugs or if it was just a. I never really saw what it was about, like how it happened. So Punk Rock Bowling announced their daily lineup for 2019. It's gonna have Rancid, The Casualties, Descendants, Refused, The Vandals, The Hives, and more. So that's pretty cool. I was just talking about The Casualties the other day. I saw them when I was living in Nashville. They played this little tiny venue, and it was like the coolest fucking show ever.
Oh, I bet.
Like,
that's probably crazy.
It was the weirdest thing because we're in the middle of Nashville, and there's this punk rock show. But even weirder was this guy that we named Cowboy Roy. He was like decked out and like he had his Wranglers on and his cowboy boots and his cowboy hat on and shit.
Yeah.
And he was like in the middle of like the pit, just throwing down with everybody. And we're like, what the fuck? Like,
don't tell my friends.
Was he singing along or was he just
he was.
Show?
That's awesome.
He was into it,
awesome.
dude. Like, he was into it hardcore. Like, we're like we get there and we saw this guy. We're like, what the hell? Like, what?
I wonder if he's just like country boy, just like,
like
I live 40 miles from here near nobody.
Yeah, he came from the ranch to come out to the
just
show.
me in the farm, but I'm going out tonight.
It was crazy.
That's tight.
That really summed up my time in Nashville, I think. That and seeing Guar. That was pretty sweet.
Dude, that's awesome. I saw Guar. I've seen Guar actually, I've only seen Guar I think once or twice, maybe twice. I'm gonna say twice, but I don't really remember once. And that was like I would never want to be in the front row.
No, God, no.
Blood everywhere.
No, it was awesome. We were pretty close to the front. And
did you just get it all over you?
Oh yeah.
It's like a hardcore Gallagher show.
It was back before the old front man died. He was still because it was before he died, so he was in the band. And he had this fucking.
He just passed into the Guar realm, bro.
He had this big alien dick.
Yes.
And he would spray people with it.
I remember you telling me about that, and I was like, "What?"
I was like, "It was awesome."
It was awesome, giant alien dick.
How did you get back into your car? That's my only thought. I'm thinking like a mom or like a dad right now. Like, how do you get back into your car then?
It wasn't that bad. Like,
it wasn't that bad. It washes
we
off.
tried.
It dried.
Yeah, it was just like colored water. I don't even know what it was. Like,
I hope so.
Yeah, it was just water that's like colored, a bunch of different colors. I don't know if it's like food coloring or what, but I don't even remember. I don't even remember what I was wearing. It might have washed out. I want to say it washed out because I don't remember throwing anything away.
That's good.
It was like 10 years ago, so I don't really remember.
I don't really remember 3 years ago.
No.
Yeah, it's getting kind of hard, man.
Yeah.
It only gets harder, and I'm only just a little bit older than you.
I'll never understand people that are like, I remember when I was 10 years old, I did this or that. And I'm like, how the fuck do you remember being 10 years old?
Back in my day.
I don't remember shit
No,
from
I
high
have
school.
like one memory from when I was 8, and that was receiving the pizza shooter. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle pizza
Oh, damn.
shooter, bro. Clean. You could put the stickers on it yourself. You had to put the stickers on the pizzas.
I think
and it shot out. Still have it to this day.
I think I remember somebody having
Still
one of
have
those
it?
when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's awesome.
You got to hang on to that. That was the thing about toys in the 90s. You had to put the stickers on everything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was so cool.
I put the stickers on.
I had like one of those. I forget what his name was. He was like a lizard, and he was one of the bad guys, but he had a skateboard, and he kind of looked like the kid from Home Alone, the next door neighbor kid. He had like the hat, that like freaking curves up like this. Wait a second, he looks like me.
Huh.
But yeah, you put the stickers on the
Yeah.
skateboard. It was so cool, man.
I put the stickers on some kids' toys this Christmas.
Yeah,
It was
they
pretty
still
great.
do that?
Yeah. It was the Barbie Dream Camper thing. Put all the stickers on it.
Did it myself.
Yep. Lined them up just right and got them on there.
Get a level out.
I knew she wasn't going to. I had to do it.
Get the level out for your Barbie.
I gotta change the tires. Put it up on the blocks.
It took me a while.
That's awesome.
So 21 Pilots, their single Trench. Wait, no, that's their album. Trench, their album. I don't know. It just says Trench. 21 Pilots Trench helped to boost cassette sales by 23% in 2018.
They put it out on cassette.
I guess.
Wait, so they did cassette, and then I would imagine they did like a digital download with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But that's pretty freaking cool.
Yeah, I've been seeing people do cassettes because I guess
don't know how I
people
feel
like
about-
to collect them.
I don't know how I feel about the cassette thing.
Yeah.
It wasn't a better sound quality.
No.
Like,
No.
No, that's what's kind of weird. Like, why wouldn't you just do vinyl?
Right.
Right.
Like, we're doing vinyl.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna be having in the next like couple of weeks a pre-order for some vinyl. We already put the order in.
Nice.
But yeah, awesome. Like, why would you? I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
I guess it's kind of a cool piece, but it's not like anybody's got like a Walkman.
Right.
Or like even a cassette player in their car. Like, that's all gone. Like,
No, I don't
my
think.
car has a CD player, and people are like, "What?
What is
You
that?
got one of those?" Like,
Anymore,
yeah.
like anymore cars don't
I
even
love
come with
CDs.
CD players.
Really?
Yeah, it's all like Bluetooth.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Mine's got one, I think.
Mine does, but
I've never
I've
used
never
it.
used it.
But that's
See?
not a new car, but
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Huh.
I
Yeah.
always use it though.
CD
Like,
player.
I only have one. It says it's like a multi-CD changer,
Yeah.
but it's just one. Like, it only gives me one.
What?
That's weird.
And like,
Why
I'll
would they
leave
even say
CDs
that?
in that forever, like 6-8 months. Just be
Yeah.
like, yes, this is the CD for the year.
I'm pretty sure I sold my old car with a CD in it. Now that I think about it,
Oh, damn.
Oh, that's sad.
I think it was that Incubus CD that we got for
Oh,
free
yeah,
for
that's
the
a good album.
concert.
Yeah, you bought the ticket and then they sent you the album. And I'm like, what do I do with this?
I put it in my car.
That's awesome. What CD was that?
Was it 8?
Yeah, it was just called 8.
Yeah. That was a
Yeah.
good one. We
Yeah.
went and saw
I
them.
saw them when they were on that tour.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did too.
They came to
They're awesome.
where they were playing with Jimmy Eat World
Yep.
Yeah.
and
Judah and the Lion.
is that it?
Yeah.
Jimmy Eat World was
Yeah,
pretty
that Judah
awesome
and
too.
that one song that Judah and the Lion had was sick.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, they had like
I've heard that song before.
And then they started playing their other stuff. I was like,
they had
wait.
some weird stuff. I
They
was
had
like,
some super weird stuff.
Yeah.
Where I was like, oh, okay, this could be cool.
I'm like,
I
what's
definitely
going
wanna check
on?
it out, but I never did.
Yeah.
we were there, and I was like, well, didn't they play that one song that I know? And they're playing all this other stuff. I'm like, maybe I'm thinking of a different band because it didn't sound anything like that.
I had no idea who they were.
I had
was,
heard,
like,
yeah, they had like
pleasantly surprised.
one
but-
popular song, like real popular song, and it didn't sound like anything else that they were playing that night. And I was like, I'm so confused.
Yeah, they did a bunch of weird stuff that night. Some like, did they not like cover a hip hop song?
I don't know if they did on ours or not. I don't remember. I can't remember.
They
what all
did something weird out in Utah when I saw them up there.
Yeah. Well, it is Utah.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. There was this hot mom that was there with her husband that kept like looking back at one of my buddies. And like it was super weird. And every single time it would happen, we just go, "Oh!" She would look back and we just, "Oh!" It was so good, man. My other buddies over there screaming clarity at Jimmy World during every play. It was so funny.
I got
Oh my God.
super drunk.
Oh,
I
such a good
remember
time.
that.
That Judah and the Lion song, Brooke said on Twitch, it's Take It All Back.
Oh
Yes,
yeah, that's it.
Yes, that song is awesome. I actually like that song.
Yeah, I found out at that concert that it's cheaper to buy a bottle of wine for $30 and drink it first before you buy any beer, because the beers were what,
16.
$16 a piece.
Ooh,
So you can buy a $30 bottle of wine, drink the whole bottle of wine, and then have a couple of beers, and you're
You're set.
you're good.
set. That's awesome. Like, I'm gonna do this from now on.
I remember looking over and you were just like sitting on the ground like Tom Brady. Like after he just got sacked and he's just like, you all right? Yeah, the beer's kicked in.
I remember singing to the songs a lot.
Yeah. You're over there just like
Having a good old time.
yeah. By the end of the night, because like we were in the lawn and the lawn was like on a hill.
Yeah, it's a big hill.
So we were just standing on that hill for like 5 hours.
Yeah, it's not
Ooh.
comfortable.
And then we were walking down to leave and we're like, oh God.
Your legs are all stiff.
Yeah, our knees and hips hurt.
Ooh.
We're like all of a sudden
Was
we're 80.
Was it sold out? Were you guys saw it?
Probably. I mean, it was pretty
If it
packed.
wasn't, it was pretty close.
Yeah, it was packed in there.
Okay.
I would
That's
imagine it was.
Yeah.
I like that. I like
Yeah.
that Incubus is pulling that type of numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
That's
very
awesome.
sweet.
And we were watching Jimmy Eat World play. I was like, man, these guys have been around forever and they're killing it.
Right?
Dude, still crushing
Yeah.
so hard. That's another band where you're like, even if you weren't a fan of Bleed American, you know probably 6 to 8 songs off of that record, even like just hearing them play.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You're like,
Sure.
dang, like,
Yeah.
they have a lot of songs that I don't know how I know this song, but I've just probably like back in the day had to have heard it a million times.
That's how it was for Incubus for me. Like, I didn't realize some of the songs that they had were them. Like, you just hear them on the radio.
Yeah.
And, like, I've heard that song forever. And,
Yeah.
like, never really looked into who it was. It's just always on the radio. And then I'm, like, listening to them at the concert. I'm like, holy shit. I know this song. I know this song. Like,
Yeah, that's like top 5 for sure. He might even be top 3 for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Incubus is Brandon Boyd is freaking.
Oh, yeah. He's so good live.
He's
Yeah.
so good. He's flawless, bro. It's crazy.
I'm gonna
I've
skip
never
down a
seen
little
anybody.
bit.
He's a freaking machine. Like guys like that are like dudes. I just want to freaking run up right before they play and just boom, hit them right in the throat.
Yeah.
Like you can't sound better than me tonight. I know you're the headliner. You're supposed to, but you deserve this. God.
So Kanye West was pulled from the Coachella lineup for this year after they refused to build him a giant dome.
What?
Yeah, Kanye wanted a giant dome, and they were like, "No."
What? What? Like what planet is he living on? That he
I don't
thinks he can
know.
get a freaking giant dome.
That's a great question.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's
How hot would that dome be by the time Kanye was on? Like,
I didn't even think about that.
pressure cook everybody to the earth.
They should have built it and then put Paulie Shore in there with them and made a
oh,
biodome like 2.
yes.
That'd be hilarious.
Kanye West,
Oh,
Billy
man.
Baldwin,
Biodome
same
2
person.
Is literally Paulie Shore and
Kanye West.
Kanye. That would be a great Biodome 2, like a sequel right
Dude,
there.
I'd watch the shit out of
Paulie
that.
Shore cracks my shit up.
Yeah.
I love
Oh,
that guy.
dude, he's so good. Even like his little cameo work is super prime too.
Oh yeah.
I always get on this. I'm always like on his
What is it?
Instagram watching him say stupid shit. I'm like, what is he doing, Paulie Shore?
Dude, he's killing it. That's what he's doing. He's just killing it right now.
What else we got?
Got some upcoming tours.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Ooh,
Death
who's
Cab-
going out? Who's going out?
Death Cat for Cutie announced a massive headlining tour. So,
Dude, so Death Cab for Cutie just played this the same night as our first as Dead American's first concert. Death Cab for Cutie headlined this like it was them and Third Eye Blind, and they headlined some radio festival at the arena.
Mhm.
Literally
a
like
weird combo.
Yeah.
almost shared parking lots with our show, and the promoter was like super scared that it wasn't going to do well, and it like crushed. It was I think it was, if it wasn't sold out, which actually no, because Len got up and said it was sold out, so it's sold out at Soma for this show, and like they were seriously concerned that like Lower Definition's fan base was going to be affected by this Death Cab for Cutie and Third Eye Blind show. I'm like, get out of here. Like, at first I'm like, keep it. Why would you want to move it because of that show? Like, that show sucks.
Hey, now.
You don't want to go to a radio show like that. You're probably going to have like, I don't know. I worked at this place right here for years, and I did this radio show. Like I went out and cooked for everybody in VIP at this radio show, and I'm sitting there watching, and I ended up getting with the other alternative radio station. I ended up getting in trouble with their like PR people because I took a picture of how bored everybody was watching the first like 3 bands, and like just like commented on it. And I didn't like tag my business or anything like that, but they like got super offended by it. Just like, I don't know, like why would that show would have like probably would have sucked anyways. I don't know. They always put the weirdest band, like
that's a weird combination.
Yeah,
but
Death Cab for Cutie and freaking Third Eye Blind.
We went and saw Third Eye Blind with who was that with?
Oh god.
Like you're gonna get 40-year-olds that are gonna be going out to that.
It was surprisingly there was a lot of younger kids at the show.
Yeah.
It was really weird.
It was Third Eye Blind.
It's probably because of that Dance Gavin Dance song.
I don't know. Who? No, like there was this girl.
Oh, I know this song.
There was this girl that was standing next to us. She was like 20, 21.
Yeah, and she was like singing everything.
All of the fucking songs. All of them.
Crazy.
And I was like, what the hell?
I'm like, I don't know this song.
You know, that kind of gives me hope.
Yeah. I can't think of
Third
the
Eye
other
Blind
band.
is pretty sweet, but
yeah, I can't.
It was another like, it was like Third Eye Blind and this band, and they just like.
It was a popular band.
Yeah, they go together really well.
Oh god.
They had a big one-hit wonder song. I can't remember what it was.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't know. Well,
it'll hit me.
I don't know.
I guess they weren't
Probably
that
some perfect 90s band.
Yeah.
It was. It was packed though. I mean,
it was.
It's like Matchbox 20.
No, it wasn't Matchbox
No?
20. We'll think of it one day. We got a question for you. Let's see. I've only had the time to sit and give all my attention to the
to the single. Oh, I sent him the single for Ants and Ponds.
Oh.
He says, of course, being a musician, assumingly you love creating and performing a wide spectrum of what could be genres.
What was the question?
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, he's still going, I think. He said but.
Oh, but
He's got something coming.
okay, maybe.
Oh. Ants and Paws is harder than what I heard in the past. Do you enjoy it? Well, I would hope so.
Do I personally enjoy it?
I guess.
Well, yeah. As you would say, I would hope so too.
I'm gonna read that again. Maybe we read that wrong.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with yes. Hey.
Good answer.
Yes, thank you. No, it is a hard. I guess I could say something about that song, which is what I'm sure they're looking for. But that was so we did 2 batches of songs, and the first batch of songs we did was Out for Blood, Gravity, Alt Facts, and Grown So Cold. We got those songs done, and we were like, a 4-song EP just isn't enough, because if we want to do a full-length record, we need to at least be able to have a headlining set that consists of enough songs that are out before then, including the first single, to go into, playing headlining sets with maybe 2 songs that people don't know before the record comes out. Because you always want to play something new before the record comes out, right?
Right.
But if we had 4, we would have to play catch up somewhere between now and the actual recording. So instead of put ourselves kind of like further back, I'd rather push ourselves further forward. And so in the next, like within the next year, we should have 3 to 4 more songs out over the course of this year. That all kind of float in this vein that we're creating for ourselves. Because as of right now, we're sitting on, you know, probably like 24 or so ideas, most of which are recorded, or at least I've written things to. But we're trying to keep the vein that we're in. We're just trying to stay in the vein that we're in for right now before we go like we split off and try doing all of these other things that we all love and want to do, essentially. But Ants and Ponds was the last song that we recorded in the next batch of songs, or the next 4 bangers that we have. And it's the only one that we've released from those, obviously. But that one was fun because it was literally, I think, 30 minutes of recording, because I just did certain parts, and it was kind of at the end of the day, and I was like, hey, you know, we could probably nail this one pretty quick. It's not that there's not that many vocals in it as far as what I want to do. And by the end of it, he was like, no, I can work with this. You're done.
Oh, nice.
Cool. 30 minutes? Hell yeah. He's like, here's the microphone. Hold it. So I just did the whole thing in my hands, you know, just like
Nice.
sitting, standing.
Here's the microphone. Hold it.
Yeah, I'll hold it. Here. I'm going to stand out and then just hold it. But yeah, no, it's super cool. Like I love that what we're sharing right now is heavy or heavier, because not that I think we're gonna like just 180 and flip the script, but I think we're gonna showcase things about you know, who we are and how we grew up as far as the sounds and the songs that we're going to be putting out for the full length. I think that transition will still be, we'll showcase this, what we like, how from this vein that we're creating right now, how we view that genre or that, you know, that influence. Like, I don't know. There's one song in mind that I have in mind right now that's like Slick Shoes meets MXPX meets Lagwagon meets Strung Out.
Nice.
You know, so it doesn't make any sense as far as to like how is that going to fit in,
right?
You know, to what we're doing right now, but somehow it all works. So I'm excited about the future and what we're going to do and what we could do in the future. But like these first 5, man, are just so heavy to me. Like,
I like it.
Personally, they mean a lot more than anything that I've done. And yeah, they're just mean. They're just mean.
I love them. Like, I think you guys nailed it with those.
Yeah,
they're good. Like, not. I mean, you can listen to the whole. Like, I listened to the whole thing and like pretty. Like, I got through it and I was like, damn, that was like, I liked every song on it. Like, which you don't normally always like every song on something, but I got through it all and I was like, yeah, I don't think there was one on there that I could say I didn't like.
Right.
So.
Yeah, to me, the kind of like beauty behind it is it works with what we did at the beginning for people who were paying attention at the time. Like with Ants and Ponds, I wanted the first thing that everybody heard is just for me to say in that song is what I say in that song is, oh, how things have changed. You know, like it's been a long time. Like 8 years is a long time. But like,
right.
You know, I wanted people to know, like you said, new year, new me. You know, like, you're getting things right this year with this show. No more mess ups. And that's kind of how like I interpret it. Is like, wow, things have seriously changed, and like not only just in the game, but like personally for me, things have changed. You know, like it's time to express things more openly and actually have an open conversation about, you know, like the topics, you know, that you interpret out of my songs. Like I've had so many people come up to me and be like, wow, these songs sound super political. And I just kind of giggle and I'm like, okay, so how so? You know, like,
Right.
oh, I see it this way and this way. I'm like, well, do you agree? You know, like it creates, to me, it creates the dialogue. Like, I don't know, I'm glad my words can create a dialogue with somebody, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that me getting out my frustrations with how I see things and how things went down and how things are in my world, you know, that people can relate, you know? Like I said, I'm like blasting dishes, working over at islands, dude. Not, I don't have a care in the world back. People are bringing me things and I'm like, oh, hey, thanks, man. I'm just like, this is all I do. Like, wow, I've never seen a dishwasher more happy to receive a dish. I'm like, well, you know, like, it's easy. Like, I don't care. I'm just trying to save some money before tour, you know? Like, I don't say that because I seriously know like 2 people out of like the 40 people I work with, I only know 2 of their names. It's terrible. Like, I'm not trying to learn people's names here. I'm just trying to do a job, but that's why I'm so cheery right now. I'm killing it, and I know it.
Right.
It's funny. But, you know, I'm just trying to, like, I don't know. I'm trying to express through my music, like, the bullshit. Yeah. You know, I'm expressing the bullshit. Like, I'm glad I have the job that I have because I giggle sometimes where I'm like, I quit the other job to do this job so that I didn't have to talk about things, and I don't talk about things, but when my mind starts thinking about things. So, like, check this out. There's this girl that I work with. She's super young. I'm pretty sure this is her first job, but I don't want to ask because I don't want to, like, feel any type of attachment in any shape or form. So she asked me, she's like, oh, hey, can I get this thing done and washed? And I just walked into work, dishes piled up to here. And I'm like, yeah, I'll get it out as soon as it's done, you know, as soon as I can or whatever. Right. And then she comes back literally 30 seconds later, and the machine takes like 2 minutes to run. And I'm like, she's like, is that done yet? And I'm like, I literally just started a load. It's been 30 seconds. Like, just come back in like 5 minutes, you know, like just like go away.
Yeah.
Like, I'll let you know when they're done the next time you walk by, and, you know, when you're doing your job. And then she comes back a third time. And at this point I'm like, do you not see what I'm dealing with right here in my head, for one? And she asked me for something completely different. And she goes, I need that ASAP. And I was like, I'm sure you do. And that's all I said. She's like, when do you think that'll be done? And I was like,
when it's possible.
I don't know, sweetheart, like, whenever it's done. She was like, is that really your answer? And I was like, yeah. You know, like, dude, I just started doing this, like, what do you want from me?
Like, give me a break.
Yeah, give me a break, get out of here. So I started thinking after that, I'm like, thinking about this job, and I'm like, oh, this is so irritating. And then I just start laughing, like, why am I so irritated at this job? Like, it's not taking me anywhere. It's not what I, you know, want, like, out of life, is to just wash dishes all day. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I start laughing because I'm like, this is some bullshit. This is what I need to write about, because everybody deals with this, no matter what it is that you do. You know, right. Wherever you work, you're going to be dealing with some like that like, what's the dude from The Office that, you know, just walks around with his cup, you know, like you're going to encounter that no matter where you work. Like, that to me is just the bullshit.
Yeah.
You know, so to me, I'm like, I've spent 8 years away from the game, just like dealing with the bullshit, you know, and I just want to write about that for a little while before things take, like, maybe in a record or two, like a hopeful departure where it's like, okay, we're going to go back this way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know if things are going to change me, but for these 5 songs, it's just like, that's all I'm trying to do, you know, like, just trying to talk some shit on how I see the world and what I'm going through.
Right.
I'm living it just like everybody else. You know, we're all experiencing it. It sucks.
Yeah.
Everything kind of just sucks if you really think about it. But then you're like, you can do that. You can giggle about it. You're like, yeah,
Yeah.
it kind of does.
It does. It really does. I can't believe it.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah.
I grew up and everything sucks, just like my parents said it would.
They're like, stay a kid as long as you can.
Yeah, but that's the same. But honestly, that's how I got into music, or at least I stayed into music, is because my grandpa, you know, he said that to my mom. He's like, yeah, let the boy go travel the world. Let him be happy. Like, ultimately, if you're gonna like restrict him from doing something that makes him happy, like, you're doing him a disservice.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
And when he called me up, he was like, yo, he's like, I just want you to be happy. Like, the key to life, just be happy. If there's anything I can go back and do, like, at any moment, just, you know, do something that makes you laugh, do something that makes you happy. Like, you know, it's all the same for everybody else. Everything sucks. So we might as well just be able to laugh at it, or make each other laugh, or have a good time while it's all going to hell, because it's going to hell for everybody else around. You know, it's all going to hell around us. It's just chaos.
It really is.
We're born into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I choose to talk about it now, and with Dead American, I have the freedom to. So, you know, with Ants and Pawns, that's just kind of how I was feeling at the time, and to bring it full circle, that's just kind of how I was feeling.
Right on.
You know, felt about the music. It's like, damn.
Yeah. Think maybe we should check that out. Check out Ants and Pawns.
You want to play it?
Yeah, we can stream the lyric video.
Hell yeah.
And everybody will see it live.
That's what's up.
All right, let me bring
That's
it up
good
here.
timing, because I have to pee really bad.
Hell yeah. I don't even know how long we've been going. I can't tell.
Hour and a half.
Holy shit, we've been going an hour 37?
Yeah.
Look how close I have to get to the phone just to see that. That's crazy. Oh, that's bad. My eyes are going. That's what happens when you're 6 years away from being 40. Terrible.
No thanks.
No thanks.
No thanks, man. Trying to revert.
I'm not even used to being 30 yet.
Dude, honestly though, my old boss, he was like, 30s were the best, bro. My 30s were like time of my life. Like, you think your 20s, you're still trying to figure it out. Like, your 30s, you're like, when you get drunk, it has purpose. You know, like yeah. you learn your whole 20s, and then you hit 30 and you're like, yes, I know how to use my body now. Everything is awesome. Like, I know how drugs affect me. Dude, okay.
I've grown into this body.
Yeah. Whoa, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not there yet. I don't want to claim to be there yet.
Not there yet.
Leave me alone. Take your 40-year-old ass over that way somewhere. Go.
Shit.
Dirty 30s.
Shit. Well, play that video.
Yeah,
Hell
I'll
yeah.
bring it up. And I'll have to mute you all because it's on the same channel. So
yeah, just shut me up real quick.
How do you mute it?
I can mute it right here, I think. Or does that mute me?
No, that mutes us.
That mutes us. Okay.
That didn't mute him. That muted us.
Yo, I'll be right back to you. I'm going to go say what up to my cousin.
Okay.
All right, man.
Hell yeah.
How do I mute? I should be able to mute.
I don't know.
A new Skype challenge. Can I mute?
What's the little gear do up there? I can't read it.
I can't either. Audio and video settings. Oh God, no, that's us. Okay. That mutes us.
If we turn this down, that'll turn down the video, right? I think it will.
Yeah, that one will. Mute and OBS.
It's the same line.
It's the same line.
How can you not? Let me Google it.
That was the only way we could get it to work, was run it on the same channel.
Oh, hell yeah. I couldn't find him.
You couldn't find him? So we're still trying to figure out how to just like mute.
Oh, so we're still trying to figure it out?
Yeah. Well, because we have...
Oh, man, I just went away. Everybody probably just dipped out of the stream.
No.
That's awesome, man.
There's a new Skype challenge every day, so...
We're trying to figure out how to mute a Skype call without muting everything so we can play the video.
Right.
Well, it's on YouTube, too.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out...
That's how we can find it, as far as people listening. So, I don't know. I'm kind of into this idea with YouTube, with like bands. Like one of the things that annoys me is like I don't pay for Spotify Premium. I don't pay for music. I'm one of those dudes that's like, I ain't trying to pay for music if I can just get it for free.
All right.
If I can just listen to it for free. Like I don't need to buy it. It's already out there on YouTube. But I find like a lot of channels, like obviously the artist is getting paid, but like a lot of channels will play YouTube. They'll like create their own lyric video and play and get like subscriptions off of that. And so my take on it is like, why not just make a lyric video yourself to every single one of your videos?
Right.
It's going to get out there anyway. You might as well have your own channel with your own YouTube videos. And, you know, when you put up a music video, you throw up a new playlist. I don't know. Are bands doing that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Are they? Like,
yeah.
Is it becoming more of like an independent thing that everybody's just dorking out on that I have to catch up with?
Well, I think the good thing about, why a lot of bands do the lyric videos is because, you know, you have like actual music videos with like, you know, things going on, but with the lyric videos, you can focus more on what, you know, what's being said. So I think people can connect with it a little more.
Yeah.
With the lyric video. And then usually later on they'll release, you know, a music video for one of the songs that was a lyric video. I just want that
for every single one of my songs because I ain't trying to, you know, I feel like if you're not going to get a physical copy, you might as well get like something.
Right.
You know, and if it's going to be free anyways, just like I've been like gathering music and finding, you know, music that I like these past 8 years, which is few and far between. But I just feel like you should have it yourself, you know? I feel like every song that you have, it's going to get out online, so you might as well have your own lyric video where you can be like, yo, man, you didn't need to make another lyric video. I already made one. Take me off here. Take me off.
Yeah, if you don't make it, someone else is going to make it if it gets popular enough. Yeah. Someone's going to make it and put it on YouTube, so you might as well just do it yourself.
Well, I just see like Kendrick Lamar has like 48 million views on somebody else's channel.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because he didn't have a lyric video to his song, and somebody else just made one and was like, yeah, he's getting paid still. Yeah. But I feel like he could benefit from, you know, having a bigger subscription base on his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
You know, that's like his content. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
I'm not saying that those people are wrong for doing that, but I'm like, because he's still, like I said, because he's still getting paid for it. But at the same time, like, you're not benefiting from everything. You should benefit from everything, man.
Right.
Right.
I don't know. I feel like those types of artists, like I don't know, maybe it's more label artists. They're just getting kind of screwed on a couple different ends because like the record labels aren't in the business of like grooming your YouTube channel.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like they're in just the music business. Like,
yeah, they're still stuck
all they care about is your music.
Right.
And yet they own your YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's like it's like I made this like years ago.
Yeah. So crazy. Anyways.
So we figured it out. And so we're going to play the video real quick. We'll come back and then we'll talk, about the EP and everything.
Cool.
All right, let's do this.
Yeah.
It's gonna. Oh, that was ours. Now it's not working.
There
it is. Okay, here we go.
There it is.
All right, turn our mics off.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. Oh no, how do you unmute him?
It won't. There we
There
go.
it is. There we go.
He's such an angry boy. Why does he have to yell?
Well, it's not snowing yet, so that's good.
It's not snowing yet? That's good.
No. It's coming though.
It's
Oh,
kinda
it's
funny.
coming.
Oh God. Yeah, we're supposed
It's
to get
snowing
like,
over there?
It's about to.
well,
tonight.
they've like been talking like the last couple days. They're like, "Oh my God, it's gonna be like the blizzard of 2019. It's gonna be crazy."
Sick.
Yeah. Well, they're like, "Oh, we're gonna get 12 inches of snow," and then somebody's like, "No, we're only gonna get 3," and then somebody else is like, "Oh, we're gonna get 6." So I'm just expecting 3 to 12 inches. I don't know.
probably not gonna get, probably gonna get none.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they said it was going to rain all day today, and it didn't rain at all, and now it's like gloomy.
This is like
Like-
coming out of the south from Texas on us.
There's a 50%
Everything's like
chance.
8 hours off for us. I feel
Yeah.
like whenever they predict the weather, it's like, all right, it's going to be super rainy in the morning. No, it's not. It's going to be rainy around like 3 o'clock.
We better get a lot of snow, and the power better go out because my dad gave me his old generator.
And you want to use it?
Well, and I had to. We fired it up at his house, and it was leaking gas from like this little gas valve thing.
Oh, that's safe.
So yeah, so I took it home, and he brought me a new gas valve, and I drained the gas out of it today after work. Spilled gas all over myself trying to drain the gas, and then
Awesome.
got the valve out. It's not the right valve, so tomorrow I gotta go down back to the place he got it from and see if they have the right one, and then fill it back up with gas and hope it doesn't leak anymore.
You filling up? Don't leak! Don't leak! Don't leak!
So the power better fucking go out.
It better be the end of the world.
Yeah.
What do you do at that point though if you don't have a generator?
I don't know. I guess just put all your food out in the snow.
Freeze to death. That's what happens.
Like it's cold enough out there.
Yeah.
We good.
I don't think it'll.
It's
go
crazy.
out,
Like I lived in Utah for 9 months, and I mean that's not crazy. Well, that is kind of crazy, but yeah. I was thinking like the winter that I was going to be there was going to be like I was going to experience the snow.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like one of the most mild winters that they had in like a long time. Like, dang it. Like it was cold. I came back to California, was like not complaining, just shorts. Everybody's like I am right now, just like all bundled up. I'm like, you guys are freaking pussies. Like this is not cold at all. This is wonderful. Shut up.
Yeah, well, it's supposed to get down to next week. It's supposed to get down to like 12.
Oh,
I think.
Kill me now.
And that's not even like the coldest winter we've had in the past few years.
No.
Like what was that? 4 years ago? It was like.
Was it like 2013, 14? It was like
14 or 15. It was like negative
45 degrees.
Wind chill was like negative 40 something. And
yeah.
It was like negative 10 was like the temperature or something, and it was like negative 40 wind chills, and
yeah,
it was hell on earth. You walk outside, you
walk outside,
so brutal.
Dude. You walk outside, and you're like, "What the fuck is this?
Someone kill me!"
Yeah,
this is not planet Earth. Nobody, no.
You just walk out the door and just cough because it's like so cold.
Yeah, you can't even breathe in that.
The wind just hits you, and your breath goes away. And you really think about just quitting your job and never leaving the house again.
Yeah, then that Berlin song starts playing that Take My Breath Away.
Just trying to make it to the car. Man, I'm sorry. I wish I could loan you some of our sun.
Yeah, right.
Neohart said, how do you hook up a generator to your house?
You plug that bitch right into the outlet.
Oh.
You can. You got to turn your main breaker off. So you don't backfeed out to the neighborhood with your generator. Turn the main breaker off, and you can plug right into a regular outlet if you want to. But if you're plugging in 120, it'll only power that half of the power of the panel. So whatever outlet you plug into, because your panel's split in two, you got breakers on each side. A little lesson for everybody.
All right, dude, put your dad hat on. Let's go.
Yeah. You plug it into an outlet, and if you're only running 120, you can plug in, but only those outlets on that half of the breaker box will power on. If you want to power the whole box, you got to plug into a 220 outlet like maybe your dryer has, and that'll power your whole house. Or you can wire in a special outlet just for it, like in your garage or something, which I'm going to end up doing, and you can power the whole house that way.
Yeah, that's pretty extreme.
But the key, the main
key
is
my parents have one.
To turn off the main
here.
breaker. Turn the main breaker off because you will backfeed back up outside, and if there's like the linemen's out there working on your power because it's off, you can backfeed all the way to the guy working on the line and fucking fry him. So,
that's called murder.
Yeah. So make sure you turn that main breaker off.
Yeah, and that's why I don't do that job. Oh,
Neohart. Okay, good to know.
Just living in constant fear. Oh. No, thank you. But hey, thank you for the dad lesson.
Yeah. My dad was a lineman for the power company for 30 years, so.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, that's a brutal job.
Das brutal?
Yeah, fuck that. He's like, you should go apply. I'm like, fuck no, I'm not applying for that shit.
Hell no. I don't want
He
to
used to
die.
tell us stories when we were kids of guys that had their hands blown off from like power lines.
Yes.
And then when I get grow up, he's like, "You should go apply." I'm like, "Fuck you,
Fuck you! I'm not wearing hooks.
Yeah, dude. Seriously. Oh man.
He's a
No, thank you. I
he's
can't
one-
even like. I would be the dude who'd be like, just want to push it every single time.
He's
Like I have a Vespa. I'm selling my Vespa. If anybody wants it, so I'm selling my Vespa, and like I've ridden it. I think it has like 127 miles on it. Like I haven't even ridden it that far because within the first like 50 miles, of course I'm like, oh, I can go faster. So I went fast and I hit a bump and I was like, oh. Fell off the scooter. And this is like during Seosin time. So I called my manager. I'm like, yo, I'm okay. Like just a little road rash. Like nothing new to me. You know, I just want you to know that like I'm a little beat up right now. So like if anything physical comes up that you need me to do, like take a hike, bro.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm a little sore.
Yeah, I'm a little sore. He's like, what? He's like, don't do that. He's like, just wait. Just wait till you're done with music to be buying motorcycles and stuff. I'm like, he's probably right. Like if I put it down going as fast as I was, which wasn't fast at all. I was just an idiot. I was like in my driveway. I'm like trying to hit this bump. I'm like trying to hit this bump like it's a freaking dirt bike. Like I can wheelie off of it.
You're trying to take it off a sweet jump.
Yeah. I'm the idiot.
I haven't done anything stupid yet on my motorcycle, but
That's good.
it's bound to happen one day. I mean,
Bro, my cousin just got a new Harley. Not a new Harley, but maybe it is a new Harley. I don't know. He just got a Harley.
yeah,
He's having his quarter life crisis and went out and bought a Harley.
yeah, that's what I did.
That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. Hell yeah. So he's in the same ballpark as you.
Hell
okay?
yeah.
And like me and his brother are talking about it. He's like, I'm a little worried for him, man. He might be, just like losing it. And I'm like, come on, bro. Like, look at how old he is. Quarter life crisis. Like, it makes perfect sense, Like,
Yeah.
he's like single and just ready to mingle, but doesn't want to mingle. He wants a Harley. That's what he wants. Just let him get what he wants.
Yeah, I bought it. I didn't even know how to ride it. Like,
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's all right. I'll just walk it home.
no, like, so I bought it. It was 3-4 years ago, 3 or 4, something like that. And it was January, and I made a couple of my buddies have Harleys, and so I took one of them to the dealership with me, and I found this used one, and I fucking bought it on the spot. And I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna get it home. So my buddy had to ride it home for me. And then another buddy came over and told me how it all works. And he's like, we get out into the alleyway behind the garage, and I kill it a few times, and we get it going. And I follow him up to our work, and I'm in the parking lot, and he's having me doing figure eights in the parking lot and shit. And then we go out and ride all fucking day. It was
That's
sweet.
awesome. That's awesome. Like we used to have dirt bikes when we were growing up, and well, as soon as I got into the band, my dad bought everybody in the family a dirt bike. So I only got to go out a handful of times. Let's just say it like that. But it was so much fun just to go out with the family and be like, all right, we're going to go ride for 6 hours.
Yeah.
Like, let's go do this. Just explore and
Oh, yeah.
probably ate shit a couple times there too. I was like, I shouldn't be doing this. This is super dangerous. Because I will just push it to the limit.
Yeah.
Hey, Chad says, "What's up from your old room?"
Oh, what's up, Chad, from my old room? Hell yeah.
He also said, "Don't ever buy a Ducati."
I was wondering if they were going to be, but I can't text anybody back. So.
Oh yeah. He also said, "Don't ever buy a Ducati."
Yeah. Yeah, Ducati. Nobody in the band is allowed to get a Ducati. That's just a rule. I'm making that rule right now, Chad. Nobody in our band is allowed to have that.
All right.
Might be a good rule.
Yeah, it's a great rule.
So tell us about Dead American. How'd you guys all meet and form? Are you guys did you guys know each other a long time before all that?
So the whole formation of it happened because of my friend Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan and my backstory goes to about 99, 2000, when I moved down here to San Diego, or to Vista. Oddly enough, and a weird coincidence when we found this out later, but his grandparents were from the same town that I was originally, in the high desert of California. So if you go to like the middle of California and then you just go into Death Valley, like at its most northern spot,
mm-hmm.
that's where I used to live. So I used to live in like 120-degree heat, dry heat, like ridiculous. It sucked, but it didn't suck as a kid growing up. Like had I lived there past the age that I moved, or even like now, I would hate my life just because it's too hot and it's out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
But so I moved down here, and the coincidence is his grandparents are from that town. So we probably as kids bumped into each other at some point at like the community pool during the summer that he was staying there.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's all we had. But he connected me with Chad. Him and Chad ended up playing in a band that he was playing with, and he saw something in Chad that, what Chad is really good at, and was like, yo, you should write me a punk song to send to my buddy Cove. And he was like, Cove as in Seos and Cove? And he was like, yeah, like he's my homie. I've been homies with him since high school. He was my best man, that type of shit. And so Chad wrote some song, or had written some songs when he was like 14 that he just never got around to using. So he sent me these without ever even telling me that story, and was like, send me some songs. And I was like, this is super nostalgic. I need to write something right now to this. So Alt Facts was done within like an hour. I was like, I'm just going to yell. I don't know why, but I just want to yell. So I yelled like all the nonsense of what was going on in my life at the time and how it made me feel. And Alt Facts was made. And then he sent me, I think it was Out for Blood, and I think he sent me Out for Blood. And then I did Out for Blood and sent that back to him. And then sent that back to Jordan. So Jordan was like our our middleman. And even though I had his email, I just never like reached out. I was like, hey, these are cool. I like dicking around in this studio that I'm in right here. And that's pretty much all that I was doing at the time. And then Chad told him to write a punk song. So he took one of his old songs and restructured it and rewrote it into Grown So Cold. And all these songs just kept like happening like super quick. Like I'd get them and I'd be like, this sounds like this. I want it to sound like that. So I would just run in that direction. Like to me, Grown So Cold sounds like Thrice meets like Comeback Kid / No Warning meets like Strung Out in this weird way. And I was just like, I'm gonna run as far into those directions as I possibly can. And Alt Facts reminds me of Every Time I Die, and it reminded me of At the Drive-In.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm just gonna run as far in that direction as I possibly can, because these songs are bringing these like nostalgic vibes up. So I wanted to kind of like pay tribute to it in those regards, but at the same time, like I wanted to run in the direction with the songs at least. So we kept sharing songs back and forth. I ended up driving up to Utah and recording the first 4. I moved to Utah, and before I moved back to California, we ended up recording the next 4 more, and then taking Anson Ponds and putting it with these first 4. But yeah, so Chad, I met Chad through Jordan. Chad and I just kept Chad kept the dream alive in me, at least, because all of these songs were super easy for me to do. And he wasn't he wasn't saying anything about the vocals other than like, yo, that's cool. You know, it was just kind of like letting me work it out. And, you know, to me, that was something super new and something I hadn't experienced yet. Really with anything that I've released in my adult career, not in my high school career. but yeah, so, you know, he let me do my thing, which was super awesome of him. We used a bunch of stuff that was from a period of time that, you know, like it was the music of that time, you know, like Alt Fax was, I don't know, he could probably tell you if he's still watching. Like, I want to say that was written in like 2006, 2008 range.
Yeah, he actually said
somewhere.
It was birthed in 2009.
Yeah, 2009. You know, like a lot of these ideas have been around for so long, and they all remind me of that period. So that's kind of what I've been doing, you know, with it, because everybody wants, like, I don't know. I'm gonna go off on a tangent before we get back to finishing the story of the creation of it all. But like, everybody wants this nostalgic 10-year reunion style. You know, they want to see those things. Mm-hmm. And I think that's because they long to have that music back. You know, like, right. I just want to hear something nostalgic, like something that's good, but that makes me feel like I was 16 again.
Right.
You know, like I'm going to a show and just ready to let out all, you know, the energy that I've been building up between shows, going to shows, you know?
Yeah.
And so that's the kind of like vibe that I wanted to feel. So anytime I hear an idea now, I'm like, oh, it gives me vibes of this. So I want to run.
That's what
far into that hole as I possibly can, because that's the vibe that I got and I want to create for somebody else. So as far as music, that's kind of the way that I write and work it out. But with Chad, you know, with Chad came patience. We ended up moving to California. Josh, our bass player, we ended up moving into a house with the three of us and Chad's brother. And then we worked out the release. Josh plays bass for us. Mm-hmm. And he helped build the website, helped us get ready for, you know, pre-orders and being able to release. And through the three of us, we jammed a couple. We got Jamie. Jamie helped with the artwork and is a solid guitar player. So the four of us jammed a couple of times. We tried jamming with Kyle at first, and then Kyle didn't really know what he wanted to do as far as music. And then once we released the music, we saw there was like a buzz. You know, we created this buzz, and we only used Instagram to create the buzz before the record came out. Mm-hmm. We did pretty well. The first month that we had on Spotify I was like, huh, that's pretty damn awesome. That, you know, we just reached out to people on Instagram to help us promote it, and like, you know, we didn't. That's all we literally asked people to do. You know, we created a buzz that got us like 40,000 monthly listeners. Our first month, we were like, all right, maybe we can run with this. With that, my friend Joey, who I've been friends with since high school, he was sitting with me one day, and I was like, yo, like I have this dude's email, you know. He's like, reach out. He's like, I'm not going to like do anything with you or like acknowledge you until you hit him up. So we're like, all right, hit him up. Within 24 hours, I'm like meeting with Dave Shapiro, sick booking agent. Mm-hmm. Super excited about working with him. But I'm sitting there and I'm like, all right, this is too weird, you know, like something's happening. And we had the Seosin shows lined up and the Lower Definition show in the works, like like we were pushing for lower definition to do this. Like they had like, you know, said, oh, it's the 10-year anniversary this year. And we were like, you should do a show. Cause those are like San Diego boys, you know?
Yeah.
So we had the shows lined up before we had Dave, and Dave is, oddly enough, he was booking the lower definition show. And it's been really, I don't know, it's been really cool. It's been a really unique experience just doing this in a way that we've, you know, between Josh and Kyle and Chad and Jamie and I, like, we've always in some way, shape, or form wanted to like self-release.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, when you're in high school, it's like that's all you got. Nobody's going to sign you.
Right.
You know, unless you're like crushing it. And at the time there was no YouTube.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So we come from this era where it's like, you know, we got to do things ourselves and figure it out ourselves. And I appreciate how much everybody else has put into it and into things like the website. We've had people reach out, or we had our buddy Justin, who rebuilt our first website into the website that you see now. He reached out as an old Seosin fan, was like, I want to like pay it back to you somehow for like making the music that you did that kept me, you know, sane and alive from time to time. And I was like, that's so dope that there's this community of people that want to help, but that can make the dream a reality. Because, you know, we're all old enough to be able to kind of like understand how we want to do it, mm-hmm. and find ways to be able to actually achieve that dream. So, you know, I'm not going to say independent till I die, but like, I want to run with this independent thing as far as I can, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
This is pretty cool. This is a pretty cool spot to be in for an artist, you know? Aside from the storyline this is Cove Reber's comeback, mm-hmm. you know? This isn't Cove Reber's comeback. I've been making music this entire time. You just don't have it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't want to share it with you because it's not that important to me to share it with you. Mm-hmm. Or maybe it's just more important to me, but or I feel like it would always be that way. But yeah, you know, like, things are lining up, things are going really good, and the five of us, after the first 3 shows, we're just like, yeah, we need to do this and go see what it's like out in Indiana and Iowa, mm-hmm. and like upstate New York, and like, you know, the East Coast. Let's get away from our house and go see what the response is. Because the response at the Seosin shows was awesome. Like I had prepped myself for like, you're not alone. Sing this song, you know, like I kind of prepped myself for that, and like nobody did that. I was like, this is dope. Nobody's like trying to shame me now. Of course, anybody watching is gonna like for sure be that dude, and I'll have a response. But you know, like it's just really cool to see the response that we got, because going into it, it's like, this is a new band. Like, take away my name, take away who I am. Like, this is a new band to a new generation of listeners. I've been gone for so long that like, I'm going to touch people who don't even know about Seosin.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to be introducing people to my past.
Right.
And I'm going to be moving my needle forward. You know what I'm saying? So,
right.
I can say Dead American till I die, though. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah,
we do too.
It's pretty cool, man. I've loved this journey that we've been on. I'm sorry, as I say in Growing So Cold, that it took me so long, but like, I'm back, and I'm not like, I have no plans of slowing down. This ship is gonna start moving in April, and it's gonna be fun. I'm excited.
Hell yeah. I'm excited for you guys because, like, you know, I've seen on your social media you guys talking about like a full length, and you know, this is, you know, the EP is just in support for the full length, which Dude, I'm stoked for it. I can't wait to hear the full length.
The full length is going to be interesting. I have a general concept in mind for it, and thinking about this year as like what goals and things we would like to achieve. It's like I don't see a full length coming out this year.
Right.
You know, I see a full length coming out maybe early 2020, summer 2020. It just depends on, you know, if through touring we can save enough to pay for it ourselves, which is the most ideal of all situations. Or if it's us signing and then being able to make the record that we want to make, and figuring that out through the deal. But I think with the 24 songs that, you know, 24 or so songs that we have, like the 3 that we've already recorded or already have recordings for, 2 of those are like going this way. You know, like what you hear now is who we're always going to be, and it's how we're always going to carry ourselves. But we're going to go this way. And we're going to show you something that if you're a fan of me, a side of me you might remember from back in the day. And, you know, we're going to explore that. We're going to explore like things that I've never done before. Like I was saying with like that punk song, like there's a punk song that just, I love this punk song. I want it to go on the record so bad because it's the only song that sounds the way that it does. Yeah. And I'm like, we got to showcase that. Like that type of music was my childhood. Like I loved MXPX. I loved Slick Shoes. Like those are bands that I feel like if you're a fan of just like punk music, you need to go listen to those. And you've never heard of those bands, you need to go listen to those bands.
You're the first person I've
what
heard.
They did to create the bands that you might like now, you know?
Right.
You're the first person probably since we were in high school that has mentioned Slick Shoes.
Straight up.
Yeah.
But how dope is that band?
Right? That
band is awesome. Like I was talking, we had the pleasure of playing with Night Versus. Excuse me. Our first weekend, it was literally us and Night Versus all weekend long, but the headliners changed. It was super cool. Oh, what was that?
I have no idea.
It sounded like.
Was that from you or was that from me?
That sounded like a key on the piano.
It did, didn't it?
Maybe it's this Furby, dude.
This fucking haunted Furby.
Oh,
is that
Furby.
piano on behind
Happy
you?
New Year's.
Is that
Happy
keyboard
New Year's,
on?
Guys.
Ghost.
I lost my train of thought because of that. That scared me.
Dude, it sounded like a high key on that piano. Like
it did, ding. But it's not. It's not on.
What
Nothing's
the hell? Dude, that's crazy.
Weird. Oh, Slick Shoes. Yeah, man. I don't know. Like, Night Versus. So I'm hanging out with the guitar player, and I'm you know, I like their band. I think their band is awesome. Like these instrumental bands like Night Versus and Chon and Polyphia, like so rad.
Animals as leaders.
Yeah, Animals as leaders. So rad that's like a thing now, and that people are like paying attention to that because those bands are awesome. What they're doing is incredible.
Oh yeah.
But I was talking to him because we're all around the same age, and he dropped like Millencolin on me. He was like, "Oh yeah, back in the day, I used to love listening to like Lagwagon and Millencolin, and like, what was another one of the punk bands that he was saying? Of course, like Rufio.
Oh yeah.
And who was it? He was like Old Thrice. Like, dude, yes, Undermined from San Diego, yes.
Dude, I wish I had all the band T-shirts I had when I was in high school because I had a Rufio shirt, I had an MXPX shirt.
Oh, so
I
good.
just wish I had those.
I wish I had some of mine. I still have boxes full of shirts from touring with Seosin that I'm like, I need to do some research before I throw any of these things away, because
Yeah.
I'm sure there's some freaking gems out there right now of just like there's too many bands. I can't keep track of the amount of bands that I've even toured with. Like, too many bands. Anyways. Yeah. Music. I'm
Music's
making
great.
music again. Oh, the full length. That's what you were talking about. You gotta bring me back, guys.
I get lost with you. I don't know where we're going. I'm just on this wild ride with you.
Yeah. Do you have any questions about anything regarding the full length potential, or even this record from what I have said thus far? I will not stop talking.
The EP, The Sound of Punk is Dumb. Is that like a nod to the Refused album? The Sound of Punk to Come?
Yeah. The Shape of Punk to Come is...
Oh, The Shape of Punk. Sorry.
Yeah. The Shape of Punk to Come is the Refused record. The Shape of Punk is Dumb is my record.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it was like... So I'll give you one example. So like I've been saying with... like when I heard these first 5 songs,
mm-hmm.
and I was like, oh, this sounds like this, and I'd run in that direction. Like, I want to pay little nods to the people who inspired me, and that's the way that I'm gonna do it.
Right.
Refused is so good. Like, that Shape of Punk to Come record was so before its time, and it angers me that I didn't pick it up faster, because it took me, I didn't even know who they were until I got into Seosin. And then they showed me and I was like, what? You mean the Used? What?
Right.
Like, you mean like us? What? This is where you got everything? What?
See, I didn't even catch that until like I sent one of your lyric videos to a friend, and he went on Spotify and listened to the EP, and then he pointed that out. And I was like, I didn't even know that. And so I listened to the album, like the Refused album, and I was like, oh, I've actually heard some of these songs, but I never knew who they were by. And I was listening to it today.
So good, and it's so influential to the genre of music that I was a part of. Like I said, like for sure, Seosin and the Used, pulled from Refused.
Yeah.
Like a lot of bands that you probably loved and from that time pulled from Refused, or were listening to them.
Well, I was listening to it. I was like, you could release that today.
What's up?
They could release that today and it would be a hit.
Oh, absolutely. But you can't re-release it.
Right. I'm just saying if it was released today, it would be,
it would be huge.
Yeah.
And that's, I don't know, to me, like it's not a knock on that record. It's a 20-year update. This is my perspective. The Shape of Punk has seen better days. It's not dead by any means, but like, I don't know, man. Like, I haven't personally fallen in love with the way, like the direction that it's gone, or at least like punk music. When I think punk music, I also include like Seosin and Thrice and The Used and NoFX and even, like a Queens of the Stone Age type band.
Yeah.
Like that, like you are the alternative. That is the alternative. When we talk about alternative music, that's to me what it used to be. When I hear Bad Religion on the radio, I kind of get bummed out because I'm tired of hearing Bad Religion on the radio, but I'm glad that it's on the radio because it's still true alternative. It's true punk, it's rock, that it irks me. But anyways, it's gonna get me in trouble. Never played on the radio. But yeah, that to me, like when I look at the timeline that record was released, that was the Shape of Punk to Come. And it's literally, they called their fucking shot. Like
Oh yeah.
That's what happened. You know, that's what it turned into. And with this, it's my little nod and a wink. And it just so happened that we literally released our record at the beginning of October, or the October that record was turning 20 in the end of October. So it's just kind of cool, like how it all worked out. But I will genuinely throw nods to people. Like, I don't think I actually gave you an example earlier, but like with Gravity, if you listen to that song, I really liked that song because it sounded like Under Oath meets Days Away. And Days Away has a song called Gravity. And I'm like, I love Keith and I love Spencer and I love Under Oath and those two bands. And I'm like, I want to kind of like throw them a nod, you know? Like, maybe call the song the same, you know, the same name. I don't know what his meaning of his Gravity or the Days Away Gravity is, but I don't know. That to me is, it's a salute, you know? I'm not trying to like give away my, what I do, but it just, you should do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that a lot. You're going to be like, wait, did he just jack Taking Back Sunday? Yes. I did for one line.
Do
I
it.
Promise. It's not that bad. It's my own song. But I want to pay tribute to, you know, the heroes that I got to play with and the people that I love. And, you know, if I feature somebody, I want it to be somebody from like the era of music that I am from that means something to me, you know?
Right.
So, I don't know. I just like making nostalgic jams.
Nostalgic jams.
Fuck yeah.
Can never have too much of nostalgic jams.
Hell no.
You could start the first nostalgic jams album, you know, like kind of like Now 48.
Nostalgic jams. I like that. That's what they should just turn the Now series into the Nostalgic Jams series.
They'd ruin it somehow.
I like how they're so bad.
They come in like nostalgic jams.
Like Kids Bop.
Yeah. Fuck Kids Bop.
Kill me.
Right? Kids Bop. Are they still doing those?
Probably.
Why?
They do. They're like, it's like the I want to say Terminator, but I know that's wrong.
Kids Bop. Now it's all going to be like Nicki
like the
Minaj.
Bumblebee movie. What's that? Transformers.
Oh yeah, Transformers.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that damn Transformers series. It's like those movies
won't die.
suck. They're so bad, but they make so much money.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the Kids Bop. They suck, but they make so much money.
Are they still selling like doing the commercials with the TV, like the TV commercials for Kids Bop, and you got to call the number and shit? You still?
I don't know.
Like, are they still sending
They probably
their CDs?
do.
They probably run them during cartoons and shit.
Probably.
Like, for kids. They're like, Mom, buy me this.
You know what my favorite thing to do during that is now? Anytime you see an infomercial or you're like, oh, here's some new pill that you need to take. I always look over at my mom or whoever I'm sitting with if one of those commercials comes up, and I just go, can I borrow your phone? And then I hold their phone as like, you know, like I'm calling the number at the end, and they're like, wait, no, I don't need that. Like, yes, you do. I'm going to call this number.
Death by Cake said, oh yeah.
Rudely interrupted my life.
Death by Cake said, oh yeah, Kids Bop, Cardi B.
Oh my gosh.
Pretty sure they are on tour now also.
Don't tell me that.
Just a bunch of kids up there going, money, money, money.
That's so bad. I feel so bad for those kids. Unless it's like Hollywood, where it's like 20-something-year-old kids acting like they're like dressed like they're like, you know, 13
creeps me
and
out.
playing 13-year-olds.
That creeps me the fuck out.
Who, Cardi B?
No, those kids that act, the people that are like 20, but they're like
acting
12 or whatever.
Cardi B does creep me out.
Oh.
You really like Cardi B. I'm getting this vibe.
I hate Cardi B. Not like personally.
Bullshit. You're a fan. You're a fan. I can see it. You got a guilty pleasure.
I'm gonna leave here and
You got one of those songs favorited.
He's gonna leave here. I'm gonna be in here like twerking.
I'm gonna come back in because I forgot something. I'm gonna catch you twerking to Cardi B.
And I'll be like, you weren't supposed to see that. This is me time.
Doesn't she have a song literally called Twerking?
I don't know.
Twerking.
I want to say that there's like a twerk. It's like a twerk song. Like it's in the actual title.
I'm sure she does.
Flash 40 said
awesome.
Trash as fuck.
Oh, it's awesome. I love, when I got out of music, well, when Seosin and I did this, and I took a sabbatical from 8-year sabbatical, I basically like excommunicated myself from like all the music I listened to. It's like, I'm going to go over here and listen to everything that I've never listened to that I don't get, and try to make sense of it all. And I still haven't made sense of hip hop or R&B or that whole pop world. Like, it makes zero sense. But you can learn a lot from over there that's like hilarious to think about, you know? You're like, dude, your whole world is designed about like going to the club, and if you're a female artist, you're shaking that ass. And if you're a male artist, it's about throwing that cash or crying over the stripper that you can't take home. And I'm like, everybody's eating this up, and it doesn't make any sense to me. Why would anybody do it? But they actually are like really talented.
Yeah.
There's some really talented people over there that you're like, you're
Stop
sneaky. You're sneaking in on me, Drake. You're sneaking in on me, Post Malone.
I know you hear it and you're like, why is this so catchy? Stop
Yeah,
it.
it's super catchy, but I don't understand his problems, and I figure out as to why everybody's so stoked.
What's your problem, Drake? You went to Degrassi.
Dude, for real. There's so many good things that surround that guy. I love it.
I saw a meme.
There's also like other artists in there that you're like, you have some really good songs.
Yeah.
I was just blown away when I found out that Drake could walk, like watching Degrassi. He was in a wheelchair the whole time. And then he just
you're a couple years behind me, and I feel like my middle sister was Degrassi'd out. Like that was her jam.
I didn't watch it until I was probably 19 or so, when I was living down in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Like they would just play like
that's all they played.
Reruns of it on TV, and we'd get fucked up and watch Degrassi all day long.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I don't even know how it happened. We just started watching it one day, and we got into it. And we'd get home, and my buddy would come over or something, and we'd just sit, and we would just like zone out, and get fucked up, and watch Degrassi. Like
Over there drooling, watching Degrassi.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Have you seen that meme? It's like the Degrassi meme, but it's Drake, and he's in the wheelchair. And then there's the one next to it, and it said starting from the bottom now, but now I'm here at the top. And it's him in the wheelchair, and then him standing.
Him standing, yes. He's got too many good memes, bro.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, all those ones from Views, from that record were super good. Of everybody just like going out and being like, running through the 6 with my woes. Just like yelling that everywhere, like at the airport and shit. Oh, that one was good. And then even the one, what was it? That one, did Views have Hotline Bling on it?
I don't know.
All like the pizza, like they're throwing the Pokeball.
Oh yeah.
He's throwing pizzas.
Was that the same video where he's wearing
like
the
lasers one?
Is that the same
So
video
good.
he's wearing that like ridiculous turtleneck sweater?
Yes. Yes. And he's doing that dance move.
Yeah. And you're like, what are you
So
wearing?
You know, I read something about that, and I'm like, I kind of like conspiracies. I tend to laugh at them all, but it like makes me wonder sometimes about things because I like listening to that type of stuff. And I found myself in rabbit holes before. Who hasn't?
Right. I mean, everybody gets there.
But I heard something with Drake where he literally doesn't remember making that video for Hotline Bling.
What?
And I don't know if that's like fully true, but I could see that happening with him where he just gets so like fucked up that he just black out and be like, I'm going to dance like an idiot and it's going to become the biggest thing on the planet because we're going to make memes out of it.
He probably walked in. He's like, look at this sweater I got at the thrift shop.
Yeah. Like, this is really cool. I want to wear this. Put it on.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a cool box. Let me go jump in that. Let's light it up. I'll just dance like an idiot, dude. That's cool. Maybe put some stairs on there. I could just go on there and just walk them. It'd be awesome. But I could totally see that though. Like that's the whole thing. I could totally see him like not remembering shooting a music video because he's just Drake and his life is.
Do you think a couple days later he watched it and he's like, "Fuck, why did I do that?"
See, I don't think he does that. I think he legitimately watches it and goes like,
he probably doesn't fucking watch it.
I'm the greatest.
He probably
he watches it once.
He just does.
He only watches it once, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm the best," and just walks off.
He's like, "It's dope."
Just never to be seen again by Drake.
Even Boy said, "Will Dead America cover any mainstream songs?" And then Chad said, "Dead America's new cover, Sicko Mode." And Chad said,
"Dude, that's another song that I brought to his attention." Well, I mean, I didn't bring to his attention like he'd never heard it before. But I like that song.
Yeah,
it's such a guilty pleasure. Like there's so many good guilty pleasure rap songs that I have now.
He also said,
I walked through with 30,000 in my pocket.
There you go.
That guy. What is his name? Rich Homie Quan Flex. Boom, boom, boom. But yeah, no, like the thing about hip hop that's cool to me is that they don't like, and especially now, like you see hip hop reverting back to like they're taking the punk mentality. I think that's why all these like these little rappers on SoundCloud with face tats are blowing up because they're taking the punk rock mentality and they're like, nah, bro, we shouldn't think of songs like this. It's not intro, verse, chorus,
right?
Re-intro, verse, chorus, bridge, chorus, outro.
Yeah, but some of them
They're
are
like,
just a little too pilled
no,
out.
No. I'm going to take this song and I'm going to play 30 seconds of it up front. And then it's going to make its way into something that sounds totally different. Different tempo, different sounds. Then we're going to run with that for 3 minutes. And then I'm just going to magically make that thing that you heard in the beginning reappear. But it's going to be super catchy throughout the whole thing.
And then I'm going to get it. And then I'm going to go out and get a tricycle tattooed on my neck.
Yeah, and because this song is going to be a hit. Because I made hooks over every single part.
Yeah.
Which is tight. Like, honestly, I really, like, I think that's what pulls me into hip hop. And it's not like that's like a new thing in hip hop. I just see like the new punk to me is like Trippie Redd and 6ix9ine and like X and that Lil Peep kid who died. Like those types of like artists that are out there, like Ski Mask and stuff, like, and even who Chad just said,
Cardi B.
No, not no, Travis Scott. Like,
oh yeah,
like that. He's more to me. I don't know. He's not really that far in. His career is just popping off right now.
Yeah,
but.
He's gonna be doing Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's just cool to see like how they're like piecing together their songs, and I really enjoy that. You know, like I think musicians, like there was this weird period of time where like musicians like who were in these genres like metal used to be this thing where it was like super non-conforming, and then out of nowhere they started conforming to like the Beatles structure.
Yeah.
And I think that there's like this kind of like pushback that's happening where it's like we just want to hear something that's like unique and cool and makes us feel something, you know, like I don't know. Chad's heard me say this a bunch of times, but like the music that's I heard someone else say this, but I'm going to reiterate in my own little way. The way that I viewed it is music that is popular right now is like crack in the 80s.
Yeah.
And the effects on it are going to be interesting. You know, like this generation of music listeners that's growing up right now is literally listening to the beat. That's all they're listening for.
Right.
Like how sad is that? As someone who writes music, like, or writes lyrics and melodies, like, even if I pulled myself out of that position, like, it's still kind of sad. Because how else like, are you supposed to interpret it, you know, outside of just straight drugs and being like, this music's awesome on drugs.
I could feel it.
Yeah, I can feel it. No, you don't need to feel, like, yes, you need to feel the music, but you need to, like, you know, another friend of mine was like, you know, he said something to the effect of like music without a voice is like harmful to the actual like overall like push forward. If you're just playing with computers, that's a bad thing. Like that's why I love saying Polyphia and Sean and Night Verses, because they shred.
Oh yeah,
they spend hours perfecting their instruments to be able to do that in front of you, not just going.
Check out my laptop.
Dun, 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 and pushing buttons and like you might have created that at one point in time, but like you're just pushing a button. There's no. I need some type of vocal and story to attach myself to, you know.
You know who I really liked that kind of like meshed both like instruments and hip hop, and that was Gym Class Heroes.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say
they were cool.
Yeah, you thought I was gonna say what?
Cool, but then he went off and did his old solo thing.
Yeah,
I thought you were gonna say Limp Bizkit.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, most definitely.
Fuck yeah.
Number one.
Yeah.
No, Gym Class.
The Dursty is forever number one in our hearts.
Yeah.
Just got to keep rolling.
Fuck yeah.
Rolling.
I think I'm going to go as Fred Durst again for Halloween.
Dude,
he did it one year. And...
I just want that LA hat, that red LA hat.
Yeah.
No, it was New York hat. I bought one.
Or was it in New York?
I bought one, but I couldn't find a red one. I had to get a black one.
he would rock the black one from time to time
with your Jinko jeans.
I had a Jägermeister shirt on. I had my New York hat on backwards, and I shaved a weird, really gross goatee thing in.
Yeah, like it was almost like perfect Fred Durst. Like
had the flavor saver thing going, and
oh, sick! I feel like I could do that because my facial hair is shitty.
Yeah.
It just grows in like patches.
Mine too. I just let the patches keep growing.
Yeah, but you actually look like you got some solid shape.
Well,
like, from create that shape.
Through the camera from a distance it does, but up close it's terrible.
It's all right. Well, maybe I'll be able to feel it one of these days.
The camera adds 10 hairs.
Yeah. Rub my hands on your face. Oh, there you are. My little child hands. So good, man.
Even boy says look like California Jesus.
Thank you.
Metal Jesus. Chad said metal Jesus.
Dude, I had one of my I think it was one of my little nephews. First time meeting him. Like we walk, I walk into the room and I'm like, oh, there's little kids here, and one of them stops right in front of me and just goes, "You look like Jesus." Like, thanks, man.
Yeah, thanks,
That was
man.
awesome.
Then you walk away. He's like, Jesus is cool.
Yeah. Every time, not every time, but every now and then I'll just like pose by the picture of Jesus in my house. Like right where my parents will walk in, just be like standing there looking at him like Jesus. Okay, we get it.
It's a better comparison. When I had long hair, people were like, you look like Chris Griffin from Family Guy. And I was like, oh, thanks.
I never, yes, you did.
Like Chris Griffin from Family Guy.
I never
Be
put
like-
that together.
Go to hell.
Yeah, I was like, thanks. Fuck you too.
You should grow it back out.
No. I tried, like, I cut it off.
It's because his hair only went down to like right before his shoulders. Like it was too short. It was long, but it wasn't long enough. It was just like right here.
After it got,
You were in that weird like
Yeah.
cut. You know?
it eventually
Like
got past
Ellen
that point, and it
DeGeneres.
was down past my shoulders.
Was it?
But yeah,
I don't remember it being that long.
yeah.
Goodness.
Then somebody's like, put it in a ponytail. I was like, I'm like, look, I just got past the Chris Griffin stage. I don't think that's gonna. I just let me have it.
But you didn't have the beard either, though.
No, I didn't.
So he didn't have the beard. He just had the long, and his hair's like blonde. Especially then, it was like this
Yeah.
long blonde hair, no beard.
Awesome. You
Yeah.
should have just been like. Chris Griffin has a severe case of like masturbation. He just wants to masturbate all the time. He's like, yeah, I do that too. I have chronic masturbation problems. Sorry,
I can't help it.
I'm just like him.
Yeah.
Just like him.
Spot on. Can't believe it took you that long to get it.
That's awesome. See, I would get Paulie Shore back in the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, bring it up
Huh.
to bring it full circle to Paulie Shore again. For some reason, I get Paulie Shore and I'd be like, dude, that's awesome because I love Paulie Shore. Like when I was like 13, Biodome was one of my
Yeah.
favorite movies
Fuck
because
yeah.
of my cousin. He was like, bro, here's the VHS, just watch it. He like gave it to me worn out, and then I just like burned a hole in it essentially.
Yeah.
To where I couldn't play it
I'd
anymore.
have to say Encino Man was my favorite.
Encino Man.
Oh,
I
yeah.
actually have that over there on
Son-in-law?
DVD.
That's
Are
good
you
too.
kidding me?
Son-in-law's
In the
pretty
army
awesome.
now.
In the army now, God.
I haven't
Yeah.
watched. I didn't watch that one as much.
That one was great.
I've
but
seen it, but it's been a long.
Son-in-law
So
was
good.
awesome.
Son-in-law was good. Yeah.
He was also in a Goofy movie. He played the dude with all the cheese.
Oh.
Yes.
The Leaning Tower of cheese.
Holy shit, that was Paulie Shore.
Yeah, that's
wasn't
Paulie
it?
Shore.
Yes. I remember that scene very vividly.
Yeah.
and
That's
he's-
awesome. He's so good.
Yeah.
I hate when people talk poorly of Paulie Shore.
Cheddar.
They just don't understand the man.
They just
He's
don't
played
understand
that
him.
character his entire life. and I
Yeah,
love it.
that's pretty much him. He's just being himself.
Right? Don't change a thing, Paulie. You're killing it.
Yeah.
And be in my music video,
Yes.
please.
Just do it.
That would be awesome.
I gotta work that in there somehow. Figure out how much money does Paulie
Yeah.
Shore cost for
It-
4
it'll-
hours
I
of
don't
work?
know.
Yeah, it'll work out.
Oh, guaranteed. That'd be awesome.
You just need him to like just walk by.
Yeah.
Like just
Yeah, he's just
in the
an extra that
background.
just has that one second shot where you see him and it's like, oh, okay, cool, that's Paulie Shore. And he's
Wait,
just
was that
walking
Paulie
by.
Shore?
People were like, I don't know. Flash
He
40
was just
said.
there that day we shot. It's weird.
Flash
didn't pay
40
him.
said, I'm in the army now, and it blows pterodactyl cock.
So it's nothing like the movie then.
That's very specific.
Dude, you guys know that pterodactyls existed up until the Civil War?
What?
Conspiracy, bro. Check it out.
Don't get us started on fucking.
There's a
conspiracies.
picture of it, bro. They took a picture. It's undeniable.
Have you heard about the Avril Lavigne conspiracy theory?
Oh God,
No, but I really like the Katy Perry one.
what's that one?
Oh,
What's
that
the
she's-
Avril Lavigne one? Do tell.
Oh, I know the Katy Perry one. I
Yeah,
think.
is the Katy Perry one that she's John Benet Ramsey?
Yes,
Yeah.
and I love that one. That's my favorite one.
You read into it and you're like, I could see it.
She doesn't remember her childhood, bro.
Exactly.
Really?
I can't remember till I was 8 years old.
Chad
I
said
got the
pterodactyls
pizza
still
shooter, that's
exist.
it. Maybe somebody gave her a pizza shooter and she was like, I forget everything.
Yeah. Nothing else matters.
Yeah. New life, new me. All right.
So the
Maybe,
Avril,
that's who I am.
the Avril Lavigne conspiracy theory is that she actually died after the release of their first single, and they used a look-alike to replace her, and then they just did vocal training for her. And apparently it's some person, some chick named Melissa.
Yeah.
Well, see, I believe that Avril Lavigne is not her real name and never has been her real name. So maybe her real name is Melissa and it's just the stage name.
Maybe.
Yeah. Kind of like Miley
I could
Cyrus
see
and
that.
Hannah
'Cause,
Montana.
like, I mean, Drake's
Just like
name
Miley
is
Cyrus.
Drake. You know what I'm saying?
Miley's.
Like, Cardi B is not Cardi B. Like, she's
Right.
probably
Right.
got, like, I don't know. Like, is Beyonce?
No, I don't know.
Is it Beyonce or Beyonce?
Beyonce? Depends on where you're
Like
at.
Beyond Say.
Oh, Beyonce. I like that, actually.
Hova.
That's a fun one to say.
Beyonce.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That one's kind of weird. I could see Katy Perry panning out a little bit more than I could Avril Lavigne. I mean, the Avril Lavigne one sounds like, you know, the Beatles.
Yeah, they just copied
Paul.
the Beatles one.
Yeah, it's like the Paul is dead.
Oh yeah, like
Yeah.
the car wreck.
I got deep into that one. There was like this thing. There was like a documentary thing. I don't know what it was. Movie that I watched.
Is it the
about-
hour-long one that's on YouTube that was like massive 10 years ago?
Probably.
Yeah, I probably watched it too. It's awesome.
It was pretty long. I remember that. And I
He did
watched it.
facial reconstruction
Yes.
in Britain and all this stuff, dude.
MI5 or whatever
God.
was
Yes.
behind it. And
See, but here's the no. Okay, so here's what's weird about that, and I love that I can do this on your podcast. It's fucking awesome. Here's what's weird about that is I truly believe that they were approached by the government, and I don't know if it's like it is like an actual thing. I've heard that it is,
yeah.
but for the reason none other than the Beatles, like it's the same thing with like Michael Jackson. Like, do I think that Michael Jackson touched a little kid? I don't know. But for the amount of times that he was like brought into jail, like, nah, some of those just don't seem right. Some of those seem like a little too odd. Like the power that Michael Jackson had before before all that stuff happened, it's the same power that like John Lennon and the Beatles had, where like they could literally shift, like they could cause like revolutions. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
if they were in the UK and were like, yeah, we shouldn't have this system of government anymore. At their heights, if they had said something like that, it would have literally caused a revolution. So
Yeah.
what I'm saying is like I think that they were bigger than the government. Like what they were saying was more influential at that time than the actual government.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I wonder if people like Michael Jackson are approached by the government like, yo, man, like some comedian cracked a joke where they're like, yeah, we're going to need you to touch another kid, Michael. You know? Or
Cause a
like,
distraction.
yeah, we just need some type, or like even with dudes like Stevie Wonder, like that dude's his music is so influential and he's listened to by so many people that like he has some say, you know, maybe not so Stevie, but like the Beatles for sure at that time had like a huge say.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I like it. I like the conspiracies. They're like approaching people. And what did chat say? Who said what?
Someone. So you posted the.
Well, somebody was talking about Whitechapel, and I said Whitechapel just announced a co-headlining tour with Dying Fetus. And then if a boy said, wonder if Dying Fetus is pro-abortion. And then he said
Awesome.
pro-choice.
Pro-choice.
Are they playing at the march that happened today or what?
Oh wow.
Is that what was behind Ben Shapiro at the march today? Is it dying fetuses.
Dying fetuses.
Setup. That's hilarious, dude. That's so hilarious.
Dying fetus.
I wonder if dying fetus is pro-choice.
Oh my gosh.
God, that's great. They're doing a Planned Parenthood
he
tour.
He's done with his little podcast, and then he's like, "All right, introducing the band to the stage, Dying Fetus."
Yeah. Oh wait.
So, just the most brutal. Everybody just like,
It should be like Dying Fetus and Cannibal Corpse together.
Dying Fetus, Cannibal Corpse, and Pig Destroyer.
Oh, next level.
You might die at that concert.
You might.
Dude, I remember seeing it was at the Emerson Theater in Indianapolis, and Throwdown, It Dies Today, and The Chariot came through there.
Awesome.
And like just watching The Chariot, and then Throwdown came on, and just like that whole area was just a pit, and I was like, I'm gonna go outside. I was like, I gotta get out of here. We're gonna die.
Yeah, I've been to a couple shows like that. Not in like the amount of violence, but have you ever been like, dude, this is like not the same genre at all, but scary situations to where you're like, I need to step outside like that. Yeah. Oddly enough, I couldn't step outside because I was outside, and they had a show at the college in San Diego. What was it? It was USD because it was at the Catholic college, but it was on top of a parking structure, the very top, and it was like Finch, Homegrown, The Starting Line, Goldfinger, and like somebody else, and it was all these bands that at the time like everybody's jumping, so everybody's jumping on the top of this parking structure, and they have these like Asian lights, I don't know how else to say it, like strung up across the whole crowd, and you could see the lights and the light poles that they're hanging on literally bending the structure. And it turned into like a trampoline where kids were now like, instead of jumping, a normal like, I don't know, 16 inches or so, 14 inches, maybe 8 inches. I don't know how high it is. You're getting launched though. And they had to stop the show like a handful of times where they're like, we can't jump anymore. Like, at first they were like, you can jump, you can't circle, or you can't mosh pit, and you definitely can't crowd surf because we don't need somebody falling off the side. Right. So crowd surfing was for sure off limits. As soon as it started, people would just pull each other down. But they stopped us from jumping. So then it was like, oh, well, we can't do anything now. And they were like, all right, you can mosh pit now, but no crowd surfing or jumping.
Just run in circles.
But it was so dangerous that I remember being like, I got to get off this thing because I'm feeling like the structure just doing this. Like scary business.
They had that stage collapse in Indianapolis.
Yeah, they did. Was that at the state fair?
The state fair. One of the stages collapsed. It killed somebody or a couple people or something. Like, yeah, it was bad. I don't remember what the concert was.
Yeah,
I think it was some country concert or something.
Chad said Dead American Trampoline Tour.
Yeah, it was probably 5-6 years, probably more. It's been a little while since it happened. But
that's so brutal.
Yeah.
Losing somebody at a show because of a stage collapse.
Yeah, it was. I don't remember what happened. I think the stage company fucked up. Maybe. I don't remember how it happened. But
man, I've never had that worry about walking out onto a stage.
Well, it was at the state fair, so it was probably a portable stage or something they brought in, and you know what I mean. Like it was, I don't know.
They tried to set some heavy stuff up on it. It's like nope.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how it happened, but yeah, it went down.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah,
that's so sad.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
It was a while ago. It's probably been not quite 10 years. I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. I don't really have a concept of time anymore. Everything runs together.
Dude, there's some days I'm like, what day is it?
Right. I think I texted you one day and I was like telling you something like I can't come over today or something. And it was like the wrong day and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That's called getting old. Fool.
Yeah.
You just be forgetting days. Yeah, I did that at work last night. I was like, is today Wednesday or is today Thursday? Like, I don't know from back here in the dish pit, man. Like, please tell me it's Thursday because I want a day off tomorrow. Like, please, God.
Well, shit.
Yeah, dude. That's called getting old.
Yeah. It sucks. It just happens so fast.
Well, you know, if you're into listening to things about people getting old and like, you know, I call it 30 teenage angst, because it's like my angst at 30 is the same as it was at 13. I just have to express it differently, and the problems are still
basically
viewed the same. It still
Yeah.
sucks. Like, I don't know. It's kind of funny. Like, one of the songs that I've been working on. I don't have any kids, but my thank you, God, for not blessing me with kids. Yeah. But I see my sister going through her like, you know, her problems with her kids, and I'm just laughing the entire time. Like, dude, payback must really suck. But we were having conversations about it, or I was having a conversation with some people about it recently, and just like listening to their problems, just like giggling, like, I don't have your problem. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna write a song, like, kind of about that, like, just the problem that you have when you have kids. Like, you can't say what you really want to say to your kid. Like, you have a little daughter, right? How old is your daughter?
My fiance's got a couple kids, and her daughter's 6.
Okay, so you're in to where my sister's, I think, right behind where you are with her. But like, there's some things you just can't say. Like,
yeah.
You want to say it, but you just can't say it. And I'm like, I'm the perfect mouth, because I'll say it. Like, I got no problem saying it to your kid, you know. But better yet, I got no problem saying it through my songs. You know what I mean? Like, so I just wrote a song about, like, you know, if I were a parent and I was losing my mind, like, this is how I would probably, you know, I would want to yell at you, but I can't. And these are the things that I would want to say.
Sometimes I think about being that shitty stepdad.
It's like that in role models.
It's like, you can at least acknowledge it, you know. You're like, I'm not going to be that shitty stepdad, but you're like, you know, you have those thoughts. I know you have those thoughts. And you're like, God, you were so annoying. I just want to Bart Simpson you, and it lets you go, and, you know,
it's like
your tongue pop out of your face.
In role models, he's like, I know you're a little kid, and I'm not supposed to say this to you, but fuck you.
Yeah. It's like those moments, man, where I'm like, I just want to write about them, you know.
Is Santa Claus?
Like, I hear people complaining about it. I know it's gonna happen to me. I've known about it forever because I'm the oldest in my family, and I've seen my 2 little sisters be just terrors and terrorize my poor parents. I mean, I terrorized my parents in my own way, but.
And you're like, was I like that?
I'm like, I can relate to that, I guess. But it was cool. I actually sent the lyrics to my sister and was like, hey, is this how you feel? And she's like, spot on. I was like, perfect. I was like, is there anything I should add that you just wish you could say to your kid? She's like, I can't be a part of this.
This is where I have to just walk away.
But yes, that's how I feel, Cove. Exactly how I feel. Like, perfect. Because I'm sure a lot of people that know me who might jump on a train, that because they know me, might be going through the same things. I don't know how I'm going to tie it into me personally, but it's going to be fun. There's a lot of there's a lot of concepts within the actual concept that I have for the full length. And I'm hoping that we can kind of bring it out, just because the sound is going to be a little bit different than what it is now. Obviously, we want to evolve and progress, but like, I think we're still going to be like this type of band for a while. Like, I still have a lot of stuff in me to say that I'm like, I haven't said anything in so long.
Right.
You know,
it's all bottled up.
Yeah, there's a lot pent up that is in 8 years. You know, something that we talked about with Seosin when Seosin first released the self-titled record was something that I thought about even as I was writing the second record, In Search of Solid Ground. Like, the way that we explained it was, or the way that it is explained is like, we had, up until our first record, we had, to me personally, I had 19 years of experience to take into it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Justin had, I think at the time it was like 22. Bo had like 24 or 23. Chris, the same thing. Alex, the same thing. Somewhere in that range, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we had like, between the five of us, there was like 100 years of experience that we viewed to take into this record. And we all knew that moving forward, we would only have the amount of time before the second record came out to write about. Right. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Am I making sense?
Yeah.
So I feel like with Dead American, like, my experience since Seosin and the way that I've lived my life, like I've lived things that I never thought I would live, and I've seen things that I never thought I would see because of the way that I was living. And I think we all go through it at some point in our lives where we're just like, 37 cents left in the bank account.
Yep.
You know, like, I gotta wait till Friday and it's Tuesday.
Yeah.
To put gas in my car and I gotta get to work. You know, like, shit, what do I do? You know? So, or even to like living in my car. You know what I mean? Like, there's like aspects of my life that I never thought I would experience. And I'm glad that I've experienced, because now I have like a different point of view. I can put myself in the shoes that I was when I was living in a car and be like, I was so appreciative for everything that I had. It didn't matter what it was, you know. Somebody sending me a text, I love this dude, you know. And sometimes you get ungrateful. Yeah. And you're like, oh, whatever. Like, I don't have a lot. And you're like, yeah, but you have more than you had when you were living in a car. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But I have all these different perspectives that I can now like put myself into, like, oh, how would this version of myself look at it? And I think there's like an underlying theme that like all the versions of myself pretty much viewed the issues that I was having the same. It's just other things in my life were like this. Just a cloud, bro. You can't see it. You can't see what's really going on. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, like, I want to talk about that cloud and the things that clouded me and my frustrations that I have with that cloud. You know what I mean? And sometimes it's not like, sometimes I won't be writing from the perspective that I am now, where it's like, I was in a really dark place, and I'm going to put myself in that dark place and just write the song from that dark place. Mm-hmm. You know? So it's pretty cool. The past 8 years, even though I've rode that roller coaster up and down and up and down and up and down. So now I feel like my views on the ups are different and my views on the downs are different. And the way that I want to write about them is just like with a middle finger up as I'm like writing, you know?
Right.
I don't know. A lot of everything is, you can become so frustrated if you dig far enough into anything. You'll just reach a point where you're like, what am I doing? Mm-hmm. You know, like people burrow themselves in. You're like, what am I doing here? And I think that at those moments, it's like, that's what I want to write. That's the approach. Like, cause I always get frustrated when I get there. So I just want to write from that frustrated point of like, this is what I saw my homie going through, and I hated the fact that I saw it, so I'm gonna write something about it. You know, right. This is what my sister is going through. She hates her she doesn't hate her life, but she hates this moment when she wants to just, like I said, Bart Simpson, her kid. I'm all right about it, you know, like, because I can relate. I can relate in my own little way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I feel like we all go through just things at different times, or the same thing in life, just at different times. So we're all a little bit older. And I kind of want to like explain my thoughts on all of the subjects that end up coming to my brain as I listen to the music. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of the approach that I've taken with at least the first 5 songs that you've heard so far. I think the next CD will have the same thing. It'll just be a different, like, some songs will have a different sonic, like, just the sound. Like the sound of it might be a little bit different, but it's still going to be the. All right, I'm writing things down.
Just gonna hold this right here.
Yeah. Everything's just mean. I don't know. I feel like there's so much, like, I'm just frustrated with music because there's so much to be frustrated about and so many things just to call bullshit on. Yeah, it seems like nobody's doing it. Everybody's just like buying in.
Right.
You know? It's like, what was the most punk rock thing in 2016? I live on a coast where, like, you had, like, if you, how do I put this? When I was 16, I wanted to go against the grain.
Mm-hmm.
So if everybody I knew was voting one way or was looking at it a certain way, or all the media was saying it, that this is the way that we should look at it, I wanted to go to the opposite. That's kind of how I view punk. I'm not saying my political beliefs are the same like that, but to me, the most punk rock thing in 2016 was Donald Trump.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he was the voice that just, like, even though he inspired so many people just to speak up about the stupidest thing and feel like they're entitled to have an opinion when they're not, like, that's so punk. That's like the most punk rock thing I've ever seen. Like, everybody just grew a sack and was like, no snowflakes. I was like, what? You're calling people names? Like, this is tight. Hell yeah.
I've never heard Donald Trump referred to as punk rock, but I think,
dude, I mean,
I think
honestly,
you're right.
like, that's just kind of how it felt, you know?
I think you're
and
right.
To me, I even said it to Joey, my homie Joey, he's been my lifelong friends forever. I can't believe I haven't brought him up more times in this interview, but he plays with the Used now. He's the new guitar player.
Oh, nice.
Sick guitar player, sick songwriter. But we were talking about it, and I was like, I like, a part of me before that election, because I voted for a giant douche. I literally wrote in a giant douche. You can look at my Instagram. I voted for the giant douche. But, like, a part of me secretly, like, hoped that he would win. Only because I had this, like, hope, and, like, I had hoped just as much as Barack Obama had hoped that, like, there would be this change in music where, like, music would get awesome again, and it would get more punk rock, and punk rock was going to come back. And I was like, nobody's saying anything. Like, NoFX, like, NoFX said some dumb shit when they
Yeah, they did.
And it was poorly timed. But I mean, you give it like a year, and they go back and they say that, if had they said that a year later, that was still probably a bad taste.
I don't even remember what they said.
Everything with NoFX is bad taste. That's why they're NoFX. That's why they're punk rock. But I don't know, man. Like, I just kind of like hoped that there would be like this, like, I don't know. I remember when George Bush was president, 9/11 happened, punk rock was like, had such the easy target. I mean, I don't see it in our genre, you know, or in the genre of rock and roll. Like, we're supposed to be the ones that have something to say, and who are like on the fringe, you know, who are saying things, and I don't know. Turned out Donald Trump ended up being the most punk rock thing in 2016. Not the music, not the actual punk rock.
Death by Cake said, "We just need more Kids Bop."
Dude, so how good would this be?
Can you submit your own music to Kids Bop? Is that a thing?
I don't know, but we should.
Yeah.
Just keep mailing it to them every day until they just
That
fucking
would be
take
tight.
it.
I should do that. I should like legitimately just mail them my CD. Like, hey, you should turn one of these songs into it. I only sent 3 because I figured, wasting any more of your time other than taking 10 minutes out of your day would be too much. So please take a 10-minute break. Go smoke a cigarette.
Go smoke
Listen
one
to my
of them
music
cigarettes.
and try and bop it on kids.
Bopping on kids.
Oh my gosh. No, I don't know, man. I'm excited to see where like music heads though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like this year is a big year. I feel like 2019 is going to be like going into like when we look back at the period of 2010 to 2020, I think that period of music is going to be viewed like disco, or at least that's how I hope it's viewed.
Yeah.
Like it's going to be viewed like, oh, I'm blue, da-ba-dee-da-ba-da, like, if I had to listen to that, I would throw my
Shit's a
phone. I
bop.
would literally punch things if I had to listen to that song again. And I listened to that song a bazillion times. But I hope that that's how this generation of music is viewed, just super bad. And then we all start doing like crazy stuff, like in this, I don't know. I want to say like Zeppelin shit, but I don't really like Zeppelin, so I don't want to say that.
Huh.
We can say like AC/DC. Let's go there.
Yeah.
All right.
I like everybody but Plant. Sorry. That's all I gotta do, homie. Just killed your whole argument. That is a grown man wearing bell bottoms.
Death by Cake said, "Dead American tour with Noble."
Say what?
Death by Cake on Twitch said, "Dead American tour with Noble."
With Noble?
Yeah.
Okay, that's another band to go check out. Are they sick?
I don't know. Never heard of them.
I'm down if they're sick. Again, man, like we just got our first tour confirmed, and I'm like, I've never listened to these bands before. Like I've heard the name,
Yeah.
but I just haven't gone out and listened. And now that I'm listening, I'm like, oh hell yeah. Like we're definitely on the tour that everybody wanted to be. It's gonna be sick. I'm so excited. It's such an awesome opportunity. I can't wait to say thank you to these dudes for that opportunity. But yeah, like I'm because of me coming back and me like checking out the genre again and seeing like what's going on. Like
yeah.
I will admit, man, like I do have a lot of hope
Mhm.
for the genre of like just rock and roll in general, punk rock and roll, alternative, whatever you want to call it, like the shit we're into. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like band shit, not like DJ Imagine Dragons. Like that's not band shit. That's like Coldplay shit.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true though. That's true.
I don't know. Like
Coldplay.
I do have faith though. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. I hear bands like I far too late jumped on the Law Dispute train.
Mm.
I think that band is awesome. There's a band called Citizen that's awesome that I just heard of magically. Like our Dead American radio on Spotify has like blown my mind. Like Counterparts, sick.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Counterparts is tight.
Yeah.
Can't swim, fucking tight.
Can't swim. Yep.
Like yeah, I love our channel. I think our channel is awesome. And if you actually like our music, I think you will like our channel greatly. I don't know if me liking and disliking songs within it is helping the algorithm, but I think our channel is super dope. Like you get old stuff, you get new stuff, you get my old past, you get everything, dude. It's super cool.
I think my Spotify was playing your channel. Like, I was listening to the EP, and then like when I get in my car, my phone will just connect to my radio and start playing the music. And I looked at it, and it wasn't playing your music; it was playing like your music and other people. Like, so it must have been on your channel because I remember seeing "Can't Swim" on there.
Yeah.
And so it must have been on there. So yeah,
the Dead American little radio thing, like give it a little like and go in there and help me groom that thing because it's like, as far as I'm concerned, it's set, man. Like that thing, I've gone through hundreds of songs, like because I want to hear it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I've taken a break. You know, I want to hear like what's out there that I haven't been listening to, and you know, I found a bunch of good bands that I'm really excited about. Beartooth.
Oh yeah,
Beartooth
is great.
Beartooth is, dude. That band is awesome. Like I'm so excited about like just the future of just this year, because not having Warped Tour leaves the summer touring
right
like wide open. Like,
yeah,
there's gonna be massive summer tours that are going on, and I don't know. I think it's going to lead to a lot of really good opportunities for a lot of bands like Dead American that are, you know, on the younger side, but are just looking for that chance to actually, you know, be on the bill, you know, because I feel like a lot of bands are going to go out and they're going to do their own like festival type thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, why not have like a Taste of Chaos type tour if you're, I don't know, if you're just one of those bands, I don't know, like 30 Seconds to Mars or something, you know what I'm saying? Like 30 Seconds could take out 15 bands if they wanted to and play sheds. Yeah. You know, like Slipknot does it with their tour. Like they did I know they did Mayhem, but I know they could easily pull something off like that themselves. Just get a sponsor, go out and do something. That'd be cool.
Hell yeah.
But hopefully there's more of that type of stuff.
You ever heard of a band called Tiny Moving Parts?
I've seen that name. Is it awesome?
Dude, they're so good.
Do I need to write that down?
Yeah. Dude, they're so good. Their album Swell came out this year.
Of course, the one pen I have turned into a straw. Are you kidding me?
Is that a pen? Nope, that's a straw.
Yeah. Oh no, no. It's definitely a pen.
Is that how you guys get?
Tiny Moving Parts. Yo, throw that into that chat after we get off of our podcast.
Yeah.
Is that how you're getting into the straw band?
Man, I'm looking for so many, just new music. You know, I haven't done it for so long, and now that I'm listening, I'm like, and I have all this time on my hands washing dishes.
Is that what you're doing?
All I do is listen to music. So it's cool. It's been cool to like discover bands. I need more.
I can send you a whole list of stuff that like came out this year.
Oh hell yeah, please do.
Yeah,
please do. I've jumped on, you know, a couple of people that I follow on Instagram because I only use like 3 apps in my life. But a couple of people posted, they're like, "Oh, these are my favorite records of 2018." Like, all right, I'm gonna go to their page and just add to my favorites, and if it sucks and I end up not liking it, I'll just don't play this again.
Yeah.
Spotify, you rule.
I really think you dig the Tiny Moving Parts because they have that kind of like
moving parts.
Yeah, that punkish kind of like little bit of hardcore. I don't know. It's good. Like it's super good.
I'm about it, man. I'm about this whole thing that I want to say the band that I don't want to say because they're terrible and that singer just annoys me. I want to say the band that I'm trying to say. England. What's the big Linkin Park band right now? Come on.
The big Linkin
I can
Park
see his
band.
face clear as day. He's tattooed up to everywhere. He got the little Beatles haircut. They sound like Linkin Park, Umbrella.
Oh, Bring Me the Horizon?
Yes, Bring Me the Horizon.
Yeah.
Okay. Love what they're doing. I don't know the band name, but I love what they're doing. I saw them like way back in the day and was like, I can't do this. But then now, I don't know what happened in the past like 8 years, but
See, I was the other way. I like the old stuff.
you like the old stuff?
Yeah.
See, there's something about the old stuff. I was just like, no.
That was when they were
I
sponsored.
don't want to condone this.
At that time, they were sponsored by Jägermeister.
Fuck yeah.
So
I used to drink a lot of Jägermeister too, so that might have had something to do with it.
We can't do this anymore.
yeah,
It's too bad.
I'm dying.
Yeah, I don't drink it anymore.
Even Boy said, "Do yourself a solid and listen to Era or Ghost Atlas, the lead singer Jesse Cash."
You know, dude, I don't need to bring up Ghost Atlas and Era, dude. Dude, I'm a bands, dude. Are you kidding me? That kid from Era sounds exactly like me. The first time it came on the Dead American radio, I was like, I didn't write this song.
Well,
when did I record that?
He said the lead singer.
He's so good though.
Said the lead singer
I don't
Jesse.
know what his name is, but he's good.
He said he learned how to sing off your guys' debut album.
Really?
Yes.
I could see that.
Yeah.
But dude, he's got some pipes, man.
Yeah.
I never had pipes like that. That fool's got pipes, dude. Like I had like moments in the studio where I had pipes like that. Howard Benson got pipes like that. Nobody else has. Dude. That kid's good. Arrow's super good. Ghost Atlas has a song that I really like. Trying to think how it goes, but he has like this weird like Spencer / Anthony sound too. And I really like his voice. I think his voice is super sick. I can hear the difference in us all, but I really like, I don't know, it's kind of dope that people sound like me.
Yeah. People are
or that I sound like other people. I don't know how it goes. I just think it's sick. That's what I want to listen to.
Yeah, they're influenced by you, so.
Yeah, Era is super tight. I would love to tour with Era sometime.
Yeah. We saw them
Era's
live
super
with
cool.
August
Ghost
Burns
Atlas,
Red.
same thing. I'd love to tour with them.
Yeah, Era's
They're
dope.
badass. Does the singer of Ghost Atlas play keys?
I don't know.
Do you know?
I don't know.
Or does he play? I feel like he plays something because in their picture on Spotify, it's just him. I'm always like, You have like this Davey Havoc vibe going on.
Oh yeah.
In the photo, at least. I've never seen them live, so I don't know.
Didn't AFI they put out a new album recently, didn't they?
I think that sounds
I don't know,
familiar. I don't know. I never was huge into AFI.
Their singer plays guitar. He's the lead guitarist for Ghost Atlas.
In Ghost Atlas?
Yeah.
I was like, Davey Havoc is not a guitar. Oh, that's cool. He's another guy you just want to punch in the throat. Like, just be good at one thing, dude.
Yeah, be like, come
everything. Here. Yeah. Come here, baby fingers, dude. Let me get you out here. Baby finger your throat real quick. Damn. God, I hate people like that, dude. Just multi-talented assholes.
Right? Just good
I'm
at
sure
everything.
He's super nice. Like I said, I'm going to tour with him. I don't know if I'm touring with him. I better tour with him. They're freaking
If you just
sweet.
keep
That's
saying
all I'm
it,
saying.
just keep saying it, and it'll probably happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Yeah, no, Ghost Atlas is rad. But yeah, I'm searching for more, man. I need time. I need time to like listen to it all. Forget how many other bands there were. I have like this list of bands that I'm like, I need to go add their songs to my playlist, but I don't know which ones to add. So I just go to YouTube and be like, what songs did they make music videos to? Because
which one has the most plays?
yeah, I would imagine the one that with the music video would have the most plays. Like I don't pay for Spotify, so I can't see any of the stream counts.
Oh yeah.
Really?
So I can't tell who like what truly is the most popular song. But yeah, I'm always like, at least now that I've been using Spotify more, like listening to that Dead American Radio and like finding new bands and being like, I want to go listen to more Can't Swim and Counterparts and Idola and
Cardi B.
Yeah. Now, you know what I actually have done recently is like, I wish somebody would like create this list, but just going in to like the charts and then favoriting all of the top 50 from the path of the week from each week from the past like 5 years. I would love to see that playlist.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That'd be
like I think that playlist would be super interesting to see how many bands with distortion actually make that list.
Probably a lot of Drake.
Dude, so much Drake. I forget who it was. Drake, Ed
Beyonce.
Sheeran. And there was one other. There was one more that last year's Spotify numbers were like over 1 billion plays.
Probably,
or 1 billion streams. Dude, they sold just on Spotify alone over like 150,000 records. Just off a stream count.
Well, I know last year Post Malone broke one of the Beatles records.
Or was it 1 million? No, it's 1 million. Yeah, it's like 1.5. They went platinum and gold. Like, that's insane. Just off of Spotify.
Chance the Rapper.
Chance the Rapper.
Didn't he do like a record on Spotify last year or something? Didn't he break a record?
I don't know, but he's the artist that I paid most attention to, or have been trying to pay most attention to, because he's done it without a label.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, all of it.
He won a Grammy without a record label, the first and only person to do it.
I haven't heard anything about him in a while.
Yeah, he's been pretty quiet.
He was like he blew up real big there, and it was all about Chance the Rapper. And now I haven't seen his name on it.
He was like giving money back to the community in Chicago to like
improve
things.
You know how much money he made off of his hats?
Oh.
Dude, he made like over $50 million just off of hats.
Holy crap!
Wow.
Yeah. So if you look at like, I think he actually in that Kit Kat commercial that he's in, he's wearing his hat.
Right.
And that hat that he's wearing, he sold like over 1 million hats or something stupid like that. It was the same thing with Ariana Grande.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, same thing with her and Travis Scott. Like those back orders on just the clothing from pre-order alone.
Yeah.
People were waiting for like 6 months just for pre-order.
Wow.
That's insane.
I've been waiting 6 months for this T-shirt.
Dude, straight up.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
Then the post office loses it.
Yeah, but exactly. But to me, like, is that like, what is that a sign of? You know, like you're selling merch and calling it a record sale.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't really sell records anymore, so you're not buying that CD or pre-ordering that CD. You're just going on Spotify and listening to it. So merch sales are probably up. I mean, you're going and buying something from them.
It's probably why the labels want to take it all now too. They don't want to. They want to take a part of that merch cut.
Yeah. You go to a concert and you're not probably buying the CD anymore.
Right.
If they're even selling it. And then so you're buying a shirt instead of
concerts I've been going to lately, they've been selling shirts and vinyls.
Yeah.
Yeah, shirts and vinyls. That seems to be like the big thing is shirts and vinyls.
You'll
shirts,
see people.
hoodies, and vinyls.
You'll see like a bunch of people just walking out with vinyls, and I'm like, Damn.
Yeah.
And they're cheaper
we're actually
on
doing
tour.
a vinyl of The Shape of Punk is Dumb, like within the next, hopefully, well, we're ideally going to be shipping sometime in April when the tour is actually started. But we're doing a super limited run of like 300 vinyl.
Nice.
So it's going to be cool. I don't know. We're going to package up. What is it? We're going to package up 3 different colors. We're going to do a box set that you can only buy. Like there will only be 40 available. It's going to be really cool. We're trying to make it as awesome for the actual listener of our band and supporter. You know, a lot of people have come up and been like, "What are you going to have vinyl?" Like, dude, we want to do something cool with vinyl, you know? Like, we don't want to do something. Right. I don't know. Like, vinyl is, like, special, you know? Like, I only want there to be a limited amount of vinyl. And if we do a different pressing, it's got to be different, you know, in some way, shape, or form. It can't be the same.
Death by Cake said, "Does it come with a piece of your hair?"
No, but if you're looking for my dreadlocks, they're somewhere in East San Diego County.
East San Diego County.
I did let them go with like 50 balloons attached to 50 balloons.
Did you really?
Yeah, bro. It was cool. It was cool. And what made it even cooler was like it barely lifted off the ground.
Can you imagine?
And so like when we let it go, it like kind of hovered like up this like my friend at Joey's house, like it like went up his driveway. It's like a long driveway, not a long one, but it went up the hill, and then there's like a power line at the top of the hill, and it had to clear the power line. And all of us, when it first started, it was like hovering super low to the ground. And then finally, like one of us hit it, and it just like barely went up like 5 feet, and then it kind of hovered back down. Then the wind took it.
Could you imagine being some old lady watering your flowers, and next thing you know, there's just chunk of fucking hair.
That's what I'm saying, dude. That'd be so classic. Like, just roll up on it. Like, what is that dead animal right there? Like, oh shit! It's attached to something. Let's try and set it free. Get up
oh my god, that's somebody's hair.
Oh, it's just human hair.
Fucking calling the police and shit, thinking someone got scalped.
Someone got scalped.
Quick, call the police.
So good.
They'd be like, "What the fuck you want us to do?" We can't.
He's had to have been at the hospital.
Yeah,
he was scalped.
Evad Boy said, "Just talked to Jesse from Era. Said he wants a clip of you saying you want to punch him in the throat because he's so talented."
Yeah, I want to punch you, Jesse, in the throat. You can watch this clip over and over and over again all you want. You damn fool, you're so good. I want that. I want to sing with that guy. I've always wanted to hear how like somebody who sounds like I've always wanted to sing with Spencer from Under Oath. I've always wanted to sing with Anthony, like on a recording, you know?
Yeah.
Like I've always wanted to sing with Spencer and Anthony, and I would love to sing a song with this dude, just to hear like the differences in our voice. I mean, we do sound similar, but like those subtle differences are just are what sets him and I apart. And I feel like he and I we could listen to one another like probably over and over and over again and hear ourselves in one another, but also hear those differences. Yeah. And I think with people like, I don't know, like one of the comments that bugged me, didn't really bug me. Can't say it bugged me. It didn't trigger me. I'm not going to say that.
Triggered.
But it's one of the things that I saw on our YouTube. Like one of the first posts that somebody posted when we actually started releasing like teasers and songs on YouTube was Sleepwave, is that you? And I loved that because I loved Spencer and Under Oath, and I loved Sleepwave. And I love the fact that his voice and my voice sound similar. But I recognize the differences, even though you found the similarities. And it can be hard sometimes to tell the difference. From my standpoint, it's clear as day that that's not me.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, damn, that sounds like me. That's so cool. You know, somebody else has the same vocal structure, like throat structure as me. I wonder if they're like my height, you know, or like my body type, or like, you know, like I wonder about that shit. Like, what makes us the same or sound the same?
Right.
But he's cool. I don't know. I like his voice, man. He's cool. Kid's got pipes, and I would love to sing with him someday.
Yeah. Eva Boy said, I'll try to get him in this chat right now. Sent him the link to it.
Oh.
Said you guys would sound
Just
amazing
send
together.
him my email, Cove at Dead American.
There you go.
Who is Cove on all platforms? Tell him to hit me up. Follow me. I will hit that fool up personally. I just don't know his name.
I don't know where he is.
I just know he sounds like me, and I like his music.
Where are you?
Yeah. He's tight.
Bromance.
I'm down, bro. I'm down for a good bromance, dude. I'll bromance with everybody. Like, I don't know, man. I've since high school, I've always tried to find the common ground, which is why I think we can laugh with one another.
Right.
As adults right now in this moment, but I don't know. I've always tried to find the common ground because that's like the glue. That's what society is. That's what it means to be human, is to find the common ground, like, and understand that you're going to have disagreements. So what? Everything that you have common ground on is what you should hold to be true, and never forget that that is true.
Right.
But I don't know, man. I don't know where I was going with that tangent, but I feel like, yeah.
See here, I'll post you guys' I think I got this.
Have him hit me up though. I want to talk to him. He's cool.
There we
He's
go.
already a good bromance in my book.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I just posted your guys' website link in the chat because I went there earlier, and you know all your links to social media and everything's on there. So
Dope. Yeah, I literally don't pay much attention to a lot of things outside of just what's happening in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm not artistically talented, so like me creating a website and like knowing what to do or what it should look like. Later, bro. Oh, you want to design a t-shirt? Well, I have this idea, but I can't do it. Is it hard? Can somebody else do it? Is it hard or is it easy? But it's hard for me, and I just won't do it. So
right.
I try to like just pay attention to what I pay attention to, and I think that, I don't know, writing and experiencing life and laughing at my struggles and just the world around us is a hell of a lot more fun than struggling.
Right.
The struggle to be like, I don't know how to build a website.
This is so much pressure.
Yeah. Screw that. Thanks, Josh and Justin, for building a dope website for Dead American.
You gotta have a dope website.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's honestly like even when he was building it, he was like, "What do you guys want?" And would like, I'd be like, "Well, could you do this?" And he'd be like, "Well, let me see." And then he'd be like, "Go test it out." I'd be like, "What? I could do that?" He's like, "Yeah, just follow the link." I'm like, links and chats?
Technology.
Yes. But no, it's super cool though. Like I love watching people do work and I'm always curious. Like the Used is actually in town right now, working at Joey's studio.
Oh, nice. And
I've had they're working on their new record, and I've had the opportunity and the privilege of like sitting in and just listening to like how they work. And you know, I know how Joey works and I know how he operates and the way his brain works musically. So it's been really cool for me to like sit back and watch him work with these dudes, because everybody works different. You know,
Right.
I feel like there's little things that we can all pull from one another if we decide to work together. You know what I'm saying? Or if we're given the opportunity, like I am, just to sit in and watch. You know, which I feel like is super taboo. But you know, it's been pretty damn cool to see them progress and make me think about all these crazy things where I'm like, oh shit, I gotta think about that. I gotta think about a record setup.
Right.
Like, what? What is that? Oh, you have to have artwork for that? Oh. Well, what should that be? I don't know.
So, they said you need to hit up Jesse Cash on Instagram. That's the dude from Era. He's on
Jesse
there.
Cash.
I looked him up. Don't be mistaken for the weird child with his shirt off. Make sure.
Okay.
Don't click that one.
Don't click
I
that
already
one.
like where this is going. Go on.
That could be a trap.
But no, he's on there. Jesse Cash. Jesse
Tight.
_ Cash.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check that guy out, man. I that's honestly like that was one of the first ones that popped up that I was like, dude, who is this band? And I need to go like all their songs right now.
Yeah.
They're freaking badass. And they're dually, right? He plays guitar.
He plays guitar.
There's a screamer. It's all.
Uh,
Or is it like a Dance Gavin Dance thing where there's a singer and a screamer?
I don't remember. Was there?
Yeah, I can't. We saw them live because they were on tour with August Burns Red a few years ago, but I can't remember.
I feel like I heard he's a little shredder.
I think there was 2, wasn't there?
Was there?
August Burns Red doesn't have 2, do they?
No.
So,
no,
yeah, I
August
think it
Burns
was
Red
Era.
just has one.
I remember there being 2 dudes.
Was there 2?
Going at it up on the stage?
Yeah.
I just wonder if he plays guitar. I heard he
think.
plays guitar.
I'm gonna
too.
look him up and make sure that's right. Which one should I pick? Wikipedia? I don't know.
Yeah. Eva Boy said, yeah, 2 singers. JT's a screamer. Jesse sings.
Yep. Wait.
Oh, so it is a sing scream. Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Jesse
yeah.
sings and
JT
is a screamer.
and this has backup clean too.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's cool. That's awesome.
Oh, okay. So Era's 2 singers. Ghost Atlas is just Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Jesse is the shredder.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm confused.
So many
All these
names.
new bands, man. New bands. Excited about it.
Yeah.
I'm excited. Honestly, those are 2 of the bands that I'm like, these guys need to do something. Like they need like, I don't know. Like they deserve to break through, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like those guys are talented. Super talented.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing him because like until that point when we saw him live, I'd never seen him, and they played, and I was like, holy shit, you know, I was like, these guys are killing it.
I listened to him before.
I want to say Bo, the Sailsin guitar player, did the Era record.
Yeah, I think that's what Eva Boy was saying in the chat. Let me scroll back here, see if I can find it.
It would make sense because that record sounds like something Bo would do, which is awesome. That was one of the first things I noticed was like, dude, this band sounds so good.
Yep, he said they just
Heavy.
recorded their new album with Bo.
Oh hell yeah, that makes me want to record with Bo. Bo's so talented, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I didn't know he did all that too.
Say that again.
I didn't know Bo did all that.
Oh, dude. So, Bo back in the day, so there was this band that I really liked on their first, like, they had like this like 7 or 8 song EP. Oh, why am I drawing a blank right now? Panic at Disco. Why can't I think of their name? Anyways, he did this band that I really liked from back in the day, and he did this record before I even knew that he recorded it. You know, like he put it on in the van, and I was like, dude, I love this band. He's like, yeah, I recorded it. I was like, what? You recorded one of my favorite bands, like local bands? That's tight. Like, what else do you record? He did some like From First to Last songs back in the day.
Really?
Yeah. Like before Heroin. I want to say he like the record before Heroin, he like remixed and mastered. Nice. And I thought he crushed that mix way better than the original. There's one. Oh, The Bled.
Oh God, The Bled. Yeah, yes.
Bo did Pass the Flask.
Oh my
God,
God,
and that record sounds dope too.
I completely forgot about The Bled because it'd been so
The
long.
Bled were the shit.
Yeah. I had one of the, awesome. I had their shirt too. Damn, where'd all my shirts go? God.
The other one was just all it said was The Bled, like super like plain.
I remember that shirt. I remember seeing that everywhere.
Yeah.
People having it.
Yeah.
Every Bled. That's like they only had like 2 shirts. It was dope.
Yeah. That's all you needed.
Hell yeah. It's like Dead American right now. All we got is 2 shirts.
Dude, shirts are expensive to get made.
I found my
that
shirt.
they are.
You found your what?
They are.
The analyst. Remember them?
The analyst, yeah.
It says the fucking analyst on it. But it was back when I weighed like 110 pounds in high school, so it was like a tiny little shirt. It says the fucking analyst on it.
There was a band around here called The Analyst, and then their shirt said the fucking analyst.
That's awesome.
Some people would joke like the anal lust.
They were good. I like them. I still listen to their fucking albums sometimes.
Yeah, I want to do more like, I don't know. We have a couple like ideas for touring merch that I think are hilarious. Well, the debate right now is whether or not to take it on tour, whether it's worth it to take on tour. But I want to do like funny stuff where it's like, I don't know, like some political thing where, because, you know, if we do a record in 2020 and that's when our record's coming out, like it's coming out right around the perfect time for like to get political with it.
Right.
But not really take a stance. So I think like having like a Republican, Democrat dead check, you know, like something like that, or like we've been debating the Make America Dead Again hats.
Nice.
I think those would be super funny.
Kanye would wear it.
Oh, see, my whole thing is like I want it to be like a poke, you know, like to where it's like you know, like if a kid wears that Make America Dead Again hat into his classroom, doesn't necessarily believe it, but the teacher is like, you need to take that hat off because of what it stands for. It's like, what are you talking about? This is a band hat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and then everybody in the classroom now knows that it's not a Donald Trump hat. It's a band hat. There's a band called Dead American.
That's a pretty good idea.
I don't know.
It'll stick.
But just kind of like triggering, like a little triggering. Like, oh goodness. But it's not like, it's only triggering at first. And then you realize like, oh, it doesn't say that. Oh, okay.
Triggered.
Like I want people to feel so dumb if they do get triggered. That's my goal. I think it's funny. I just think the whole topic, just everything. He's got a hat. Take that hat off. That's a dumb hat.
I got in trouble one time because I wore a shirt to class that said "Save a tree, eat a beaver."
That's awesome.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's hilarious.
And she's like, no, you got to turn that shirt inside out. And I was like, okay. So the class was over. I just, turned it right side out. We were at lunch and the principal walks by, bro. And he's like, I don't know about that shirt.
Tell me it had like a beaver on it too.
It had like, it had like a tree and a beaver.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, That's something, some type of band shirt like that. I don't know. I'm looking for ideas. I'm trying to figure it out. But I think the Make America Dead Again hats.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think that would be a fun one. Just make it look exactly like the real hat you can buy on DonaldTrump.com.
What
Just
I love
freaking,
about
like,
Donald Trump,
American flag and everything, dude.
not only does Donald Trump sell merch, he wears his merch too.
Dude,
I love it.
does he ever, bro? I'm taking it straight from him, straight from the Don.
Straight
Right
from
over here,
Don. Like he's on the fucking news or doing something important. He's got his fucking Make America Great.
And he's over there like this. He's
It's
like,
so good, bro. It's so good. Oh my gosh! Every time you see him, he talks anything. Anytime he does anything, gold.
Yeah.
Just gold. You know, there's gonna be the left is gonna just go after him, and then the right's gonna not stand up for him, but just talk shit in their own way. And then you sit back and laugh. 'Cause Donald Trump doesn't care. He just
No, that's what's so punk rock about him. He doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
It's so
Dude,
none.
he just this is my honestly, one of the best things a president has ever done is just be as petty as this dude.
Yeah.
It's so awesome. It's like a soap opera up in there, dude. Like him canceling Pelosi's flight to go visit troops in the Middle East because there's a government shutdown. Like him using the same excuse as her as to why he can't have his State of the Union. Like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. It's like a teenage couple that just doesn't want to break up yet.
Yeah.
But it's so good.
Eva Boy said, we need a Hunger Games. Whoever wins gets to be president. How punk rock would that be?
Oh, dude. I would be dropping so many gifts to everybody, bro.
So many hats.
Oh, dude. Just Make America Dead Again hats just all over. It'd be sick.
People running around getting blown up and hats flying everywhere. You're like, they're still good.
Oh. If you wear this hat, it will save your life.
Yeah.
You must put it over your face in 30 seconds or you will die. Because it's actually an air filter hat.
31 seconds. Too bad you're dead.
Yeah. This message is 31 seconds long. No.
It's like those Mission Impossible, like, these glasses will
You gotta figure that
self-destruct.
shit out.
Yeah. What if he didn't take the glasses off and then just blew his head up?
Oh, man.
Wow.
Yeah, that's great. Our president's great. He's hilarious.
The Twitter account, like, I just can't handle it. It's just
But it's so good.
Do you think Twitter planned out making the longer character limit happen right as Trump became president? Like, you used to only have so many. You only used to put so
was it
many
like 130?
Yes, and then they like doubled it.
Yeah.
Like right when Trump was becoming president or something, I think was when they did it. Like that was like
see,
perfect
here's the thing,
timing.
Though, is wouldn't they want to limit what he would want to say?
I don't know.
Right.
I think it makes them more money.
So any of those people who are like, oh, Twitter, was all against Donald Trump. They were trying to keep his words and tweets from the public view. They're using their algorithms and shit. It's like, shut up.
What blows my mind is like
he has the biggest platform of all time.
Yeah.
When we were kids, you didn't have that shit. The president couldn't go on Twitter and say something. It blows my mind that you're like watching the news and they're like showing the president tweeted today. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like,
it's just like the most random
thing.
Like, the news is reporting a tweet from somebody as like, could this start a war?
I can't even imagine looking back like
breaking news.
Years.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like what those people are gonna look back and be like, oh my gosh. Like we were how many years into this country and we still didn't have it together?
Right.
Okay. Are we at like we're at like 250 years, yeah?
Yeah, something like that.
We just hit like a quarter millennia as a country,
I don't know.
I think we're going through a quarter millennia crisis.
Chad said, "Make America tweet again."
Oh my gosh. It's just got the little Twitter logo like on the side.
Yeah.
That's what Twitter needs to do to save their stock.
Yeah.
I hear it's not good. But then again, I watched too many of those conspiracy ones, so I don't know if it's true or not.
You're like, I don't know what to believe anymore.
I just don't, man. JFK's still alive. Tupac is ruining R. Kelly's career.
That sounds about right.
You know,
I haven't heard that one. I haven't heard either of those. JFK
yeah,
still alive?
has. I just created.
Oh, you just created him. Nice. I'm already in.
Tell me more.
Tell me more.
I don't even know what else.
Wow.
Drake's Magic 8 Ball is legitimately a Magic 8 Ball. He's the only one that has one. Can you imagine if that's how he was choosing his rhymes?
A Magic 8 Ball?
Yeah, he's like, I got two. Let's see which one's the best. Better luck next time. Nope. You know, I'm just like, fuck.
He just comes up with one-liners and he just draws them out of a hat. What's this
That's
one?
Awesome.
Yep, going with that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's for sure a good
This song's called Pancakes.
And you know that shit would be the biggest hit of summer 2020 or 2019. Since it's this year, I'm thinking about my shit.
Just run the same beat and then every once in a while throw a triplet in there.
Yes.
Yeah.
So good. So good.
Where would rap be today if the 808 drum machine was never made?
It wouldn't exist.
Wouldn't exist.
Oh no, it would be more awesome.
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, 100%. Because you would have more Questloves.
More Questloves, yeah.
But you wouldn't have that.
Yeah,
fat
you would
beat.
have this whole line of just like hip hop drummers and like those fools. There would be more of them.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have that
You know what I'm
fat
saying?
beat to bounce your booty to. I mean,
Well, you would get the About Your Booty songs, but like you would get them over beats that actually have like organic drums.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like those even like old Beastie Boys, like you'd have like that type of sound, you know? People DJs actually scratching records.
Right.
Like that's
like instead of like the the fake scratch sound.
dude, that show that was on Netflix, The Get Down.
The Get Down?
Did you watch that? It was they canceled it, I think. It was about like the DJs back in Brooklyn in like the 70s or 80s when they first started doing like scratching records and shit. It was about that. What's his name? The first guy that like really did it big. Was it like Funkmaster Flex or something like that? Or
Funkmaster Flex probably. I mean, it's all like
something. Yeah,
I feel like that's all at the beginning. Yeah,
I think
probably.
It was like kind of
loosely. It all
based.
came out of Brooklyn, though.
Yeah,
it all came out of New York City. Let's just say that.
The show was like based on that. Him and like the guys that started that then. Dude, that show was awesome. Like they were talking about how they learned how like how he learned how to like jump between records and find like the perfect spot to jump in on the record. Like he would like mark on it with the crayon, and he would like run the grooves into the, like somehow he would do something. He would run the needle into the record and he could feel it on there and shit, and he'd get it to where he could like line it up by feel and by like he had like a little crayon mark on it, and he'd get them all perfect and lined up, and like dude, it was like
damn.
That's so crazy.
It was like an art form. Like it's
100%, 100% an art form. I dated a girl who could spin records.
Yeah.
And it was the craziest like thing. She had friends that were like this international group because she was an international girl. And she had friends that like one of the guys that was a DJ for this like hip hop group in Thailand. And we went and saw him DJ at like a nightclub, and he was doing shit like old school. It was super cool to like sit back and like, just watch him do his thing and get everybody all hyped up and like, man, like I wish people like I could know people were doing this, like behind, you know, like if I could see like what's his name with the mouse.
Oh,
Dead Mouse.
Dead Mouse. If I could
Yeah.
see that fool, there you go.
Dude,
If I could see that fool like spinning records and like wikiing all over the place, that'd be tight.
that dude's cool. I listened to an interview with him, and he's a pretty cool dude. Like, but he just, I don't know. You'd have to like look into him. He does all kinds of shit.
Well, the knowledge of music, I give those dudes a lot of credit because their knowledge of music is actually extremely deep.
Yeah, like he's
Like it's pretty intense just to be able to like, oh, okay, I can play the drums and I can make the sound and I can follow the key and you know, like I know all this stuff, you know, and a lot of them are going off of like feel. They just have like this ability through their understanding of music just to be able to run with it. That's the part that trips me out. It's like you're creating noises that are in key. How do you do that?
I don't know.
Like that's fucking wild. Like you're blowing
Right.
my mind with all these wait. And I'm like, dude, that's in the same key as that bass note. Like
then-
how?
And then the video game DJ Hero was born. Then everybody's like, I'm-
it's just button pushing.
yeah, everybody's like, I'm a DJ.
That was like Guitar Hero. I
Yeah,
mean,
everybody's like, I'm playing guitar now. No, you can't.
No, you don't.
It's like that South Park episode.
Yes.
You ever seen that one?
Yeah.
Where Randy's like, oh, you're into guitars. Okay. He brings out a real guitar. And they're like, Dad, get out of here, Dad.
Yeah, that's dumb. I'm trying to play with my friends.
So good. Butters and Cartman are the next pair up. Oh. At the very end of the episode. I love that episode. Randy Marsh is my father.
Yeah.
Yeah, just minus the alcohol.
Wasn't that
I
same
know
episode?
that's like a significant part of Randy, but like that is my father Randy.
That same episode that was like Heroin Hero. It's like running around with a needle
Yes.
chasing the dragon.
Yes. Stan gets all addicted to a heroin hero.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't the A&R rep when he's playing and he's not killing it, he's like, you suck.
Yeah.
You need to get your life together.
You need to get clean of Heroin
Yeah.
Hero.
Oh my gosh, how many of those conversations have happened in Capitol Records?
Probably
Like, oh
way
my
too many.
goodness.
Yeah, that's not good.
How many of those conversations actually worked?
Yeah.
You know, where it was like,
Probably 1%.
that's what I want to know. It's like, bro, you were probably that guy's dealer. Like you were probably doing that whatever drug you were gonna like chastise him for doing. You were probably doing that 15 minutes before you chastised him for it. Shit, you probably did the drug with him, you freaking A&R cunt.
That'll
Shut
show her.
It's so crazy though. I don't know. Yeah. I think the reason I try to find like hilarity in life and in like just in all things is like that whole Harvey Weinstein thing
Yeah.
Yeah.
that went down. Like it's so weird. It's like y'all didn't know this was going on.
Right. Like for years.
They knew.
Like
People
for
knew.
years, dude. This has been going on since freaking what's her name, little Shirley Temple, like Marilyn Monroe. This has been going on forever.
Yeah.
Have you heard the conspiracy
For-
that Marilyn Monroe was killed because
Ever.
of that? Because of shit.
Because of what?
Marilyn
Dude.
Monroe was killed. Not. It wasn't. They were like. There's like speculation it wasn't overdose and shit. Like the Kennedys. had
Yeah,
it
and that's the
Oh.
whole yeah.
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 killed.
That leads me into like who are the past couple, Chester and what's his name?
Chris Cornell?
Yeah.
Chris Cornell. Yeah, that was some weird ass timing, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate just out of like respect to their families, but
Right.
like man, it's a lot of like fucked up shit that goes on, and you know, it's like how do people know, they just don't say anything, you know, like
Right.
shit. There was so much weird stuff that I even like experienced myself inside of those, like, I can't call it those four walls because Capitol Records is a circle.
It's a giant cylinder.
Yeah, it's just a big cylinder. But like you just experience so much weird. You hear stories and you meet people and then you're like, yeah, I can see that. Like, all right.
Totally
But,
see it.
yeah, it's just, I don't know. And a part of me is like, I kind of want to yell at the people who are so freaking ignorant for being shocked. And then I want to yell at the people who like knew shit but didn't say anything. You know, it's like
Right.
that. Man, I feel for her though, because her story's crazy. But there was one of those like pussycat dolls that came out during the whole Me Too thing. And like, she was basically like, yeah, we were basically like hired prostitutes, like musical prostitutes. Like, if we were in town and somebody wanted us to go to the club because this person was going to be there, it was like message was sent out to us all, and we had the option to go. And you know, Nicole just jumped all over those opportunities.
Well, did you ever hear about that shit about like Kesha?
Yeah, but see, that's the whole thing. Is like, well, of course that happened to poor fucking Kesha. You know what I mean? Like,
It hasn't even been resolved. Like nobody, like they don't believe her or something. Like,
Right.
Like she hasn't.
no, dude, that type. I mean, I don't know. I might be speaking on my ass here, but like, no, dude. Like that type of stuff happens, man.
Yeah, she's been fighting it for years now.
Yeah.
Like
shit, back in the day? It was R. Kelly and Aaliyah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
Like
know.
Aaliyah was like 14 when her and R. Kelly were having something.
Is that what this is about now with him? Or
no, this is some new, like, this is probably, I don't know.
I don't know what he's up.
It's probably some shit like Kevin Hart where it's just brought up from the past.
Right.
Like, oh, you peed on girls 10 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. He like did a whole
He's
concept album that didn't shut up about it. It was great.
It was called "I'm Gonna Piss on You."
Piss on you. Everybody knows that. Come on, Dave Chappelle. Produce it.
I'll piss on you.
But yeah, I don't know, man. Like, there's just so much, like, I don't know. That's the type of shit I'm like, I want to go write about that right now. You know?
Right.
It's like the frustration in all of that. It's like you want to yell "shut up," but you're also found in this moment where if you yell "shut up," it's triggering.
Yeah.
You know, it's like why do I have to choose my words so wisely when, like, you know, I remember. Do you remember that band Sugar Cult?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so they had that song, "Neighborhood," I think is what it was called.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's talking about blowing up the neighborhood. That song came out as "Blowing Up the Neighborhood" before 9/11. 9/11 drops. Everybody's talking about, what was it? It was like messing up the neighborhood. I was like, dude, that sucks. You couldn't have predicted 9/11.
Right.
Just leave it. Like, that's what you meant to say. Like, I felt him. Like, I know what he was talking about.
Right. Some people misinterpret.
Doesn't make me want to literally blow up the neighborhood.
Right.
Gosh.
That would be poor.
Well,
judgment.
you know, NWA said fuck the police, and look what that happened to our label.
Yeah. That got like out of hand.
Oh, but it was so awesome, man. Like that, I don't know. That's kind of why I liked being signed to Capitol, is because they had NWA. They had that beef, and they like allowed it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, Capitol at one time wasn't so triggered by everything.
Yeah.
Like, oh, all right, you know, we're going to let them say it because freedom of expression. We're going to stand behind our artists.
Fuck the police.
So sick. I've always wanted to be getting pulled over and be playing that song when I'm getting pulled over, but I do not have the balls.
Right.
I don't have the dude. There was a time where that record was in my CD player for like 8 months, and I was just hoping, and I never got pulled over.
Speeding everywhere.
I was like, it's innocent. This can't be the day.
I was going 80
Anytime
and
it
a
would come on, I'd be,
25.
like looking in the back mirror.
Nothing.
Maybe
80,
someday.
80 and a 25. Where are they? Come on.
They don't even remember that. Like no police officer knows what NWA is
Yeah.
in the future.
They're
Just,
like, what's
what?
that? Did that say what I think it said? Yeah, it did.
Oh, you're going to jail now. Can't be listening to stuff like that. Who is that?
Yeah. This has got to be banned.
That's them niggas with attitude.
Yeah, coming straight from the underground.
Yeah. They were sick like 40 years ago.
Still are.
Dude. I'm not even that far off from saying that. I was saying that as like part of the joke. Like, oh, that was from a long time ago. But it's not that far off, man.
No.
That's cray. Oh, we're getting old, boys.
Yeah.
We're getting older by the minute. We've been doing this for fucking 4:15.
Yeah.
Is this the longest one?
No, it's not.
It's getting close.
Oh,
It's getting up
you
there,
guys
though.
have gone longer. What do we have to beat here?
I don't know.
6 hours.
Okay, I don't know if I can hang for that.
It's almost midnight here.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm really glad you guys gave me 4 hours of your time.
Fuck
Honestly,
No, dude.
like I ain't trying to rush us off by any means, but like, I don't know. I always connect with things like this.
Right.
Even if I'm like Joe Rogan podcasts, like I'm listening to like 5 Joe Rogan podcasts right now that I haven't finished, you know?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to play catch up with, but I end up getting to them all. So even if people are like me watching this and they're like, you know what, I'm going to listen to 2 hours today and 2 hours tomorrow and see how it all goes down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I
Just
appreciate
thank
it.
you for your time, man.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
I feel like these types of conversations to let people in on a completely different side of me
Right.
and of you as well. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Like-
Thanks for hanging out for like over 4 hours.
Right.
Dude, it was ballsy. I don't even know what time it is right now. What time is it?
It's almost midnight here.
So holy
So-
shit.
Yeah. So you're
That's awesome.
Was it like
What?
9 or
yeah,
8
almost
there?
9 over there.
Tight. I was gonna say it was dark when I went outside. It was light when I started.
You still got the
crazy.
whole evening.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna go get some McDonald's.
Yeah,
and
sorta.
pass out.
I don't know.
I'm gonna go get me a
I don't know what
fucking
I'm gonna do.
cheeseburger.
Cheese.
And I'm probably gonna go get a little Dan Burrino, dude. That's
Yeah.
when you take a roll of tacos or a taquito, as they're called, or as
Mhm.
my grandma likes to call them, taquitos.
Talk widows.
And you take it and you put a taquito with guacamole and cheese on it into your bean and cheese burrito,
Huh.
What?
re-roll it up, and now you got a taquito burrito. We call it a Dan Burrino.
Even,
I also want to do that, dude. I think between Chad and Josh and me, like after living together, like we are super down to like we're like 14-year-old girls who don't know how to cook. We're just like crackers and ketchup sound bomb. Let's try it out.
yeah.
You know, and then you end up eating ketchup and crackers for like 6 hours and you're like, I'm
Uh-huh.
sick. But
I
we
feel
did.
weird.
Yeah, but we ate all the crackers. There's nothing left. What are we gonna add to peanut butter now? I don't know.
Peanut butter and ketchup
Oh.
and
Yeah, dude,
crackers.
we need to do like crazy food inventions by Chad or something like that. Like start our own little Twitch and be like,
There you
yeah,
go.
we're cooking with Chad.
There you
Let's see
go.
what kind of meal he's gonna concoct today. He's got 2 slices of bread and a half-empty fridge.
Fuck yeah.
Today we splurged and
what
we
he
got
puts
Toll
on the
House
bread.
cookies.
Yeah. Somehow he's gonna bake this. I don't know what it's gonna turn out to be, but he's gonna eat it too in front of you.
Eva Boy said, well, Cove, before you go, been a fan since middle school, and now I'm a junior in college. Thanks for all the music you've done and continue to do.
Oh hell yeah, man! honestly, like, I'm going to be completely selfish in saying this, but it's the truth. Like, I don't write music for anybody but me. I never have, and I never will.
Fucking Chad's rolling with this fucking food. Sorry,
dude. Chad's next level. You guys, we should do like an update, or you should like.
Hell yeah, we should.
You should have Chad on, because Chad's.
Hell yeah, that'd be awesome.
A unique character, man.
He said, "Cooking with the Dead Americans, the best is chocolate chip Eggos
with the Dead Americans, dude. That's our new freaking channel right there.
Chocolate chip Eggos with ice cream folded up like a taco with cookie butter on top."
Bro, that's what I'm saying. He's crushing over there at the house. Yeah, dude. I don't know. It's honestly like, it's dope that you got people watching, you got Chad watching, that we can all do stuff like this. And like, in Seosin, I never anticipated that dream becoming a reality. I was just doing it because I wanted to have fun. And I wanted to speak to my 19-year-old self and like be true to who I was. And I feel like, you know, some things with Seosin weren't like, they were kind of like, I don't want to say they were like patted down or like held back at all, but with Dead American, you know, I feel like whatever type of filter there was on my music with Seosin, it's completely like ripped off, you know. And there's just, you're getting my darkest thoughts. Like, I told my mom this, I'm like, you know, I gave her a CD and I was like, you know, if you skip 2, 3, and 4, I wouldn't be bummed. Like, you probably aren't gonna like those ones, but 1 and 5 are really good, Mom. She's like, why? I was like, well, because I'm just saying some like not pleasant things that you wouldn't like. And, you know, like, though it kind of like sucks to say that, I just have to be honest with myself. You know?
Absolutely.
And like, I have to say the things that are on my mind, because, you know, even in Seosin, it was a struggle for me to actually like get out everything I wanted to, but I found a way to do it. With this, there's no struggle in getting it out. You know, it's just me doing.
Yeah.
And so to me, it feels a little bit more natural, even though, you know, you can say what you want to speculate out there, but, you know, I think this is the most brutally honest I've been with my music and been able to be. And I think that, you know, sometimes we do need to sugarcoat stuff, but the majority of the time, the best option is just being like, this is how it is, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, you're gonna hear a lot of things that you probably never thought you'd hear from me, and I feel like it's gonna show a different side of me in the future, and I hope that it's already showing a different side of me. But understand that what you've heard from me in the past is definitely not gone. It's still in there.
Right.
You know, it's still in there. I'm just waiting to unleash it all. You know, you got to set it up, unfortunately. But in time, there will be a full length to smash everybody's faces off.
Hell yeah.
Can't wait for it. Cannot wait for it, man. Been looking forward to it for the past 2 years. It's like, now we just released the music and we're like, damn, we got to spend all year trying to tour this. All right.
Yeah, but you'll have fun.
Yeah. We're like listening to songs, trying to figure out what the next song we're going to play is when we go out on tour. And like, I'm just so frustrated because I'm like, damn, there's like 6 of them that I really want to play that we're just not going to be able to play because, you know, time constraints, and you guys don't know them yet. We haven't released. It costs money to release, but
yeah,
I think the industry is changing. I think Dead American is changing with it, and I think we're going to be able to hopefully through fan support like we've gotten already, which is insane. Like we didn't have a single piece of merch until we started with pre-order. And now we have CDs, we have t-shirts. We're trying to figure out with a merch company right now. We're trying to work out a deal so they can fulfill our orders.
Right.
And print them. But, you know, it's just super cool to see, like, I don't know, having been gone for so long and having lost faith and then, like, you know, been like, it's now or never, and then kind of gotten some faith out of us doing what little we've done so far. Like,
Yeah.
It's all been fan funded, and it's all been because of people, you know, who are watching, who support us, you know, like that's the only way that Dead American has become anything. And I would like to keep it that way. So that way we don't have some dork in a suit who's never written a song in his entire life telling us like, that's a hit.
Yeah.
I really like that.
That's a good.
You don't have a freaking clue, dude.
Right.
But I don't know, man. I think independence is the way to be. I'm not opposed to anything else. But for at least the foreseeable future, you know, maybe we record the record and then go shop it. I don't know. Or maybe we just record the record and put it out ourselves. I don't know where we're going to be at in a year and a half, but
right.
Or in a year. But I would like to stay as in touch with the people that support us as humanly possible, and you know, make you know, have it still feel like it's mine, like I'm not partnered with anybody, or like that person I'm partnered with owns me. I don't know. I've always felt really weird about record labels owning your masters.
Yeah.
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 Like they call it a master for a reason, you know, like that is whatever you created, that is its master. Like,
Yeah.
You know, and when you sign and you give up that master, you're signing over your art, what it is, what you are like bound to somebody else, therefore making your master a slave to that person. You know, and I feel like, I don't know, I kind of feel really weird about it all as an artist now. But the more I look into it, the more I'm like, seems like independence is kind of the way to go, you know?
Oh, for sure.
Seems like if we can get out on the road and, you know, be in front of people and be building something ourselves, like, you know, I'd rather have our own little scene, you know, even if it's 400 kids every single night across America coming out to just rage with us. You know, I'd rather have that than like, I don't know, some partner that doesn't care about my music who's telling me that I don't have the single, but putting me in like stadiums, or like arenas, you know, like.
No, I know what you mean.
It's so weird. We have all the connections. You don't.
We have the connections. You don't.
Yeah, well, I'm going to start making those connections. Just go right around you.
There you go.
Seems like how everybody else does it.
Right.
I don't know. I just don't want to be an asshole in the process. I don't ever want to become an asshole.
No, I think you guys are.
Too much fun in life to become an asshole.
Right. I think you guys are heading in a good direction. You got, you know, the EP's great.
Dude.
Response is great. Just got to keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the advice that everybody's been giving us, that we, you know, either have been searching for advice from, or who has just given it to us. You know, just don't change anything. Keep writing. Keep going down the road that you're going down. I mean, it's hard for me as an artist to like every artist thinks, oh, this song's going to be the biggest song in the world. Like, no artist is like, oh, this is going to be a B-side. It's going to suck. Like, nobody says that.
Right.
So everybody always assumes that they're going to have, like, the next big song. But for me, I'm like, I don't really care as long as it has some meaning to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, whether or not it's viewed like a B-side or whether or not it's viewed like it's a single, like it's a smash hit. Like, as long as I'm happy with it, that's all that matters, because I'm the one that's going to go and sell it every single night.
Yeah.
You know, I'm the one who's going to have to go sing it every single night. And if I don't believe it when I'm singing it, how am I going to sell it? If you're looking at me as like a label, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, don't tell me what to sing, because it's not beneficial to this relationship. You're just going to make me write songs about how much I hate the fact that you want me to sing somebody else's song.
Right.
Take a hike. But yeah, there's a lot of those types of moments where, you know, that have happened in my life that I can look back, laugh, enjoy, even though I was so pissed at the time. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You just look back and be like, why did I get so angry? Oh, that's dumb. Okay.
Yeah.
It's dumb to be angry all the time.
It's more fun to be happy.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Put on a funny movie, laugh at something.
Yeah.
Do whatever. Listen to Joe Rogan and laugh at his stories during his podcast, or when he gets his mind blown. Or
Yeah. What?
Watch.
I can't wait. He did an interview with Mike Tyson like yesterday.
Yeah, I'm halfway through that one, bro.
Oh yeah, I can't.
Yeah, watch
can't,
what you say.
I can't wait. I haven't watched it yet. I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, dude, it's so good so far.
Is it as good as I hope it is? It's Mike Tyson.
And magnanimous.
Mike Tyson is so gold. Have you seen his show on Adult Swim?
No, I've seen commercials for it, but I haven't watched it.
Give it a shot. Mike Tyson Mysteries, bro. It's hilarious.
Give it a shot.
It
So
looks
good.
ridiculous.
There's like moments where he's like contributing to the dialogue of the storyline, and then there's moments where he just says something that's totally Mike Tyson, has nothing to do with the conversation at hand, and yet like in the cartoon they stop and look at him, and then they just continue on. And it's so good. There's one episode I watched where it literally just did this, went right back to the circle, like the beginning of the story, and just ended, and you're like,
What?
I don't know what I just watched, but I laughed for 15 minutes straight, and it was awesome. Mike Tyson is gold, man. That's one dude I wish just would never die. Like, I wish he would live forever so that his input on the world and the way that he talks would just like be shared with every generation. Like, if we could take people's heads and put them in Futurama heads, or like little cases.
Yeah.
Mike Tyson needs to be the first one.
I think he is one on Futurama.
Is he on? Is he
Yeah.
on? That's tight. I love that show.
That show is great. There's an episode where
The last episode is so good.
right?
He just caught in that loop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't watched it in a while.
There was an episode where like people were protesting, and Fry has a megaphone, but it's like he has it flipped backwards, and he's like yelling into it at the people, and he's like, "Stop being so stupid!" But the megaphone's backwards.
That's awesome.
That show was
That
great.
show's so good, man. Oh,
Shit.
oh, so many good memories here at this house, even with Futurama. I'm at my cousin's right now. He's got this studio at his house, and we would just watch Comedy Central and like just giggle about the most nonsense of nonsense that you can giggle about on Comedy Central. So much fun. I love Futurama. I love cartoons.
Yeah.
All right, boys.
Surprised I'm not wearing my Rick and Morty socks right now. We got any Rick and Morty fans over there?
Oh
Fuck
yeah.
Okay, good.
Huge Rick
All
and
right.
Morty fans.
Good.
We used on your old laptop.
So-
we had a soundboard. And we had like a bunch of Rick and Morty stuff on there.
I know.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So, do you have any personal theories about what's his name? About Eye Patch Morty? About Evil Morty?
Oh. They played that so good.
What did they do?
Oh,
Wasn't he a
dude.
robot or something? Or wasn't? What was it? What
Is
happened?
he a robot though?
I
don't
Or
know.
Is he a
Or was it-
Morty that just is super smart?
I don't know.
What was there was a theory I was reading that made a lot of sense. It was supposed to be like that Morty was one of the Mortys left over from I think the Cronin oh god, I can't remember, but it made total sense. It was something about one of the Ricks died and he was the Morty that was left over and then he just became evil.
Yes.
I can't remember.
So,
I
I've
can't-
seen that one.
yeah.
I've seen the one where it's like, oh, that's the Morty that got left in the frog world.
Mhm.
Because you know how
That's
in
what
the-
it was.
in-
Yeah.
in the intro.
Yeah, that's what it was.
He's the Morty that got left behind.
Yeah, and then
I love the show so much for like just the little nuances of everything, like how Morty becomes super smart when he's left alone.
yeah.
When Rick's not around, Morty's
Yeah.
a freaking genius. You know, like his Morty waves are just going like this and not being canceled out by the Rick waves.
I love that Morty is Rick's like shield from being caught. Like he uses Morty's whatever waves or whatever to
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
he uses
not
his
be
brainwaves
caught.
like
Yeah.
DNA. But that's part of that whole theory. I think there was a video, or that was one of the theories, and one of the other theories is that because he was left, like part of it is because he was left alone, and the Morty waves canceling out the Rick waves.
Mhm,
If you look at Rick waves, he drew it like this,
mhm.
so they travel like sound. Like there's highs and there's lows, and then there's Morty waves, which travel in the opposite direction, but always opposite of wherever Rick's at.
Oh yeah.
So like, in the not the Avengers episode,
Vindicators.
what is it called?
The Vindicators.
Yeah, the Vindicator
God
episode.
damn.
Fucking noob
Yeah,
noob.
yeah. Thanks, noob.
God
So
damn.
good. So good. Like
All
in that
aboard!
episode though, Morty, the neutrino bomb,
Oh
and
yeah.
Rick's like, what? You've done this before? And he's like, come on, like, of course
Oh,
I've done
yeah.
this before. Like, you know, so when Rick is super drunk and like whatever, the theory is that Morty's super smart and can like take care of him and like be just as smart as Rick.
Oh,
You know what
yeah.
I mean?
Oh okay.
Because of his Rick and Morty waves, them canceling each other out.
I think one of
I
my
don't know. I'm impartial, man. I think, or not impartial. My theory is that Evil Morty is Rick's first Morty that he lost,
Mhm.
yeah.
which is why he carries around all those like sad thoughts
Hmm.
because he lost him.
Mhm.
And I don't know if it's that one that got caught in the frog world that he just didn't jump through in time, but
Hmm.
he's just a Morty that got left on his own and became a fucking genius.
Yeah. I think one of my favorite episodes is when they're doing like the TV commercials.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
the cable box. And the one where it's like,
Interdimensional cable.
yeah, the realfakedoors.com.
Yeah.
He's like, are you tired of walking into doors?
Doors!
Are you tired of walking into doors that lead to other places? Well, come on down to Real Fake Doors. You don't have to worry about that anymore.
Oh my god, at work.
Hi, I'm Anson My
We
Eyes
got
Johnson.
frog doors.
So I
Yeah.
work for a locksmith company and we do like all commercial doors and stuff. And we put these displays up now. We built
Real
these,
Fake Doors.
Yeah, we built these like triangle rooms, and there's
That's
two doors
awesome.
on each side, so they're just you open it into nothing. It's like real fake doors at work.
That's so awesome. You can just sign on it. It just says that.
Check this out, Morty. I taught him that this means peace among worlds.
Yes. I just watched that episode.
He's like,
So
wait for the
good.
ramp. Really gets their dicks hard.
I forget who it was that played. So Stephen Colbert played the one that the world that he went to, but I forget who it was that played like the white people,
Oh,
like the little cum-looking guy.
I think it was John Mulaney.
Like he looked like a ghost.
Oh, I don't know.
I think
Forget who the actor was on that, but he was hilarious. Just his voice, like they found the perfect voices for that episode.
Oh yeah.
Like Stephen Colbert being the first one,
Yeah.
and then whoever it was that did the second voice was amazing, an amazing choice too.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Big?
It might have just been what's his name,
Have you seen Big
Dan
Mouth?
Roiland, or Justin Roiland. Well, if I'm from his universe and he created his universe and I missed my father's funeral, what does that make my life worth?
Have you seen Big Mouth on Netflix?
What's it called?
Big Mouth.
No, but somebody told me, my friend Laura told me to check out Big Mouth.
Dude, you
That's
gotta
the one,
watch it.
It's hilarious.
It's
who are
Nick.
the comedians that do the voices of those
It's Nick
guys?
Kroll.
Yes.
Fred Armisen and John Mulaney.
Awesome.
Dude, like
Nick Kroll's hilarious.
it's
Yeah.
so funny. It's like these
What
kids
was the
in
show he was on? He was on The League, yeah?
yeah.
Okay. He was flawless on The League. dude.
Yeah, that show's
Yeah.
great.
It's
His
about
character was such a little asshole. You just want to, I just
Ruxin.
wanna-
Forever on
another throat punch, dude. Another throat punch.
forever unclean. That show was great.
Yeah, it was so good. Is it still going or is it done?
No, I think
No, it's done.
It's done.
Because what's that guy's name? Steve
Yeah, I don't know what his
Ranazizi.
dumbass.
He lied about being in the towers on 9/11,
Yeah.
and then people found out. So like, that pretty much fucked the show.
He said he worked for some financial company in one of
What
the
was
towers.
it, Merrill Lynch? Or
Yeah, and
something?
like that company wasn't even in like the Twin Towers or some shit.
Yeah.
And he said he like
He survived 9/11.
So wait a second.
Yeah.
You want to tell me
he did it like on a radio
they
show or
took
something.
off
Yeah.
a show
I don't know if
because
that's
he lied
I don't know if that's why they
about where
canceled
he
the
was
show.
on
But
9/11?
Well, it caused a lot of problems on the show
they
between.
had to
like,
take the character out or
Yeah.
something, and people were pretty upset.
I mean, by that time it was on season 6, so
Yeah, I think they were about done anyway.
Oh.
yeah.
But yeah, he is like there's a whole recording of him on like a radio show or something, like saying how he survived 9/11 and shit.
Idiot. Why would you lie
I mean,
about
that is
that?
kind of funny though. Like this comedian who's like bullshitting
You know,
about it.
maybe it was bullshit, and then people like took it seriously. I don't know.
Yeah.
And then he just went
Maybe
with
he
it.
was just trying to poke the bear and hadn't
Yeah.
worked out the joke yet.
Yeah.
I listened
It's
to
like
it. I don't
Louis
think he was
CK, man.
joking.
There's some
You don't
stuff
think he
that
was
he's
joking?
done where I'm like, maybe it's just a joke he hasn't worked out yet.
The new Louis C.K. thing everybody's mad about. Have you heard about
Yeah,
that?
there's some
Is there
there's like
new?
another
He
one.
made a
but
joke
it's like-
about one of the school shootings.
Oh, the Sandy Hook.
No, I think it was the
yeah,
one
the
in
Sandy Hook school.
Was it
shooting.
Sandy Hook?
Yeah.
I thought it was the one in Florida.
Maybe it was the one in Florida.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Too many school shootings.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Either way, man, like
But yeah, it was.
just the level of like, oh, we need to take everything away from this human
He was. It
because
was.
he said something inappropriate in the moment.
It was him working out his bit, is what it was.
Yeah, he was working
He's
on a
working
bit,
out
but,
the bit, and it wasn't supposed to be recorded. Like it's.
Yeah,
I listened to I think it was some other podcast I was listening to at work. They were talking about it. Some comedians were talking about it. They're like, it's bullshit. He was working on a bit. That's how it is. You bomb
Yeah.
bits. You don't bomb bits. You don't fucking lose your job over it. That's what you
yeah,
do.
but I think too, it's like, are we so like, are we just that easily triggered?
Yeah,
Like, do we not have thick skin? Do we not remember like sticks and stones
right.
may break my bones, but words will never hurt me? Like, Who cares?
Yeah. Get the
He
fuck
said
over it.
something. Who cares? He didn't. Well, yeah, he didn't do anything to physically hurt somebody. Let's
No.
just say that.
I don't know.
And he's not doing what like.
At least he's not
He's
jerking
not
off
having
in front
the
of
people
people anymore.
who are victims harassed. You know.
Right. At least he's not
Come
jerking
on.
off in front of people anymore, though. So he's got that going for him.
Yeah. What was that? That was the first one. They were like, he jerked off on the phone while talking to me, and he was just like, "Yeah, I did that."
I know. Like, he didn't
Just
even-
like owned it.
He's a comedian. That's
Yeah.
what's funny.
But when
Even
you
if
look
it's
at
real or if it's not real, hilarious.
when you watch, like when you've seen Louis C.K.'s comedy and you've seen his TV show, and like all the shit that he says, and then someone says he like wanted to like watch me like jerk him, like he wants to jerk off and me watch him. Like, yeah, that makes sense. Like that
Yeah,
sounds
yes.
like
Yeah,
it
it
sounds
kinda
like
does.
that
Sounds
just-
like him. Sounds like Louis C.K. It's like
But is that him just is that him like joking around,
I don't
but
know.
maybe being too drunk to where he's like, I can't stop myself from pulling out my dick right now.
I don't know.
Just doing
Like,
it.
I don't know. I don't know if he
Like,
was sober when he did it.
Even
or...
then, it's like to me that's and I'm not a lady, but I would look at that and be like, you're kind of like a homeless man right now jerking off. On like that's kind of funny.
please don't
But
jerk
I need
off
to kinda
onto my
get as far
car.
away from you as I possibly can.
I'm not sticking
Oh,
around
there's
for the
nothing
end.
worse than public masturbation.
I'm not sticking around to the end.
Oh,
Oh shit.
so gross. What is this little heart?
What?
That's weird.
What's the little what?
Oh, God, that's not
Snapshot.
cool. Screenshot. I don't know how these Skype do. So check
Dude,
this out.
Skype's weird.
So I am computer illiterate. I don't have a computer. I mean, I do, but it's old and it barely works for 5 minutes, and then it just like and never shuts off because it's old. But I have an iPhone,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like still figuring out. I had to download Skype today. Like, I don't use technology. It's so bad. People are like, "Oh, I'm on Twitter." I'm like, "Okay, me too."
Cool.
I did that like 8 years ago, and I just never re-added it to my phone.
Yeah.
Like when we released the EP, I was like, "Oh shit, I have a Twitter." That's right. And I like went back and looked, and I was like, "Holy shit, I have a lot of people that follow me on Twitter." I didn't know that. Like, that's weird having like over 3,000. I think it's 3,000 people that follow me. I do not know, but it's just weird. Like, I haven't used this in forever. That many people still follow me. I would have deleted me a long time ago. I got nothing good to say on Twitter.
Did it say when your last post was?
Bad enough when you send people text and they translate it bad in their brain and they flip out on you.
Oh yeah, and you're
I
like,
didn't mean it like that.
I'm sorry, I can't convey tone through text.
Right.
Yeah. I would have thought Twitter would have went like voice notes. Like, oh, it's just me dropping voice notes everywhere. Like, if you want to listen to me say what's really on my mind and how it's supposed to come across.
Right.
I would have thought. I'm wrong. I'm not a tech giant. I'm not a tech dork. I don't get it. I have Instagram, and that's it.
Sweet.
And a Twitter, apparently. And a Facebook, apparently.
Facebook sucks balls.
Yeah.
I just don't use it.
Yeah, I just look at memes on it.
It's really all
Right?
it's good for anymore.
It's only good for, like, morning laughs.
Yeah. Like you wake
Like,
up,
you
you
wake
look
up,
at
you
it.
check it, and you're like, all right, I laughed at 4 things today.
It's a good start. I'm gonna leave it there.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't mind Twitter or not Twitter, Instagram because of that, and Facebook every now and then. When I'm like, who's gonna get a random happy birthday today? Like, I don't know if it's anybody like I know's birthday, but I'm sure Facebook could tell me. just send somebody a random, hey,
Yeah.
happy birthday.
Happy birthday. They're probably like, oh.
I haven't talked to you in 8 years, bro.
Yeah.
You're saying happy birthday to me? Or like randomly, you didn't say happy birthday last year. Why are you saying happy birthday this
Just wanted to
year?
throw. I just
That's
wanted
why
to
I
throw a
don't-
wrench in there.
I don't say it to anyone because then it's like that opens up for a conversation I wasn't trying to start.
Yeah, that's true.
Like if you say happy birthday to somebody you haven't talked to in a long time, like,
Thanks,
oh,
how are
hey,
you doing?
How are you? Oh fuck.
I'm just
No,
gonna
that's just when you
delete.
dip out. You just go super cold hearted.
Yeah.
Delete the app. Only use it in your online browser. That way when you exit out of the tab
Yes.
in your online browser, you're like,
Out.
Get out of sight, out of mind.
No notifications.
You're
Don't
right.
read them.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
I need to do that. I used to do that on my old phone. I didn't use the app. I just used it on the browser. And then I got my new phone and I downloaded it again like a dumbass.
Oh, dude, all these people like conspiracies. All of these people like some like YouTube or like Facebook or Twitter. Some like one of the developers is like, yeah, like I won't download it to my phone.
Right.
He's like one of the old developers, like don't want it on my phone. Don't want half the shit that I have on my phone because
Yeah.
they can always watch. They
A
can
lot of
always
the
listen.
tech
They can
people,
do
like,
whatever.
I've heard a lot of those tech people like that work in those industries don't have the shit on their phone. They don't let their kids use it. Shit like that.
Yeah, it's weird,
Like,
man.
what's up with that?
It's like, how long have you known this? Why didn't you
I
help?
remember listening to somebody who was like, it was like some FBI guy who was like, yeah, everything, like even in my office, like I unplug everything from the wall
Mm-hmm.
because even if something like an Ethernet cable is plugged into the wall,
Mm-hmm.
they can listen.
Hmm.
And like the only way to like truly
Well,
stop that is to like plug something in and snip that fucking wire.
I'm just gonna throw this
So that it's
laptop in
just
the
static.
bathtub.
It's gonna be like that scene from Parks and Recreation where Ron Swanson finds out that people can look up anything on you, and it just cuts to him throwing the computer into the dumpster behind the building. He's just
Oh,
like,
dude. You want to hear the craziest story about technology that I've come across? Personally. So we were recording the second Seosin record, and my ex-girlfriend hit me up and was like, hey, I know you're home from tour. Could I, if you wanted, like, I could watch your dog for you. And she had given me the dog for my birthday, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, you could watch her while I'm in the studio. Here, take her off my hands. It's less stress on me. I could focus on what I need to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like 2 weeks go by, and I call her up. I'm like, hey, I'm on my way back up to LA. I would like to pick up my dog. She's super ambiguous about it, about me picking her up, and it just won't say whether I can or I cannot. And then she did the thing where she like sometimes girls do, where they just like turn off their phone. Like you get in a conversation, you're like, come on, like tell me what I need to hear or what I need to know so I could do this. And they're like, no, fuck you, turning my phone off. She turned her phone off so I couldn't call her anymore. I was that dude trying to pick up my dog, calling 80 times. So I had her mom's phone number, so I call her mom. Come to find out, she had taken a vacation while she was watching my dog, and she had left my dog with the breeder who she got my dog from. And I was like, okay, at least she's cool and she's at this lady's house, but I don't have this lady's phone number. I don't have this lady's address. I don't have anything. So, and I had, I talked to her mom. Her mom wouldn't give me any information. I texted her. Her phone turned back on. She wouldn't give me any information. So I'm like on my way up. She's in Orange County. I live in San Diego. I'm headed to LA. So I have to drive through where she's going by. And I'm like, what do I do? How do I find this lady? So do you remember Google Text?
Kinda.
So you could text Google a question. There was also something called Cha-Cha. So you
Oh,
literally
Oh
like,
yeah, I
text
remember Cha-Cha.
CHA. You could ask them anything, and then
Yeah.
they would respond to you with the answer,
Mm-hmm.
or like something funny. You could be like, "How hard is my dick right now?" And they'd be like, they'd be like, "It's like a Dodge, or like a rock, you know, or whatever." Say something super funny back to you, and I ended up asking Cha-Cha and Google Text. I was like, I have this lady's name. I have where this lady works. I have the town that this lady lives in, but I don't have her address. Can you get it for me? And literally, they text me her address.
Really?
Like Google Text or Cha-Cha, one of the two I had used, and they had sent me this lady's address. I drove to her house. I waited for her to show up. I picked up my dog and never said anything to my ex-girlfriend ever again. It was like,
Yeah.
deuces.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
Like crazy. But that's so weird that you can have this much information on somebody and be like, oh, give me a second. I'll find out where they live. Or like, what? I just asked. I just put it out there and they sent it right back to me, dude. It was weird, bro.
Yeah.
You ever see that movie with Will Smith from back in the day? Oh, it was so good. What was the other dude, the white dude's name? It was like all about this type of shit where like the government's watching.
Oh, Public Enemy? No, Enemy of the State.
Enemy of the State, dude.
Yeah.
That's how I felt.
Yeah.
With my dog. I'm like, this is some Enemy of the State shit. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
They can really hear us and watch us.
That was like in the 90s, wasn't it?
Yeah, dude.
That came out a long time ago, and they were all about that shit back then.
Yeah. Wasn't Jack Black in that movie too?
Was he?
I think he was the nerd hacker dude.
Yeah, he was like the nerdy dude in that movie, dude. Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That movie was tight. I'll watch that one again. I like that movie.
What do you say? We're at about 5 hours.
Yeah.
You want to call it a night?
Yeah, dude. We're getting there. We're done.
Yeah.
I'm toasty, bro. It's hotter than hell in the studio, too.
I need to go get a cheeseburger.
Dude, cheeseburger sounds balling right now.
Yeah, I'm starving.
Cheeseburger.
Well, thanks, guys.
Paradise.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming and chatting with us. It was awesome.
Thanks for hanging out for.
Yeah, thanks to everybody for listening and who joined us along this crazy 4 or 5 hour journey.
Fuck yeah.
It's so gnarly. But you guys are honestly, like, thank you for this. You guys are dope. Reach out to me when we post our schedule for that tour.
Uh-huh.
And if you guys can make it out, just hit me up and on Skype, and I'll since I'm on there now. I'll always respond. So
awesome.
Right on.
Yeah.
Cool,
Hell yeah,
man.
brothers.
Yeah, and I'll send you a list of those bands for you.
Yes, please do.
Check
I need more music to listen to. If anybody's got suggestions, Who is Cove is my Twitter handle. It's my Instagram. I think it's my Facebook, or my Facebook might have one of those like Skype things where it's like 824 little lowercase e uppercase R 238.
I got the screenshot of the text where you're like, is this what I'm reduced to now? Just numbers and letters?
Dude, it doesn't let me change it. I was like,
yeah,
I would love to change this, but I don't know how this works.
Yeah, it gave us ours, and I was like, I didn't even set that. Like, it just did it. Like, I don't know how ours came out like as an actual name.
I think because
that's weird.
Because I had to pay for the.
Did you have to?
When we were doing phone calls, or something.
Oh yeah.
I had to pay something to get minutes and shit. I think
okay. Because we had to do those. We what was that band? We had to talk to a band from Ireland, so I think that's how.
Yeah, you gotta pay minutes for the internationals.
Yeah.
I thought that's what I was gonna have to do here, but luckily I think I'm on.
Nice.
I think I'm on it. I think I'm on the Wi-Fi.
I say I hope you're on the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm on my cousin's Wi-Fi right now.
Well, that's good. I hope so.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was gonna go hang out down at the park, and that would have never lasted this long.
No.
I'm glad I came to my cousin's, but yeah, thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, thanks
Let's
for coming on, man.
let's do like a recap in 6 months or some shit.
Fuck
Yeah, dude. That'd be awesome.
Let's do this again. I like this.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
What you got tatted? I ain't got no tats.
I got. You ever seen Boondock Saints?
Hell yeah.
Fuck
You go-
yeah.
Yes. That's all you got to say. You ever seen Boondock Saints?
Hell yeah. Still waiting on that
don't
third
watch
movie.
2, though.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, Boondock Saints 2 kind of ruined it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that first one, though, dude.
Fuck yeah.
Still classic.
Dude, I wish they would have had that as like a TV show like Dexter,
man.
Fuck yeah.
where they could just go through it and just it'd be so good. It'd be so good to have like a HBO or Showtime Boondock Saints series.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
That'd be pretty sweet.
No, that's
Hell
cool. That's a dope movie.
Right on, man.
Glad you did.
Well, you have a good night. And
Hell yeah, brothers.
Fuck
Let's
yeah.
talk soon.
Keep
Thank
in
you guys
touch.
for watching. Thank you guys for being a part of my journey.
Hell yeah,
Fuck
man.
yeah.
Thank you for allowing me to be a part of yours.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Appreciate it.
Anytime, all right?
That's awesome. All right.
All right,
take
man.
care, man.
Take care.
Muchas gracias. Later. Baby hands. I'm out.
Later, man. Take care.
Oh,
All right.
Fuck yeah. All right.
Hell of a dude. Go back to the studio mode that we haven't used.
Yeah, right. Get the music cued. Cue that music. All right. Well, I think everybody gets the gist that we just talked to fucking Cove for 5 hours.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Good dude, good tunes.
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah. So yeah. That's it.
I don't have anything else I could say.
Yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Shout out to Cove.
Fuck yeah.
And the other guys of Dead American, making great tunes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys save these podcasts? Yes.
Yeah. Oh, my Twitch is still
I was like,
open.
what the fuck is that?
I thought I closed it.
But yeah,
There it goes.
these are all saved. Sometimes they expire. We just re-upload them to this page. But we also have our YouTube page.
Yeah, they'll be on
So,
YouTube. It'll be on YouTube.
Yeah, everything's on YouTube.
We have to wait 24 hours.
Yeah, for the exclusivity agreement that we have with Twitch, but they'll be on there. So,
But yeah, it'll be up there by
yeah.
Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll take a while for this one to upload.
Yeah, but it might be a minute.
Yeah. So, it'll be up. All of our past episodes are up there too. So,
Mm-hmm.
definitely thanks for everyone hanging out. So, we'll see everyone next week.
See ya.